Fixes everything. Will this fix everything? Let's go back over here. And we're going to start this off again, everybody. We're going to be debating the flat Earth versus globe Earth. We had a little bit of a technical issue there to start off. So Nathan's going to go to the beginning of his presentation here, and we're going to let him move through that presentation as he was. So sorry for the technical issue there, everybody, but we got through it. Hopefully you can hear me now. Yeah. Okay. Cool. I think they can hear us. So yeah, if you want to continue on there, Nathan, and go to the beginning of your presentation, we'll give you back your time there. Okay.
Absolutely. I will jump in then. So we're talking about the shape of the Earth, flat versus globe. This is a very heavily censored topic for anyone on the flat side. They know about the censorship, the shadow banning, the YouTube boxes that were caused because of the Earth discussion. And so I really want to thank MDD and our opponents here for being here and for this debate. And hope that we can keep it in good spirits and really try to help everyone go forward. And so that said, this is going to be on the Earth. And so I just have a little bit of a beginning rundown, and then about measuring water, measuring the ground, measuring motion, and then I will wrap up. We are talking about the shape of the Earth and the measurement of the shape and the motion of the Earth. These are the most important things, the Earth's surface shape and the Earth's motion. Anything else that has to do with like the sky, forces, phenomena above the surface, etc., are all secondary. If the Earth's surface has a measurable shape, then these things need to be the primary thing when you're talking about the shape and motion to the Earth. The shape and the motion are superseding all things. They're the most important. And so just because you could say maybe that the sky is purple, that doesn't mean that the ground is purple. You can say that an object goes down because it is being pulled or being pushed. These are secondary things that are talked about after determining the shape of the Earth. And any discussion that is about secondary elements should be taken as a forfeiture of talking about the primary measurements. For example, the sky is often mentioned, and if it was purple, then that would be kind of implying that the ground is purple. We don't know exactly if there are skies or portals or black holes in the sky or anything like that. So these are things that are not as testable as the ground that we are standing on. And so these things are kind of an appeal to things that you discuss once you know about the shape, which we can and have measured. So yeah, sky claims, forces, appeal to conspiracies, and things like that are secondary things that can be talked about, but are not primary when talking about surface and motion to the Earth, because that is the contention, flat versus globe. So measuring water has a shape. It takes the shape of its container on the sides and below. If it's full, a full container, the water will take the complete shape. It is a fluid after all, and water does seek its own level. It's just a matter of determining if it is flat level or if it is center of mass level. So on the left side of the screen here, this is the 4 lights experiment, which is 4 lights, 5, 6, 7, 8 miles away, linearly spaced, but they have non-linear curve, yet refraction is claimed for the globe to bend and make them all uniform. But this is revealing with your basic first interpretation that these lights are planar, are horizontal, just like as you see the water portrayed when talking about the Eurotunnel bridge or the underwater cables that allow us to communicate faster than the speed of light, or at the speed of light faster than sound, and to outpace weapons, because we are dealing with some people who, well, kind of get into that a little bit. But this is the 4 lights, and they show that the surface using 4 points on a XY grid, this shows as a mathematical proof that water is planar at its surface. And so now going to the land here, you have the planar land observation. This was in Canada. This was by railroad tracks, 21 miles away, and you can still see the source of light, and this is over land. And so minimal refraction because of not being over water. When it comes to measuring motion, or if we even can, you can see that Albert Einstein, who is kind of the father of the modern model of cosmology with general and special relativity, said that we cannot detect motion. That's why it's all relative. It's all on one frame. Everything is moving with the earth, so everything is relative. It's the moving trains. You can't tell which one is moving and which one is stationary. And this theory of his, the relativity idea, was proposed because of the Michelson-Morley experiment, which was supposed to get a fringe shift that you see with the expected result, but what they actually got, which is much more indicative of a non-moving earth, and actually after error can actually be shown to be not moving at all. And so what Einstein did was he basically voided the motion, and he said that, along with many other physicists, they all said that we can't detect motion. We get a null result anytime we do. A null result is the same thing as affirming no motion, but you can kind of smoke screen it and call it a failed result, a failed test, a null result, by saying that they, relatively couldn't get motion. But another way of saying that you didn't measure motion was that there is no motion. So
I'm sorry
to
interrupt. I'm so sorry, Nathan. Did we lose Leo? Is he still here? Is he hearing this?
Oh yeah, it does say he's not in here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he dropped.
Well, it's up to you, Ryan. I mean, oh, here he comes.
He's back. Okay,
sure.
Awesome. Leo, you there? Leo? Okay. And so as far as experiments showing null motion, you have the results of the Michelson-Morley. You have the gyro here, which this, if you can see in the center of the screen, that globe with the 3 gyros on it, that is actually the US military, showing that a gyro, a mechanical gyro, not anything that has to do with an internal electric motor or magnetism or programming or calibration or anything like that, just a strictly mechanical gyro, would rotate with the earth to show one of the axes of rotation because of its property of rigidity in space. And here it is over several hours, not moving at all. And then I also have on here just another quick application of someone who hit a target with a projectile launcher, a sniper from 4.4 miles away, and they did not say that they factored into account the Coriolis at all. So essentially assuming a stationary plane like NASA documents show and military documents, etc. So to wrap it up, the only thing that matters when we're talking about the shape of motion is the shape and the motion. Other things are secondary and can be talked about, but that is the key points, is the shape and the motion to the earth. And then when we go to observe natural water, we observe a phenomena like the 4 lights experiment, which gives us 4 data points, not just one on the other side of a shore, but 4 points that can be connected and create a line when you look at it as a cross section from the side. And this is yet to be shown as recreatable on a globe, on a known curved surface that simulates a globe, whereas flat Earth can demonstrate this as well as other phenomena. Land has also been shown to allow long sightings without any with a minimal refraction because of lack of water vapor, and motion is admittedly undetectable from the Earth. Hence, all things being relative, like the trains, which one's moving, yours or the other? Either one could say so. And the empirical results indicate that the Earth is at rest. And I just wanted to quickly wrap up here that we should all want to know the truth and get humanity on the same page and working together because we have this communication. We are legitimately dealing with people, and I've showed these documents before, but you can look up like Sea Spray, Operation Sea Spray, Operation Top Hat, Operation Northwoods, the Gulf of Tonkin, and see that we are dealing with people who are willing to use others and have them go fight and lose their lives for wars that are set up under false pretenses. They're willing to attack their own people. So we have to be able to work together to communicate, get on the right page, and really be here for everybody because life is special. Evidences and observations point to the Earth being at the center of creation could imply that we are very special. And Jesus did defeat death to show that there is more to life with the resurrection and that we have a creator who really loves us. This gets into, as far as the conspiracy with the 0.666 feet of curve, the 66.6 degree tilt to the earth, the 66,600 miles. Those are all biblical numbers of the only one who would benefit from a lie, just to cover that. And with that, I'll wrap up. I hope I left you with enough time, Flatzoid. So take it away.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. I don't have any share screen, but I'm just going to read what I wrote quickly. Okay. Flat Earth globe. What does that even mean? Well, we can take this many different ways. We can define it to be reality or the other made up or manufactured. How will we know which one is reality and which one is manufactured? Well, it is actually very simple. We first take a step back and take a look at the evidence. Evidence will be considered with an unbiased mind and with honesty. So let's do this quick. Let's take a step back and look at the evidence for both the model presented. Let's start with the evidence. Okay, well, what is evidence? I would rather say, let's see what type of evidence there are. Number one, real evidence. This is simply physical evidence, such as in the context of Earth. Water does not physically curve at rest. Number two, demonstrable evidence. Evidence which is presented to prove or disprove the argument made. Let's take, for example, of gravity holding gas down indefinitely. Is this demonstrable? No. So then it would not be considered this demonstrable evidence. Do we always require containment for gas pressure to exist? Yes. So it's always demonstrable in this case. So the evidence will lead to the flat Earth because it requires containment. Then we have number three, documentary evidence. These documents can be from a vast number of sources, from diaries, letters, contracts, newspapers, or any other type of document. So it would actually be a form of fallacy, as it would be appealing to authority or consensus on this matter. And then you have finally testimonial evidence. This is simply witness to the observation. Now let's take this evidence list and go through it both globe and Flatzoid. We compare the two and come to the conclusion, which is more evidence to deduction on a logical inference to make the most honest and unbiased relation to reality. Okay, so let's start with the real evidence again. Real evidence for the globe. To be honest, I sat for a while and thinking of physical evidence for the globe. I could not come up with anything, as the arguments either resulted in having faith or trust, or we can't get any physical evidence presented on this. Now, I would challenge the globe side to bring me physical evidence, and then I will retract the statement. Will you guys be doing that? We'll see. Okay, so real evidence for the flat Earth. Okay, sitting for a while, I first thought of physics. Water lies level at rest. This constitutes a horizontal. So we know horizontals do not curve at this physical evidence for flat Earth. Next, physical evidence. We sit here, we feel no movement. So this is physical evidence that the Earth is stationary. Other physical evidence is whenever we do measurements, for example, surveying or navigation, it's based always on a horizontal with a reference to a 90-degree angle. This shows that the Earth has to be measured flat. Anything after that is just calculation with conjecture to a belief system. Demonstrable evidence. This could go both ways. If the globe is just able to demonstrate any of its claims, but alas, we do not get any of these demonstrations. What do we get instead? The scale is either too large or too small, or you would not expect to see it or feel it. Now for flat Earth. This is totally different, as there has been many shown demonstrations, arguments to validate what is presented. What evidence is that, you might ask? Very simple. Bottom-up obstruction on flat surfaces. It's been shown on small scale and large scale with explanation by numerous different people. We see way too long observations if compared to what the globe model has presented to us. We are able to replicate many observations we see with demonstration. Now we move to documentary evidence. Well, this one is actually mostly for the globe, to be honest, and it appeals to authority and consensus. Does that make it reality though? No. I would say with a resounding no. We'll take an example, for instance. Phlogiston theory. It was well accepted as a documented authority based in consensus for a long time. Was it reality? No, it was disproven false. So you get the idea why documented evidence is not mean reality. So this leads to the last, testimonial evidence. For the globe, we get testimonial evidence in forms of astronauts and technicians who claim space. But again, we get testimonials from thousands of people claiming to have been abducted by aliens. How can we test these testimonials? Simple, we compare it to reality. Claim, space travel. How would we know it to be true? Simple, based on the first law and the second law of thermodynamics, it would be impossible. And space that would have been told to be, it would be impossible. So this would invalidate any claiming testimonial from space. Now for alien abductions. This is the simple two. How? It will also require space to exist, and since space doesn't exist, it falls flat too. Now let's take testimonial from flat Earth. We see observations way past than what we are supposed to be able to. This has been verified by countless observations over and over, for instance, like the black swan. We do not feel movement. This is a true statement, as no one feels movement, and it can even be stated by Einstein. This is Einstein's quote. Since then, I have come to believe that the motion of Earth cannot be detected by any optical experiment, comma, though the Earth is revolving around the sun. Note that that though he claimed no optical experiment will be able to pick up the Earth's rotation, he still has a belief that it revolves around the sun. Just because he makes a statement of belief that the Earth rotates around the sun, now does not invalidate the statement that no optical experiment can detect movement. It's just contradiction. Okay, sharp. And I'm almost finished. And then now we see the same contradiction follow the globe in such areas, level why do things fall? So I can close with this. If you're honest with yourself, globe defenders, will you take the evidence with unbiased honesty and deduce that the globe is just a religious belief system? Thanks.
All right. Thank you so much, guys, for your opening statements there. I want to let everybody know as well, if you check out our crowdfund in the description box below, you can still get tickets to see DebateCon live. But if you are in Texas area, James actually messaged me earlier to tell me the cutest thing, which is that they're getting extra chairs. How awesome is that? You know, I'm like, of course you are, James. Of course you're getting extra chairs so people can buy more tickets. What a scholar and a gentleman. So if you want to still go to the live event, you guys are still good to do that. Just see our links in the description right now for DebateCon 2.0. It's going to be awesome. So with that, we're going to kick it over to our Globe side, and we're going to let them get right into it. So you guys can decide who you'd like to go first in this exchange there.
I believe I'm going first. Thanks,
Cool.
Ryan. I'll just share my screen for you. Excellent. And just let me know when I can begin. Okay. Hello, my name is Mark Reid. I have the pleasure of appearing to represent the negative proposition on Is the Earth Flat. I'd like to thank Ryan and my partner Leo, the opponents and the audience for joining me for this debate and sort of flogging the proverbial dead horse of flat Earth. So I'll be quick to give time to my partner, but I'm happy to revisit subjects. It's been a millennia of proof for globe Earth, so I'll run quickly through why we have known since ancient Greek days that the Earth is actually a globe. First up is Aristotle, a brilliant man. He observed ships going over the horizon, reasons correctly that they are obstructed, observed lunar eclipses and found they're always circular no matter the orientation of the Earth and the Moon. He reasoned the only way this is possible if the Earth is a sphere, and he was correct. So let's look at his reasoning one by one. This is things behind the horizon. This is the CN Tower in Toronto, apparently 184 meters underwater if the Earth is flat. Hopefully they have flood insurance, or the Earth is a globe and half the kilometer tower is just obstructed by the horizon, which is actually the case. There is no optics that can cause this amount of obstruction. It's just not possible. That is beyond the horizon. 184 meters or 603 feet is obstructed over 39 miles. So I included this last minute. I wasn't originally going to include it, but I included this one last minute. This is the Orion test footage from Red's Rhetoric. It's a great YouTube channel. Let's watch what happens here. You'll see it go down and it'll vanish beyond the horizon before the splash happens. So that went beyond the horizon before the splash happens. Apparently, a dishonest flat earther deleted 11 frames from this footage to make it look like the capsule made a splash at the exact same time as hitting the horizon. The name of that dishonest flat earther was Flatzoid, who sort of lost all credibility when it came to editing documents and basically making things up. So Aristotle's second observation, these are composite images. The photos were taken and they were combined. No editing is used besides incorporating the photos into one. Millions of people have seen eclipses and there are billions of cameras in the world. Why can't the flat earthers produce just one eclipse that has a flat edge? Just one, that's all I'm asking for, one. It's because the Earth is a globe and a flat edge will never show on the eclipse because the Earth doesn't have a flat edge. So it will never appear, and they'll never be able to show one. Eratosthenes, he performed the experiment that calculated the circumference of the Earth. Basically had two sticks, measured the angle. One was in a well, so it could only be lit when it was directly overhead. Another one's 800 kilometers away. The angle of the shadow, we can calculate deviation, thus the Earth's curve. And now a flat earther might say, aha, that works with a small local sun too. And that is true for two sticks, not for multiple, not for more than two. The hypothesis is if the sun is small and local, we should see a linear or regular increase in the angle. We see on the left, if the sun is far away, we should see a non-linear increase in the angle. So how many of these sticks have been put down in modern times? So this is the experiment performed in 105 countries across 5,877 schools involving 35,913 students. The data is given to the student to check that the increase in angle is non-linear precession, and we find that the data comes back exactly matching a globe Earth. Completely blowing the small and local sun idea out of the water is not true. So we have to eliminate one of the hypotheses based upon the data that we get. The hypothesis we eliminate is, boom, the experiment does not work on a flat Earth model and when applied to more than two sticks or 2 points of reference. And we have literally done thousands. How do the flat Earth proponents explain this? How do they make the experiment work when the results so clearly refute what they say? I guess it will be fun to find out. On a modern note, these are photos from space showing Earth. This was taken in 1960, the first photo from a satellite. Terrible quality, but that is the first one ever taken. This is Blue Marble, 1972. It was done with a 70mm Hasselblad camera on film, and it's been cropped and colored later, but there was no CGI back in 1972 to actually make this photo. And this is a picture I grabbed from Epic Discover from 2 days ago. Epic has taken regular photos in wide spectrum. This is, of course, the visible spectrum, but the Epic camera has picked up things like forest fires on thermal imaging and things like that. And it can send information to the firefighting teams to pinpoint where the fires are, which is a wonderful use for it. I guess want to end with saying, if you do believe in flat Earth, that you're lagging behind the rest of civilization by so much as a couple of millennia. We have known that Earth is spheroidal for nearly 2,500 years. And I wish to put it to you, don't you think it's time to embrace and catch up with modern day? Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mark. We're going to kick it over to Leo.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to sort of come off of that one because that was a very, very brief yet surprisingly thorough demonstration of why the flat Earth is completely wrong. I considered, because I knew that Mark was going to give a presentation along the lines of what he just did, I considered trying to present more of like a philosophical case for why flat Earth as a model and as a theory is absolutely bankrupt. I don't think that there's any standards laid out in philosophy or metaphysics of science that flat Earth would meet. They don't actually have a model. They don't have any dynamical variables. They don't actually have any theories. Nothing's been tested. Nothing's been submitted. There's no rigorousness to this. There's nothing that's been standardized. I mean, this is just really bad. And anybody that knew anything about science would look at this and just say it's really bad. But quite frankly, most people don't really want to listen to that because at the end of the day, most people just really aren't interested in philosophy, unfortunately. But I don't, when it comes to flat Earth debates, it's really hard to figure out an intro because there's so much that you could say to show how this is wrong that you almost get lost in trying to figure out a reasonable place to start. So for me, usually I just like to point out that the flat Earth is just, this isn't a debate. Nobody has debates on these anymore. This is all done for fun. But just to humor myself and potentially others, just some questions for my opponents. Why is it that people in the northern hemisphere observe the sky to move counterclockwise, but people in the southern hemisphere observe the sky to move clockwise? If the sun is local, why is it that it doesn't illuminate the whole Earth at the same time? The flat Earth, what is the diameter of this flat Earth? Is it 25,000 miles as the spherical Earth is? If so, we can obviously measure the luminosity of the sun. Why is it that the sun doesn't illuminate the whole surface of this flat pizza land object thing that y'all got going on here? Is it a magic force that keeps it from illuminating, almost exactly half of it? Why do time zones exist? Why is it that seemingly roughly half of the Earth is only illuminated at any given instant? Why is it that we can measure the precession of the Earth? Do disks precess as well? How is it that we can measure all of these things and they don't seem to align with the flat Earth? How do you explain them? What model do you have that incorporates these and that accounts for these while still thoroughly empirically demonstrating that the Earth is a flat disk, or at least some sort of flat object? I don't know, maybe it's a cube and we're at the top. Who knows at this point? But these are some questions that I would have. Is how did this pizza imaginary thing that you're calling the Earth actually works, and why, you know, all of the things that we would expect to see if the Earth were a sphere rotating on its axis and orbiting a star is exactly what we would see. I'm just curious why that would be the case, and I think that I can just end it there.
All right. Well, thank you, everybody, for your intro statements there. Just want to remind everybody, if you haven't already hit the like and subscribe, do so. You know, we're definitely trying to drum up some attention for our debate con that's coming up. I just want to let you know we are going to be doing a Q&A at the end of this conversation, this debate. We want to make sure that our questions are aimed towards our topic and not our wonderful speakers that have taken time out of their day to come and have this discussion. So, yeah, make sure that that's that's your main focus in the live chat. So we're going to kick it into an open discussion. I think with Leo closing off there, if you want to refresh on what you were saying there, that you had a direct question towards them, I think we can probably launch pad right off that.
Yeah, I'd be happy to go at some of what Leo has. I actually have some demonstrations to show some of this. I did actually want to ask though, Flatzoid, what did Mark say about there was an editing of frames?
I can actually bring that video up because I showed all the frames, and that's just the poisoning the well fallacy, and that already shows he's conceded he has no argument. This has been an argument I presented 3 years ago, where I was showing if I take an inferior mirage out, it shows that it doesn't go behind the curve. So their argument is you took our globe curve away. So it's in concession then that it's not a physical curve. But they butthurt about that, so now they're saying I'm dishonest, even though I've shown in the video it with the mirage and then after the mirage is removed.
Did you take some frames out originally and not tell anybody?
I showed the video with the inferior mirage. Shows how you do
No. Like, that's a question. Did you take some frames out originally when you first showed the video and did not tell anybody?
Every edited video takes.
Did you take 11 frames out to stop this mirage? Because you went on. Well, I'd like to say something. Did you went on afterwards and said you took the frames out because they were a mirage? But you took the frames out just as that capsule, excuse me, I'm talking, as that capsule was getting to the horizon. Did you take frames out at that point?
I took the inferior mirage frames out after I showed the inferior mirage.
So you took frames out. Video. So everything that I said was true.
Poisoning the whale, and this has got nothing.
Everything that I said was true.
You showed everything and then showed it again, edited. Okay.
Yeah, I can show you the video
to make your point with an edit.
He only showed the one with the frame still in after he was called out for it.
Let's bring up the video.
Can I show you the original? I'm going to show you the original. How's that?
Let him bring up his video so he can defend what you've said there.
And this is just to show that he doesn't have anything.
Okay, do you want to share your screen? Oh, perfect.
Okay, I'm just going to quickly search it. Sorry, I have to. Where's now? Trying to quickly look for my.
And then Leo, I'll be able to get to. I just wanted to let Flatzoid clear that up, and then I can get to your. I pulled up the presentation or the demonstration. So.
Well, I do want to clarify all those questions that I asked were rhetorical questions. I mean, you guys don't have the answers to those questions.
Well,
I mean, you can try if you'd like to.
Yeah, I can show like the why we get the lighting effect that we see and everything, because it is for anyone who's on the fence or is curious about this topic, like how the sun. It's actually pretty incredible what can happen if you take a light and shine it through a glass dome. The lighting patterns actually do match time and date, which I'll
glass dome. Who put the glass up there?
The creator who loves us all.
mean,
is the
He,
one
he
who
put
put that
the
there.
glass.
Yeah, some material, but yeah, like a
How,
glass.
how thick is this glass? How thick
No
is
clue.
this glass?
No clue.
So isn't that something that would be predicted by your model? If there's a glass dome, it would possess some thickness.
well,
Why isn't
I
that
mean, I'm
something
sure
you
it
can
has
tell me?
a thickness. I'm sure. Yeah, I that would probably.
What kind
be
of
likely.
glass is it? Is it bulletproof glass?
I don't know.
That's just, sorry, can I just say?
So
it doesn't
there's
matter
a
what it's
glass
made
dome,
of.
but you don't know anything about the glass dome, but you know that it's there.
Right.
It
That's
doesn't
interesting.
matter what it's made out of. It's the function of the glass dome. Hence why we
It
can
doesn't
breathe right now.
matter. Of course it matters what it's made out of, right? I mean, if it's glass, as opposed to some other substance, of course it matters.
Molten looking glass.
A
It says
looking
molten
glass.
looking glass. Molten,
Molten looking glass. So where
That's
would that
what it's
fall on the
phrased as.
periodic table?
I think Nathan had a point he was trying to get in there, guys.
Okay.
I was just
sorry.
gonna. It's like knowing what is space-time fabric made out of. It would be kind of, it's something maybe we can test it one day, but we don't have the technology to do so. If we can crack.
Yeah,
through
but
the
you know what
dome,
the interesting thing is? You know what the interesting thing is physicists don't know what space-time is made out of. Most physicists would say that's probably not a meaningful question because space-time is likely an emergent structure. But the interesting thing is that we still know that space-time is there because we can measure it in a variety of different styles of experiments, all of which corroborate each other with their conclusions. Do you
we don't know
have
what
this
the
for this
flat-
supposed glass dome?
we don't know what the firmament is made out of, but we can use it to predict the lighting pattern of what we would see and how the sun lights up the land, and that it matches on, you know, the some of the flat earth models that we are given. I think there is some holding back of you know, the most accurate models, but I think the military and NASA, who use flat stationary non-rotating earths in their technical documents, especially with like damaged aircraft, they use a flat non-rotating earth, so they probably have accurate land distances and things like that. But we can show a lighting pattern that will light, even give you the 24-hour light in Antarctica, using the coffee cup caustic effect with the lighting. So
I don't think it will.
Yeah.
Can you
that's
bring
on
that video,
right now.
Flatzoid, to the point that Mark had brought up there?
Yeah, just skip to the point. We probably don't
Okay,
want to see
but
the
you see,
entire
I'm
thing.
scared if I do that, he's going to say I'm being dishonest and cherry picking. So
Well-
you guys can talk while it's going on. How's that?
Well, I was going to say we can't share the entire video here, so if you
Okay.
can
Yeah,
skip
like
to the
just
point.
skip to the point where
Well,
it is. I
wait,
mean,
is this
seriously.
this is a Red's rhetoric video?
Yes.
Okay, no, we can share it. I can promise you Red's rhetoric is not going to care. This is a flat earth debate, and it's being used to show how flat earthers are wrong, because this is going to show how flat earthers are wrong.
Okay.
Just like when they used the gyroscope or the laser ring gyroscope in their own documentary 2 different times,
Ooh.
one after recalibrating
that was
it,
a glow
both
Leo?
showing a
documentary.
15
Leo?
degree per
Yeah.
hour drift, and
Leo?
they
Yeah.
still put it in their documentary.
Leo?
It
That
was a
still
globe
shows the class.
documentary.
Sorry, Leo, I wanted to bring a point up. Can you show me this ring laser that he used? Because Bob had a fog. He didn't have a ring.
No,
Okay.
it's a ring
I,
laser
I,
gyroscope.
Bob had a fault.
He had a fog.
A fault?
A fog,
fog.
fiber optic gyro. They said he used a ring laser gyro. Very
Do you
odd.
not? Do you know what fiber optic is, Flatzoid?
Yes, I
Fiber
do.
optic
But you are obfuscating from the point now.
Yeah, Mark,
They
you
advertised
know more
it.
about this than I do.
They advertised
Yeah, so fiber
it.
optics
Why is everybody talking
use
of you?
light.
I'm having a statement here. Yeah. Okay. So anyway, this is the point. You can see it's 2 minutes 53. What do I show? Oh, wait. Everything's there. Sorry, Mark, what did you say?
Then
Now
why
we
did you
to
go and
my
admit
point.
that you took frames out?
Now I said, did you see? Because I'm trying to show the impact point. I'm trying to show where the inferior mirage is. I'm very clear on saying
Uh-huh.
where the inferior mirage is. Okay, apparent horizon. Okay, still carrying on. Inferior mirage, very clear. Is anything dishonest here, guys?
Looks good.
Yeah, you took frames out. Yeah.
What's dishonest? I showed all the frames. Now I'm explaining to you what I'm doing. Now see the top of the inferior mirage? So that's the inferior mirage band, Mark. I can't help you because you don't understand. Now you call me dishonest. Okay, now let's see where the capsule hits. Now this is after
Yeah.
taking
See the cut?
infrared
There was a
mirage
cut.
out.
Yeah, there was a cut.
Yes. Yes,
Mhm.
because
Did you say you took
infrared-
frames out? You didn't say you took
I
frames
just
out
showed
at
you.
all. No, no,
I
no,
just
but you didn't
showed you
say
on
so on the
screen.
video. You just said, hey, let's look at it in slow motion.
Yeah. And I got
Mm-hmm.
videos after this explaining it and doing it again,
Yeah.
showing you. So
And he did show
only
the
one being
full
dishonest. Thank you.
splashdown as well.
Thank you.
But when he slowed it down, he took out 11 frames to make it seem like, because you
4
can't see at
frames.
full speed.
4
Excuse me, I'm
frames.
talking. Excuse me, I'm talking.
Stop
Excuse me,
misrepresenting.
excuse me, I'm talking.
4 frames.
Excuse me. So he did not actually say that he took out frames. Basically, he said, let's look at it in slow motion. Here's where the mirage is. And then you can see the cut where he's cut out all of these frames, 11 frames, because Red's rhetoric and the other guys went through and counted the frames that he took out. And so when he says, no, I didn't take frames out, he's meaning the first one in full speed, not the slow motion. So he took them out of the slow motion one, and he himself sort of won't admit it, but he won't deny it either. Does it matter how many? It was 11. But anyway, I think we should move on, because this is like, it's clearly been shown he's taken frames out of one of those, the slow motion.
That's why.
Yeah, so we really should move on, because I'd like to address the debate. So
Can
he
I
took out
actually
some
defend
frames.
myself?
We know this.
Am I allowed
Would
to
you
defend
mind,
myself?
Mark, if there were a
Brought up. So Leo, you had
Okay.
brought up a point in your intro statement there. So if you want to elaborate on that a little bit, and then we're going to try to get Nathan in here to respond to your point there, so we can get your voice in here.
Well, honestly, there were just a couple of things that they had mentioned in their intro that I wanted to get to before we move too far past it. And obviously, some of this is what Nathan said, if that's all right. Okay, so the Michelson-Morley experiment was mentioned. That this didn't have anything to do with the motion of the Earth. It had to do with the motion of the Earth with respect to the luminiferous ether. And what it showed isn't that the Earth isn't moving, it's that there is no luminiferous ether, because if there was, we should be able to detect differences in how light behaves when it's leaving the Earth as a result of the drag of the Earth through this ether, but nothing like that was detected. So what that means isn't that the Earth isn't moving, which is a thing we've detected because we can see, differences in stars and all, we've got the retrograde of planets and all that stuff. Like the Earth is moving. So that's a thing that we know. So the Michelson-Morley experiment didn't have anything to do with that. It had to do with the luminiferous ether. Somebody, I can't remember which one of you it was, but somebody mentioned something about phlogiston and documented.
Well, if you just let Nathan respond, I'd like to make a point after that, if that's okay.
Oh,
Leo.
Well, there was just like a few different points I was going to hit.
Yeah, we'll hit them. We'll hit them,
and then we can get to the document that Flatzoid brought up. And then because
this starts about a document, I was going to bring up the phlogiston and documented evidence because that's
okay. Oh, go for it. Sorry, Leo. Sorry.
No. Go.
Is it related?
So. Well, all I wanted to say with respect to that is that relates to some issues in the philosophy of science with respect to like scientific instrumentalism and scientific realism, and whether our scientific models are actually revealing anything about the world. But it doesn't do anything to like discredit science. That's not what that does. Somebody said space travel is impossible. No, it's not. And then somebody said that space doesn't exist. Yes, it does. And that was all I wanted to touch
on. Okay, so to get to the Michelson-Morley experiment, so it was to show the Earth moving. I believe Leo, you even said it was to show the Earth moving with regards to the ether. So that in and of itself is an attempt to show the Earth moving in some form or fashion. And they didn't get the predicted 30 kilometers per second.
That's a bit of an equivocation, isn't it?
Well, it's how you.
There's a difference between measuring the motion of an object with respect to something else and measuring its motion simplicator. And so what I'm saying is that this experiment did not measure the motion of the Earth in and of itself. It was measuring it with respect to some other object to see if that other object existed, because if it did, we should be able to measure Earth's movement with respect to it, which was not measured. That doesn't mean the Earth isn't moving. It means there is no luminiferous either.
The Earth
That's like
moving
saying,
is an
I just want to say something
you can apply to the conclusion.
That's and like saying if the Earth isn't moving through water, then it's not moving, right? We're only checking for one thing, and that was a luminous ether. So, you can't just sort of say because we didn't pick it up moving through this medium that it's not moving at all. That's what Leo's trying to say.
But the light did not pick up the Earth rotating and the light sources moving and then light being sent off at its constant speed and having one mirror brought closer than the other
Do you
mirror.
know why?
And they did
you
it
know
at
why?
all times of the year in all directions. Because and then that's when they invented the Lorentz transformation. No one had conceived of matter shrinking.
Invented.
So
Well, how-
there's two things.
How would you ever
there's-
know if
haven't heard of
everything
very
shrinks as
strange
you're trying to
before.
measure it? If your ruler shrinks to the same at the same time that your receiver is contracting, you're gonna get, and it's 1 foot of a receiver and both shrink and it still looks like a foot using that shrunken ruler, you could never tell. It's like a rubber ruler. It's something that would never it would always appear like it's not moving and that it's just shrinking, but you can also interpret it as it's not moving.
There's a couple of things here. One, it's hard to detect like something moving using like light alone because light travels at a constant speed. Photons are massless. Number one. And what was the second thing that you said there right at the end?
With
My mind is not serving me well.
the
This evening.
contraction, of
Oh
matter?
yeah, so Lorentz transformations. Lorentz transformations were utilized in electromagnetism before they were utilized by Einstein in special relativity.
But
Einstein
nobody
didn't
Was
come up
matter
with the Lorentz.
contraction before that?
Yes, length contraction and time dilation were utilized initially in electromagnetism because they helped preserve symmetries that were observed in electromagnetism. That if if the Lorentz transformations didn't work, then the classical electromagnetism would break down. It wouldn't make any sense, except that we know it works. So obviously there's something wrong with our mathematical description, and we realized that Galilean transformations don't work. This is what led people like Henri Poincaré and Heinrich Lorentz and eventually Albert Einstein into all of the variety of ideas that eventually culminated in Einstein's special theory of relativity.
Yeah,
Well,
and I
though-
just would like to add about Einstein that you keep sort of saying, hey, he said that no optical measurement would detect the rotation. Optical isn't the only type of measurement out there. It's sort of like saying, oh, because I can't measure it with this particular thing, then we can't measure it at all. Like he only said optical. Like
No,
you
which-
can't just say, well, we can't detect it at all because he said we couldn't detect it. Optical is just one type of measurement we can
Yeah,
do.
you
We
could
can do
use
all
like a
kinds.
physical mechanism to try to
Correct.
detect motion.
Which way did he detect motion then?
What?
Which way detects
What?
motion then?
Which way?
Well,
Well,
I mean-
well, I was just going to say the laser ring gyroscope twice.
That's
the ring
optical.
laser.
That can detect ether as well. Light travels
It's-
utilizes the ether,
uses
and so
magnetic effect,
you would
No, it doesn't.
It
It
uses
doesn't
the
detect
Sagnac,
ether.
it uses the Sagnac effect, and even the layering laser gyros, even the fog gyros, they all have
The
drift to
Sagnac
them
effect is a
because of
relativistic
precession.
effect.
They all have precession. It's a mechanical thing.
Well, the Sagnac effect
Um,
is a relativistic effect, but it restores it as a result of a symmetry in a laser ring gyroscope. So, like, that's
Yeah.
not actually an issue. This is just the
Okay.
thing that flat earthers bring up, and this is how you know that they don't actually know the physics on this because they all say Sagnac. The guy was French. His name was Sagnac.
Sagnac. It doesn't matter how pronunciation.
No,
And the
no,
fact
it
that
does.
you-
It's like
the
saying
fact
it's
you're
like calling the
testing-
drink.
The
It's like
fact-
calling the drink a cognac.
Okay.
It's not
Well,
called
if you
cognac, it's
don't want an-
cognac.
Can we also
If you
talk-
don't want an optical
Can I
one,
talk?
then the Foucault pendulum is a definite example
No,
of a
it's not.
non-optical.
Can I bring
measurement
something up
that
about
picks
the
up the drift.
can I share my
exactly
screen
the
for a
same.
second?
Excuse
With
me,
the-
Nathan, please. I'm in the middle of talking. Come on, buddy.
I was busy talking.
So the
Mark
Foucault
rudely
pendulum.
interrupted like usual.
Okay, all right. Well, then
was
go.
talking
What would you
Mark,
have
go
to say, Flatzoid?
So if you want to share your screen, we can do that.
Then what do you have to say, Flatzoid? Sorry, I didn't know I interrupted. Go for it. What do you have to say?
I was talking about precession in ring laser gyros. Then you brought up Foucault pendulum.
Okay.
But the problem is you keep talking over me when I'm trying to talk. Okay, so it works. It doesn't matter how you pronounce something. That already shows you don't have an argument to rebuttal. It's just semantics. I'm Afrikaans, so that's how I pronounce it.
But I
Anyway,
did rebut. what you
every
said.
interferometry works with the Sagnac or however you pronounce it. Okay, it's just the movement of light. Every optical, and that is optical, light is optical. It has precision. You can't show me one gyro in existence that does not have mechanical precision. Even that light has precision. You can go look up any document you want to. They admit it. It's got discrepancies. And the gyro is not supposed to drift because it's supposed to keep a space in a rigid space. So if it drifts, there's something wrong with it. It's not picking up rotation. It only picks up movement relative to that rigid space.
Okay, so the Foucault pendulum is a non-light based, it's very, very simple device. It just uses the Coriolis effect to measure the rotation of the Earth. And it will measure the rotation of the Earth. Like it comes out exactly the same as those ring laser gyroscopes, exactly the same measurement. And, I noticed that you brought up these mechanical gyroscopes, Nathan, the effect is very, very weak. It has to be a very sensitive thing to actually pick it up. So we know that mechanical gyroscopes are not going to be sensitive enough to pick up that effect. In fact, the Foucault pendulum has to be of a decent enough length of line in order to pick it up, or it's just not sensitive enough. But if you have enough weight on it and a long enough line, it will pick up that drift. And with no interference from humans whatsoever, it will create that drift on the floor.
Okay.
So I just said, do you think it's frictionless?
Well,
Do you
no,
think the Foucault
I mean,
pendulum is
it's
frictionless?
slight friction.
Thank you. So there's your oscillation.
And
So friction always points in the same way that we predict in the north and
pendulums go
south.
opposite
Excuse me, I'm
directions.
in the middle of talking. I'm sorry, the start of your sentence interrupted the middle of mine. So you think that friction will cause the pendulum to drift in the exact way every single time, regardless of the types of things we use to make the pendulum, regardless of the type of weight we have on it, regardless of all of that, it's going to affect it in exactly the same way. That's friction, is it?
So as far as affecting it the right way, first off, I wanted to say, Mark, I am sorry for jumping in the middle of your sentence there.
Yeah, no worries.
But if I could share my screen real quick here, I actually wanted to.
Sure, let's see it. I'll get that on there. Just give me 1 second.
Is there a way to? Okay, there goes the bar.
There you are. You're good to go now.
Okay. So I did want to quickly this is a Foucault pendulum that they wanted to carry out in the at the South Pole, supposed South Pole. And actually, they were able to get it to what they wanted. But if you look here, it actually says, standing on the bottom of the world, the Earth spins backwards relative to the direction it spins in the northern hemisphere. Our first attempt with the pendulum showed the Earth spinning backwards from what was expected. We didn't notice this at first because we're all from the northern hemisphere and are accustomed to the Earth spinning anti-clockwise. We realized our frame of reference, the Earth should be spinning clockwise, so we had to modify the pendulum. So these people were apparently able to modify to get the specific thing that they were looking for with their pendulum. And they're also, as far as if the pendulum is picking up anything, it could apparently be the ether as well, because you have the Elias effect, which NASA had put together, wanting to show that this guy who actually won a Nobel Prize in economics, but he found this Elias effect, and he saw that there was like a 13.5 degree shift during an eclipse, showing that the sun and moon might have an effect on the pendulum. This guy right here, he did an experiment for like 30 days straight. But yeah, he noticed that there was a change in the direction of the pendulum. And so there could be a sky interference, but it's not consistent. And then that even can get you to this here, which is this is a man who carried out or went to a museum that had set up a pendulum. And it actually did end up showing that over time, it stayed in the same position for hours throughout the day. So this one didn't work. There are people who have called someone called the guy who installs these in museums, and he says that they have magnetic drives and motors that are also programmable. So you're able to get this, if the motor stops working, it stops swaying. But again, you can get sky influence you can also rig it essentially to show what it is that you are trying to show.
Can I ask you a question, Nathan?
Yeah.
Do you know what a damped oscillator is?
I do not.
So the reason that they have the electric motor on them is because of atmospheric friction, gravitational potential friction, and a variety of other things that would otherwise. This is why no pendulum on Earth is ever going to swing forever, because there's a variety
right?
of outside forces that perturb that pendulum, that damp its oscillation such that it comes to a point of rest. In physics, like in an entry-level first semester physics course, you deal with oscillators, damped oscillators, driven oscillators, things like that. That's why they have electric motors on them. There's one at the Science Center of Iowa, and it doesn't stop. And all the electric motor does is add just a little kick to keep the pendulum swinging back and forth. That's all it does.
And that's why it can't be friction causing this effect, because friction would actually slow down and stop it, not keep it swinging.
Yeah, if it's oscillating due to the push, the magnetic push every time, that's what gives us pinch. I mean, we got 4 focal pendulums supposed to be in South Africa. Not one of them are in working order. Not one, because we even had them go the opposite way before.
And they do slow down because of friction, but the pendulum is also it's attached to the Earth, which again, I mean, Einstein knew about pendulums, and not to appeal to authority and consensus of science, but that is something that scientists will do that are through the academics, is they appeal to consensus. Majority of scientists believe this, and big names like Einstein are also something that people will cling to. But these pendulums do have a friction. They do slow down, and if it's got magnetism or light, anything to do with magnetism and light, that is under the explanatory ability of the ether, and the luminiferous ether properties can account for this phenomena that we observe.
Okay,
do you
so
mind?
how would you, sorry, Nathan, how would you test the falsifiability of the ether? Because it has been tested in the Michelson-Morley and came up sort of really wanting. So how do you propose that we test this for falsifiability?
So the ether, the explanation of the ether does cover the observation of the conclusion, or the observation and the conclusion of the Michelson-Morley experiment. But the ether itself is not. It's a philosophical proposition. It's not something that is,
unfalsifiable.
I can't weigh out. It's similar to space-time fabric, dark matter, dark energy. These things that we can't weigh.
No, it's not.
We can't. Can you hand me a piece of space-time fabric and let me put it on a scale?
No, but I can show you that space-time exists.
Can I just say something? Yeah.
It's fine.
I think
it's interesting that they got to the South Pole though, because I thought you couldn't do that.
There's a few. Well, tours.
I thought there was like a Game of Thrones wall or something.
White Walkers beyond it, yeah.
Yeah, can we maybe get back to the argument of Earth, because we don't need to go to up in the sky. That's what Nathan opened with as well. We want to keep to the ground what we're saying the Earth is. So can we get to the arguments presented for Earth? Thank you.
Wait, but this was sort of your line of, okay, well, I mean, one of the things that really was problematic that sort of Nathan brought up was the idea that because diagrams look flat, then the Earth is flat. That is actually the reification fallacy. It's sort of mistaking the model for the, to quote Nathan, another Nathan, it's mistaking the diagram. Yeah.
Because my can is round, beer is round. I'm sorry, I had to.
Yeah, well, because the planets are round, the Earth is round. It's the same. It's the same. What is it? Reification.
No, it's not. There's a reason why that's the case. Do you want to know what it is?
Your can is a container.
Philosophy.
Your can is a container. So everything inside it is contained by the shape of the container. Thank you.
Yeah, that's called. Yeah, that's
really so. Can I ask the four lights experiment observation? Is that do you know of any way that could be? Has there been any demonstration or recreation of the four lights experiment showing that you can have light, because these lights are incrementally spaced out evenly. They're 1 mile apart a piece, 5, 6, 7, 8 miles. but the curvature that each one experiences from the observer is not incrementally spaced out. It doesn't keep even suit with the spacing of the lights themselves. So how is it that refraction bends all of these lights to appear exactly flat, exactly level, exactly planar, exactly horizontal? Is there any way to recreate that? Because flat earthers have been pressed about like bottom up disappearance, sunsets, things like that, and they've shown all of that on a flat earth surface with realistic variables. So is there any four lights experiment? Because I've talked to some people and I've never gotten a recreation or of this. I've gotten an explanation. I got sent a link to refraction, but I'm skeptical that refraction could do this. I mean, I could say that my car will get better gas mileage. If I take the engine out of it, it will weigh less and therefore get better gas mileage. I can do the math about if you take out so many pounds, it gets this much better gas mileage. I can do all that, but to actually apply it in a demonstration is a whole other topic that flat earthers heavily get pressed on doing, and it's demanded. Every single claim that a flat earther makes is scrutinized heavily and said show every single thing. Can you show that it is even possible for Globe Water to make that four light experiment happen?
Actually, just before we address that, like you're basically saying that every claim that you make gets scrutinized heavily, but what I notice is that you don't actually come up with what we come up with for the explanations. You don't have, like, you sort of say this luminous aether, but you don't actually demonstrate that it exists at all. You just say that that's what it is and that's what it does and that's what it can do. So no, you're not scrutinized as heavily as you should be. We should have calculations. We should have models. We should have a diameter to the flat earth. We should have all kinds of things from you, Nathan, that we don't get. So the claim that you're scrutinized more heavily than scientific facts is actually really, really appalling to me. I'm sorry, because we really give you a massive pass when it comes to coming up with models and calculations that we would demand of somebody who was working in the scientific field. Now, I'll just address that, because what you would do is do the test under different refractive conditions and see if it comes out. I mean, there was that canal experiment in England that the flat earthers really said, oh, this is the grand thing. Yeah, the Bedford
level experiment.
Yeah. And then they found out due to refraction, he was completely and utterly wrong. Like, he was just wrong. If you did it under a different refractive index day, you would get a different result. Now, I'm not familiar with this experiment, but what you would do is present it under a number of different refractive indexes and find out if that's actually the case, because we've seen people do experiments with light over distance and having to, raise it up so that people actually see the light coming through. In fact, I think a party of flat earthers under Jeranism did that one, and they had to actually elevate the light in order to see it. So, where is this experiment? Where is the report on it? So if you want to be scrutinized as much as science, then you need to come up with a paper, you need to test your variables, you need to change variables and make sure what is causing it is actually the thing that's causing it, and then subject that to scrutiny.
Okay, can I?
First things first, if you want to be scrutinized by science, you need to actually do real science. So that's, go ahead.
Can I first of all, he didn't claim science here. Would you be able to quickly bring in that diagram up again, Nathan? And then Mark, if you want to keep to science, like you said, please let the globe keep to science, because we don't have any science for globe. It's pseudoscience.
What do you mean by pseudoscience?
You can believe that if you want. I don't.
How do we?
Well, hold on here, because that's a really interesting question. What's the difference between science and pseudoscience? Flatzoid.
Pseudoscience is based on a belief and conjecture, where science is just a method.
That doesn't tell me anything. Like, what is
science is the cause for the effect. Even Mark just said so. Now, your globe doesn't have a cause for effect scientifically. It has a belief without a scientific hypothesis and experiment. And this starts way back.
I just got a pop up. Is my screen still on?
Yeah, it's
still on. Is it still showing? I just got a pop up that said I got dropped. Can y'all see that?
I just wanted to say something really quickly about what Flatzoid just said there. You do know that there's a lot of philosophers of science, actually. I mean, Bertrand Russell was one who causation isn't even a fundamental feature in our scientific theories. There are no
Pseudoscience.
variables of causation. So you
Pseudoscience.
said cause and effect, but it doesn't seem that cause and effect, that the notion of causation may be even, present in fundamental physical equations. So I think that's pretty interesting how people always characterize science as like cause and effect, but when you actually go talk to the people who study what science is fundamental, a lot of them would say that, a lot of them believe that causation might not actually be a fundamental feature of science. Science is much, much more than that.
Then it's pseudoscience. Science
isn't
is
the
specifically
science
for the cause. Science is specifically for the cause of the effect. You're trying to figure out what caused the effect. That's
I
what
don't think
science
that's
is
true.
for. Yes.
it's part of it.
What do you think an IV and DV is for?
What do I think? What is for?
What is an IV and a DV?
Independent variable, dependent variable.
Thank you. Yeah, so your independent variable is what causes your
Why are you
dependent variable.
telling me about things I learned in 8th grade?
I'm trying to explain it to you because you're saying philosophy is
Well,
science.
so you think science is
not.
just independent variable and dependent variable? That's all you think science is?
Science is a method to figure out the cause for the effect. That's what science is. It's got nothing
Yeah,
to
but
do
what
with
about
what
people
is
who
in the
think that
natural
causation?
world.
What about people who don't think that causation features fundamentally in science? What would you say to
That's
somebody who said that?
pseudoscience because they have
Yeah,
a
but so what do you
belief.
mean by pseudoscience?
They have a belief. Science
Yeah,
is
but
a method.
scientists have
It's got
beliefs
nothing
too,
to
so
do
I don't
with
I
if
don't
you
understand what
care.
that means.
Science doesn't care if you have a belief about science or something. It's simply a method. It's for the cause of an effect. Full stop.
I don't think
Yeah, but
you
what
know
about people
science
who don't
is.
think that causation's a part of it? See, that's the thing. You're just repeating the
Then
same
it's
things
pseudoscience.
over
Well,
again
it's
because
Then
you
people
don't
have their
actually
different takes on
know
science.
anything about the philosophy of science.
Can I to address, so Mark, you talked about the like being under the scrutiny of science and having to show your maths and your claims and your calculations and everything. I just posed this to the globe side of the discussion using any variables, any realistic natural refractive index, lapse rates, or anything like that. Just show a recreation that shows this result. If you need a refractive index that is heavily suited to show this, and temperature and lapse rate and all of that, do it. Just show that it is possible, because right now this has only been shown, can only be shown on a flat surface. This would be an observation of the natural world because it's natural conditions. We're looking at something outdoors and it's natural conditions, and it only is able to be affirmed by a flat surface. So that would show that it is a flat surface. There are claims that can be made. Here's one thing that I think is really important.
Well, let me address that. Let me address that before you go on. Can I please address what you've said?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so you're basically saying that we're subject to the same scrutiny, but you haven't shown how tall the lights are, what kind of conditions there were, what kind of well, you haven't shown that. That's the thing. Like, you need to draw all of this up so people can replicate your experiment and then see if they get the same result. Because just saying, hey, I did a thing, is not enough. That's not the scrutiny that we apply to science. We say, hey, I did a thing and got this result, and then put it out there and say, hey, can everybody else do the thing and come up with the same result? And that's what you're not doing. You're telling me a story, right? You're telling me a story about what some person did, and it holds no weight whatsoever, because I don't know that, if you're not publishing it, you're not giving any kind of refractive index, you're not giving any account for ionic scattering, you're not giving any account at all, and just a blurry photo, a hand-drawn thing on graph paper, and saying, hey, that proves what you're claiming. That's not how anything works. Imagine if I gave you a hand-drawn diagram of a curved Earth and something that I did and said, hey, that proves the Earth is round. You wouldn't take it very seriously, would you, Nathan?
I would. If you're just showing it to illustrate the point, I would listen to the context of what you're saying and what the message you're trying to get across. The point you're trying to make, I would listen to and take in.
Can I just make?
Yeah, but I'm taking in your point, but I'm saying that there's a better way to validate that is an experiment has been done correctly, because you're asking me to account for an experiment that I don't know exactly how it's done. I don't know the refractive index on that day. I don't know if there was cloud cover for
That's why I said
scattering.
take any.
I don't.
And
Well, I don't know the specifics of the experiment. So how can I possibly say what's involved in it? Because nothing about the surrounding environmental conditions has actually been noted down. You've just got a picture and a photo, and that's it. I don't like, you'll call our photos from space fake, you know. I mean, why would I just not go, hey, somebody took a photo of lights, congratulations?
Can I
Go ahead,
put something in?
Flatzoid. I want to pull something up while you're doing that.
Okay, sure.
Please.
First of all, Mark, you just hand waved the missing it. The point is, we can demonstrate what we are claiming. This demonstrates a flat surface. If you go watch the actual video of the observation, the demonstration, you can see the heights, you can see all the information you need. Secondly, he never claimed science, so he doesn't need to give you any hypothesis or science for it. Thirdly, just because you say you don't accept it because you want to know all light scattering and all that nonsense, doesn't make it an invalid demonstration. We have actual physical demonstrations where the globe has none. That's the whole point.
And you want to know what's really funny, Mark?
Yeah,
if I could jump in here just really quickly.
Sure.
I'll be really quick, Mark. I promise. I just wanted to say to you, you know, it's funny how he's saying, oh, well, you trying to specify all of the variables so we can figure out what the dependent variables and the dependent variables are is wrong. And that doesn't... excuse me, that doesn't invalidate the model. But 5 minutes ago, he was talking about independent variables and dependent variables, and that was the whole thing that you were trying to get at. This is just hilarious.
Wow. It's funny. I was going to talk, so I'll just address what he said. Thank you anyway. I'll address what he said. So, you know, I never said that you were doing science. What I'm saying is that Nathan said, hey, we're put under a lot of scrutiny. We're scrutinized a lot. And when I start to bring up things that, hey, this is how we'd scrutinize it, you say, no, we shouldn't have to do that. If you want to be scrutinized, be scrutinized. You're basically saying, hey, we don't want to be scrutinized in our things that we're doing here. And what the completely hypocritical thing about Flatzoid is that he'll say, oh, you hand waved this away. I showed pictures of the Earth, pictures of a actual Earth, and you guys hand wave it away and say, oh, it's CG kind of thing. Why should I take your photo seriously if you just hand wave and say, hey, your pictures aren't real either, when I have the pictures to show it, and I can get tons of pictures of a round Earth. You haven't addressed the eclipse thing. You haven't addressed the experiment that I put out there. You haven't addressed anything that I've said.
Can we stick to one topic? But by the way, it violates the first and second law of thermodynamics.
Stick to one topic, excuse me. Stick to one topic. We weren't talking about the laws of thermodynamics, one topic at a time.
Okay. I just want to finish my statement. We were through this in the last debate, and this is actually answering what your pictures from space. It violates the first and second law of thermodynamics. That's why it cannot be a picture from space. Okay, go again.
How do pictures violate? How do pictures violate the first and second? No, I'm curious on this. How do pictures? Yeah, how does a globe Earth violate the first and second laws?
Oh, this is you haven't heard this, have you?
No, I haven't. This is gonna be interesting.
We're busy on it.
It's something. It's something.
Can I talk? Okay. First of all, your globe starts on the premise by violating the first law of thermodynamics. Nothing created everything. That violates the first law.
What does that have to do with the shape of the Earth? How does that even remotely relate to the shape of the Earth?
Model's origins is based on nothing created everything.
No, it's not.
Well,
no, it's not.
Let's address
I can tell you where the solar system. Yeah, I can tell you where the solar system came from. It came from a massive cloud of hydrogen gas that was collapsed as a result of a supernova, and that slowly accumulated matter over time. Because this is actually how science works. This is gravity. This is general relativity. Something I'm almost certain you don't have any understanding of. So yeah, when you say nothing, like you're just deflecting away from actually answering the question I asked you. How does the shape of the Earth relate to the first and the second laws of thermodynamics? Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah. So I just want to also point out, just quickly, I've just got one very small point. I just want to point out that all this debate, they've been like, go directly to the shape. Don't look at the things around it and the sky and all the other things, But when they get stuck, they go to the first and second laws of thermodynamics.
Pay no mind to the man behind the curtain.
You brought up pictures from space.
All right,
You
so
brought up pictures
where
from space and
you
asked me
fellas
to-
did, sorry, I'm clipping a little bit there. Where you fellas did get a chance to speak there for a bit, we're gonna let Nathan and Flatzoid speak for a while. And to the live chat, I have been silently moderating as much as I can here, but I am trying to make sure that you can hear our speakers exclusively here, because there are a lot of voices in our chat right now. So we're gonna give up to 2 minutes here for Nathan and Flatzoid to bounce some ideas off of each other there.
Hope
based
they
on
answer
what
my
Leo and
question.
Mark said. Okay.
Okay.
So the floor is yours,
I'll
fellas.
give one. Okay, I'll give 1 minute and then Nathan 1 minute. Is that fine, Nathan?
Yep, go for it.
Okay. First of all, where did your hydrogen gas come from? Nature can't create itself. Hence why it's supernatural. God is above nature. He is the beginning. He's the Alpha and Omega, aka nature has already violated the first law. Second law, it's the entropic law. So if you have a high pressure system separate to the surrounding system, that's a low pressure system, entropy will increase and all the gas we breathe will fill the available space. This is simply your space is violating natural law, because if it was a closed system, great, we got gas to breathe. If it's an open system, we would not be alive right now to be able to have this debate. And back to the actual argument we just had, we can demonstrate things, you guys can't. Thank you.
I will say, okay, I got a lot to cover here. Got to be quick. Talking fast is not my thing, but anyway, well, okay. So yes, there is a scrutiny that is applied to the flat Earth, and having all of these variables. If an observation is made where you see a mirror flash too far away, you want to know the refractive index every 10 feet of water. There is something to like how high is the sun or how far away is the sky or this or that, but we don't claim to know that. We don't claim to know the sizes, the distances, or those types of things. And that's one thing that I wanted to say that I think is important for people trying to grasp this concept. Astronomy of today makes claims of knowing what the deep ocean of an exoplanet is, or the atmosphere, and they can tell you the gas molecules on that atmosphere. We hardly understand parts about the deep ocean of our own Earth. So they're the ones that almost inflate our understanding of we can know all of these things, when really, I mean, knowledge it can be, until it's settled, knowledge is kind of hard to pin down. And then let's see. So yeah, that is a diagram that does grow to one, Groutaone. He's the one that did that experiment. 4 lights, all 1 foot high, observer height of 7 inches. You can check his video out and he goes into it, but use any variables you want, any refractive, powerful refraction, cold temperatures, hot temperatures, do this, do that, just recreate it using natural, realistic, within parameters of natural conditions, recreate it. Just start there. It's a very wide target to try to hit. And then I wanted to actually share my screen real quick. I don't really know too much about debates as far as like the affirmative or the defensive or whatever, but like the Globe claim for like NASA is supposed to be an official source. And so I think, Ryan, can I share my screen real quick?
Yeah, you sure can. And I'll just remind everybody in the chat that we will have our Q&A at the end of this debate. I do want to check with each of our debaters. So if you want to each give me a huzzah, are you all good for time right now? Because we're having a great discussion, but we are going a little over time, which is okay. I think everybody's having a great time, but I want to make sure everybody's good.
I'm more than happy.
Dilly.
Y'all get dilly.
All right, I hear all happy noises, so you know, where we have a screen share going on. If anybody needs to,
all right, everybody smile.
If anybody needs to take a second to you know, have a break or anything like that, just let me know. But we'll continue on. All right, so I'm going to jump out here and let you continue on with what you're doing there.
I do have a quick question, because that was about 2-ish minutes there. Is there any way that me and Mark could respond before we jump into the screen share?
Yeah, go for it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
If you're cool with that, you cool with that? I mean, that's cool by me.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, this is kind of a next topic thing. So yeah, I'll just leave it.
So to respond to Flatzoid, he just asked, well, where does hydrogen come from? Well, that's a question. That's not explaining how the Earth being round violates the first law of thermodynamics, which merely states that more simplistically, that energy cannot be created or destroyed, just for those who might not know, because I know there's probably some flat earthers out in the chat. So I just want to make sure that they're up to speed with, what we're talking about. And then he mentioned, oh, well, violates the second law because, you've got all this gas in Earth's atmosphere. But pressurized gas equalizes over time, unless, as everybody, because this is how actual physics works, as everybody who's taken a course in physics knows, there's a force acting on the gas. If you have like an ionized gas that is electrically charged, and you have some large magnetic field, you can change the behavior of that gas. That's kind of a thing, and gravity can do the same. And the Earth is a massive planet, and so it has gravity. That's why things fall. That's why a crumpled up ball of paper and a pound sledgehammer will fall and strike the surface of the Earth at the same time, because this is how physics works. Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, and so I was going to mention the same. So areas like high pressure systems in weather, they don't have a container around them. They're still a high pressure system. Forces acting upon gases can, and basically phenomenon acting upon gas can like keep pressure on. If you've got like a really heavy gas, like sulfur hexafide or something like that, it will basically have a higher pressure and go below the oxygen, but it will keep that pressure without any container whatsoever. And that is the effect of gravity. We can see that happen. So, this whole idea, and Leo's absolutely right. If you take wind resistance out, if you drop any two objects without wind resistance of falling, they will fall at exactly the same rate. And that no flat earther has been able to tell me why that happens on their model. Oh, well, if you can, Flatzoid, you can thrill us all with your explanation of why things drop at exactly the same rate, no matter what the size or density of them is.
Simple. You took the medium out. It's medium dependent. Take the friction away, it falls the same because it's got aerodynamics.
What?
The
What?
relation
What does that have
between- if you have
What
no
does
force to
friction
stop
have
you
to
to
do
fall,
with-
you're unimpeded. You're at a free fall rate. You have the more
Hold on.
particles. Go ahead.
If I take two 10-pound balls and I drop them on Earth from 10 feet in the air with Earth's atmosphere in a room, they'll hit the ground at the same time. If I were to like evacuate all the air in that room and repeat the same experiment, they will still fall at the same rate. So tell me again what the medium has to do with this.
They got the same aerodynamics to fall through. That's why you can have a feather and a bowling ball hit the ground at the same time. It's not because mass is attracting mass. It's because you remove the medium. Remember when we said science?
No.
But even if the medium was there, it would happen.
Yeah.
Like
So
this
with
is
the
the whole
medium is
independent
there-
variable,
Sorry.
dependent variable thing that you
Sorry,
mentioned
quickly.
is so like this is
Can
just confusing. Like you're the one that brought up independent, dependent variable, like how science works. This is how science works. In both scenarios, we get the same effect. One in which there is an atmosphere, and one in which there isn't. So it's obviously the case that in this scenario, the medium doesn't matter. So the medium is not responsible for the force felt by the objects. So
Okay,
then what is?
I'm going to do it this way. I'm going to give you three ways to do it. Let's take a bowling ball and a feather. We drop it in the air. The bowling ball drops before the feather. Now we do it in a vacuum, they drop the same. Now put it in the water. The feather floats while the bowling ball goes down. What did we change every time? The medium.
You actually, of course, it's more the forces associated with the medium that work against gravity that you changed, because
Can
again,
I
you can impede the force, the force of gravity. Actually, I have a really cool
Gravity's not a
demonstration of
force.
this. I have like probably
Gravity's
like
not
a
a
quarter
force.
pound glass bottle here, and I have some neodymium magnets. Oh no, I can do magic because it doesn't fall because of gravity. But what's that? What's that you say, Leo? Oh, well, there's magnets and that force is stronger than gravity and can hold this up against it. Yeah, kind of like, buoyancy in
Magnetism is
water,
real.
which is also a thing that exists in the atmosphere.
Okay.
And air
Magnetism is
resistance,
real.
as I
Density
said,
is
air
a big part of the
resistance.
flat Earth for why things go up or down. It's density,
Magnetism
particles,
is
forces,
real.
magnetism.
Well, we've
Magnetism's
kind of
real.
had this conversation
Gravity-
before, Nathan.
Gravity is not a force. and you haven't even
No,
had
you're
an
right.
actual
It's a pseudo
scientific
force.
An
and you haven't had an
acceleration.
actual scientific hypothesis ever since it was prescribed by Newton. You don't have a mechanism to actually make gravity work.
Okay, so
Yeah,
if
we
it's
do.
density, then why, if you put sort of one object that's less dense in water and one object that's more dense but of different sizes, the one with the bigger size will displace more water. Like, for instance,
Greater
Often
volume.
if
yeah.
sorry,
Volume.
it's volume.
Greater-
Just volume.
So if it's volume, then any object that's bigger should be able to displace more water, regardless of what density it is.
A ship floats on the water because it displaces its amount of force it's pressing on the water. Remember,
Yeah, but it's not density.
With the density, it's got to do with, can the medium support the object or not? Why do you think
No, I'm talking
Yeah,
about
but
displacement.
what force? What force Flatzoid is acting
Pressure.
against
The object's
the
pressure is a force. The object's pressure is a force.
it's pressure as a result. The pressure against the water, you mean, right?
I did this with Mark in the last
Because
debate. My first
objects
No,
are
I know what
rest.
pressure is. I'm
Force.
trying to clarify what it is that you're saying. You're talking about the pressure of the ship against the water, right? Displaces the
Yeah.
water. Is that what you're trying to say? Okay,
Yes, it's
but
the
why
pressure.
why does the ship exert pressure against the water?
It's trying to
Because-
seek rest down. It's seeking downwards because what's above it can't sustain it, and the sides are equilibrium, so it can only go down. That's the only option left. It would require energy. If you put energy
To
into
lift
the
it up.
bottom of the ship and lift it up, you will raise it. But otherwise, if you don't have anything to supply energy, the only way that it can go is down, because things want to go to their lowest resting energy at all
But
times.
wait,
They're-
Yeah, which is the center of the Earth, because the Earth has mass and therefore exerts a gravitational field.
Wait, hold on. You've said that the reason for that is density, right? But if you get something that is incredibly big, right, but less dense, like a huge, ball of foam, it's massive, right? A huge ball of foam, and you get a marble, it's more dense, right?
Mhm.
And you drop them both in water, the huge ball of foam will displace more water than the tiny marble. Why? The marble's denser.
It's how much
Area.
it's how much volume goes
Okay,
into the water.
do you know what density over area is?
Volume.
Based on your, yeah.
No, the area is the volume. What's density over volume?
Mass.
Right, mass. Beautiful.
Yeah,
So things
okay.
of a larger mass exert a greater downwards force. Congratulations, you've
So-
just
so
described
can I
gravity.
just-
Why they weigh more? Because
Okay,
weight
can I
is
say
actually a force.
Well,
Okay,
yeah, but
first of all,
mass is,
Guys,
Yeah,
you're begging
mass
the
is the
question.
thing.
you've just
you're begging
described
the-
gravity.
You're
Congratulations.
begging
Yeah.
the question a
Mhm.
lot here.
It's
First of all, gravity is not a force. Nothing
Well,
is
No, but we can treat it
falling
as one.
nothing
we
is
treat it as
falling
one.
according to gravity. The earth is rising up to the object. So
Well,
therefore,
no.
force. Can I finish talking? Okay.
If you would say
Now
right
with
things,
this,
maybe.
Can I finish talking? Okay. According to general relativity, it's an effect caused by space and time bending in the fourth mathematical dimension. It's Earth rising to the apple, appearing to give the apple falling. No force required. You got no mechanism for this. Now, when it comes to density, the mechanism that is a force is the object's pressure, which is forcing itself through the medium. That's why it either goes up or down. It's vector based on which one has the more pressure.
Okay, so
And-
I'll address that. So basically, what we've just saw is people that have logically concluded that it is not the mass that governs the weight. And yes, we all know that gravity isn't a force. It's a pseudo force. It's caused by distortion of space-time. We all get that. We just treat it as a force when talking about the effect it has. So the effect that happens, the phenomenon that we're seeing. So if the downwards weight, the downwards amount of pressure, as you put it, and that's sort of reflected by displacement, is governed by the mass of the object. That is gravity. That is just 100% gravity.
The
And,
displacement is
there's been
determined by volume.
experiments.
Displacement determined by volume.
No, it's
Exactly.
not.
So
As,
can I-
because
can I-
we agreed
I-
on my example. Like when you have a massive volume of something that doesn't have a lot of mass, it doesn't displace as much.
Hold on. If you have a massive ball of foam and you set it in water and it only goes this far in, and just say 20,000 atoms are in the water, and then you have a very small object that is 50,000 atoms, it's going to displace more water because more volume is taken up that would displace more water than the giant object. It depends on how much of the object is in the water and is submerged or completely under. If it sinks, it's going to put in a lot more. It's going to put in its total volume, versus a ball that floats on the top is only going to put at the very bottom of itself into the water and displace very little.
Can I respond here? I'm also sharing my screen because this is going to be important, but I do want to say that there is a sense in which Nathan is correct. Like, you can have a boat that weighs more than another boat that has more mass, but actually displaces less because less of it is in the water. So like that is a thing, but that really doesn't matter to what we're talking about here. I really need to screen share. Because I was going to respond to the whole like thing about general relativity. The Earth is coming up to us. I don't know if the screen is sharing. I'm not seeing
it is.
You're good. You're good.
Okay, I was gonna say maybe I can't see it myself, so that's probably why. But so he said that there's no mechanism for this. That's false. Here it is. It's very, very well mathematically described. And this is a very, very simplistic description sort of what gravity is according to general relativity. It is not that the Earth is rising up to the apple. Is it true that the apple is a massive object and thereby exerts some sort of mass energy stress in space-time that the Earth can feel? Yes. Is that going to be something that you're going to be able to quantify in the equations? Probably not. The apple is falling toward the Earth as a result of the curvature in the space-time that the apple exists in. This creates a potential, and if there is no force holding that object up against that potential, it will fall towards the more massive body. Here's the literal math that describes how this works. So when you say that, oh, there's no way to describe this, I'm going to stop sharing now, that's just straightforwardly wrong. Please take a course in general
so I can
relativity.
quickly rebut that. Bring that back on quickly.
And
Okay.
well, hey, while you're bringing
I
that
can
up,
do that.
Leo, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
So say that this is the fabric of space-time, and then this is the Earth, and it displaces this. And now you're standing on my knuckles, and you have an apple. Where is the space-time fabric that apple is displacing, or is that falling into the void that the Earth is causing a dividend? If that makes sense.
This is where general relativity, it does to me. This is where general relativity gets very, very confusing, because as anybody who has any remote understanding of it, and I only do because of what I'm about to say, knows that general relativity is not an easy subject to understand. This requires a high degree of mathematical maturity and a relatively high degree of maturity in physics as well. That's why most people who take a general relativity course where you're like actually deriving or building up to Einstein field equations is almost always at the graduate level. And they are difficult courses, because when we are talking about things close to the surface of the Earth, we can actually treat space-time as flat and not curved. And what happens is that objects fall toward the surface of the Earth because their 4 vector, which is the vector that describes their motion through the 4 dimensions of space-time, 4 vector is what's that?
Yeah, we can't see your screen.
Oh, well, I'm sharing it, so I don't.
There you go. You're good.
Oh, there you go.
It's up.
Okay. Okay, there it goes. Participants can now. Anyway, so what happens close to the Earth is we can treat space-time as flat, or space is flat, but time is different. Now, space and time are connected into space-time, but the thing is that, and again, it's just really complicated because that's general relativity. Space is flat towards the surface of the Earth, but time still shears. And as a result of this shearing through time, objects are always moving through time, unless you're moving at the speed of light, and then you're not. But like fire right now, if I were to let go of it, it's going to fall down into my lap. because it's not traveling at the speed of light. It's just an otherwise stationary object in space-time, but it's moving through time. And so what's happening is, as it moves, and I'm going to move this way, and that describes movement through time, the vector associated with that object is slowly going to be rotated into the dimensions of space as a result of the shear in the dimension of time, forcing the object downward towards the more massive object. Because this is how general relativity works. This is kind of how reality works. And what people often do, like you guys, is use the very, very complex nature of general relativity as an argument to attempt to discredit it. But what that really is an argument from incredulity. It's more, I don't understand this thing, so I'm going to discredit it because it's really complex and I don't understand it.
I got to stop you. Sorry, I got to stop you.
Well, I think
that's not
Flatzoid
general
wanted the
relativity.
screen share.
General relativity is simply, general relativity is simply based in the fourth dimension pseudo-Riemannian space. So it's a concept of
What is that?
space.
I'm sorry, I don't know what that is. Can you tell me what that
Can I
is?
finish talking?
Yeah,
And the
but I'm just
concept
curious.
of-
You said
I'm
a thing, and
busy,
I'd
mate.
like to know what
Can I
that is.
finish? Okay.
I mean,
So
but
it's
he's
a
going to be talking
concept-
past me.
Well, what
It's
did you
on-
say? What did you say it was?
He said pseudo-Riemannian manifold. I don't know what that is. I want to know if he can tell me what that is. I don't know what that
Well,
is,
go
and
on,
I don't
go
want
on,
him
go
to
on.
explain a thing that I don't understand.
It's fourth dimensional, and then the fact you say you don't understand it shows you don't understand general relativity, which is based on fourth dimension pseudo-Riemannian. Okay, so space
That didn't
is a
tell me what the
man-made
manifold is.
concept. Curvature of space, you cannot curve a concept. Time is also a concept. You cannot bend time. Okay, based on general relativity, the Earth, because of your reference frame, seems to have the effect that the apple is falling, but it's not. You are the one that's free falling concept because you are rising up to the apple. The net force is zero on that apple when it's falling because you are rising up to that. It's actually very simple. And the fact you
It's a
got this
relative
wrong
philosophy.
shows you do not understand what you got on
Can I
screen.
respond to that? Well, I mean, I can stop the screen share. I only brought it up because Flatzoid wanted me to bring it up, but he didn't say anything about it, not surprisingly. So
That's okay.
I do know what a pseudo-Riemannian manifold is, and I asked him to try to explain it to see if he understood it, and he didn't. He just said it's four-dimensional, and, well, they can be, yes. But what I wanted him to say is something along the lines of the fact that these manifolds are, well, in general relativity, they're four-dimensional. They're differentiable. That means that you can differentiate functions defined across the manifold, and that there is what's called a metric tensor associated to the manifold at every point in it that can be used to characterize a variety of degrees of freedom that can characterize whatever that manifold represents in the instance of space-time. This would be things like curvature and stress and a variety of things. So I'm wondering who it is that doesn't understand general relativity here.
You just
He just kept going on. It's all four-dimensional and it's all a concept, except that it's not, because we've objectively physically measured curvature in space-time. We can see it in our telescopes. We've measured time dilation. In fact, our GPS satellites have to consistently correct for time dilation effects. If they didn't, in a mere 24 hours, the GPS on your phone would be off by roughly I'm sorry, I'm in the middle of speaking. Would be off by roughly 7 miles. So when he says that space and time are just concepts, that's not true. We can physically measure differences in them that are a result of their interaction with other physical things that are physically existing in the physical world, because space and time are physical.
Where do they connect though? Because like a rock doesn't really have a concept of time, but like I'm just curious, like if dimensions are spatial, like you have length, height, width, and like if I gave you a ruler, how many seconds did I hand you? Like how many hours did I just give you without giving you a ruler? Because that's a dimension.
I'm confused as to what you're asking me.
Like
yeah, I want to say something here that a rock, you said, doesn't have a concept of time, and that's meaningless. Like time affects rocks, right? There's erosion and things like that. Time definitely affects rock. It doesn't matter about whether it has a concept of time. Like I'm not sure why you would bring up a concept of time, because it doesn't matter if it has a. Excuse me. It doesn't matter if it has a concept or not. It matters whether it is actually affected by it. So I don't know what that's got to do with anything. And
So-
just as a side note, I just want to add something really quickly. At some point, are you guys ever going to get to the stuff that I brought up, like the experiments that I brought up and
Really
the pictures?
Yeah,
and
well,
the,
let's
you
go
know, the
there now,
thing?
because this is a little more into like forces talks.
Yeah, but
So
while he's
Mark,
looking for that, sorry, I just gonna say before you start, we did already do that. Hence, first and second law of thermodynamics, which debunked your space pictures. Go in.
No, not
You
just the
didn't do
pictures,
that.
the experiment. And you
Yeah,
didn't
so-
debunk anything. Just because you've got like the laws of thermodynamics wrong, it doesn't mean you've debunked
Yeah,
anything.
So the ships.
don't-
So Mark, you had brought up the ships over the horizon.
Well,
From
it was
Aristotle.
more that CN tower, that CN tower, the 150
Yeah.
something meters of obstruction that you see there.
So
Yeah.
let's see if I'm going to share my screen real quick here. And then I don't want to exit out of one of these tabs here.
Bottom-up obstruction can be demonstrated on flat surfaces.
Zero.
Obstruction
Uh,
can be a demonstration of flat surfaces. Is that what you just said?
Yep,
How's that?
he's going to show it now for you. He's just quickly bring it on screen. Even on my channel, I've done it many, many times. Many people have done it. Based on your angle and refraction, you can get this every time of the day on a flat surface.
Are y'all still there?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay.
you
I
just
did-
can't see your
okay.
screen there. You can't see your screen.
Do you see it now?
No.
Nope.
Oh, my bad. Okay. Let's see, share. Now we good?
I am enjoying this, by the way.
So this would be this is Rob Skiba. He's talking about the lensing effect that can happen with the atmosphere. It is globe advocating or proponents scientists that do say that water acts like a lens. So this is a demonstration of a lens that can cause magnification. Magnification is what can cause things to keep their size, to expand in size, and can also cause things to like horizons and skylines. This determines what you see. Like here, if this was a city, you can see how you would keep the angular size of the sun, despite him moving further away on a flat surface. He's keeping the size of the sun. You can have buildings here that you can see, or sometimes you can't. It is magnification of the atmosphere is something that is it's a variable. It changes day to day.
I didn't
so
see
that
anything. I didn't see anything there that would suggest that you could hide 150 kilometers of CN tower behind due to magnification. I didn't see anything there. He just put a bar over the bottom. What are you talking about?
So here I will
Pretend skyline, and he put that over the bottom. I don't see how that demonstrates anything.
If you watch the video, if he moves it down in the distance, because of refraction, because of magnification, it appears to have bottom-up obstruction with the same angular size.
There is.
Are you guys talking about this with respect to sunlight? I'm trying to understand the framework.
Yeah, I
Any-
don't get it.
This specifically was for the sun setting, but it goes with the same reference to anything that you like his skyline. Because of refraction and the angle, we have bottom-up obstruction.
How come
you talking
the
about
sun's
Sorry, you
how
talking
come the
about
sun's
sinking?
size doesn't change?
Because of the
sorry,
magnification
Mark.
through the atmo. The lower
Are you talking
go,
about
the
sinking?
more sinking. What's sinking?
Sinking and looming, the optical effects. You don't know what sinking is?
I didn't know you were talking about that. Simple. When he moves away, the magnification keeps the angular size relative to how it's supposed to be, keeping the same. Because the more they go away,
How is it
listen, the further
partially
it goes
obstructed?
away, the first it goes away, the more atmo you are looking through. So the more it magnifies it as it drops due to perspective.
How?
And that's why the magnification of the water in front, due to the angle that's limited, it's more cubes.
How does the magnification work? What's
But it
doing the
doesn't magnify.
magnifying?
The air,
No, but hold on here. What's doing the magnifying?
the light going through the air, it's refraction.
How?
What do you mean how? Light travels
Yeah,
through
how?
the incidence
How
angle.
does the light? Yeah. Light
Travels
moves
through
through mediums. I understand that. How does it magnify it?
by changing the incident angle.
Water vapor is a magnifier.
There we
Well,
go.
that merely changing the incident angle isn't magnification.
Water, like the pencil in the glass of water.
Yeah,
In that
that's
snippet
not really
was showing that there's-
Sorry, your
magnification.
glasses. What does your glasses do, Leo?
Well, it doesn't magnify anyway. The thing stays the same
What the-
size relative to how far away it is. It's just the bottom is obstructed. What we want to see is how the bottom is obstructed. That's what we want to see. Like that doesn't, saying magnification doesn't explain why the bottom is obstructed.
It's simple. The closer, larger angle, in this case the water, would be magnified more than the object in a distance. What happens when something's closer and a larger angle? It occults. So you have diffraction.
And Mark,
That's
with the magnification, because
ridiculous.
I get what you're getting at. I'm trying.
Well, I
to look
mean, you
for it as
didn't
we're-
show the video of this. I noticed
I know,
that you
I'm-
said, "Oh, we've got this video that's a bulletproof thing," and it's just don't show it.
Well,
You just
I'm
put
looking
a bar
for the,
down the bottom saying, sort of a simulated skyline, and then just called it obstructed.
I'm looking for the magnification video because there are people that have, or the bottom up disappearance video. It's been shown. There was a lady who on her floor, she had objects and she had like a button tied to the back of an RC car and everything, low to the ground objects. And then and she through only using temperature variation by opening and closing her front door in the winter, allowing cold air to rush over, you actually do get a disappearing of objects that are low to the ground. They disappear bottom
Yes.
up objects.
That is sinking.
Sky-free.
That is
Sky-free.
sinking.
Sky-free.
That is sinking. That is, excuse me, that is
That's
sinking. That is
bottom
exactly
up
what I was
disappearance.
talking about. Now I'll share my, sinking. So a change in temperature causes refraction, which causes sinking, right? That's what we're talking about. Excellent. Okay, so I'll share my screen now because I've actually got something here.
Your screen now, so go ahead and do your presentation.
Really? Okay, that's weird. Hold it. I don't think that worked.
I can
I'll just
see
sort
a graph
figure
and a
out.
line there, so I think it was working pretty good there.
Into,
There's the mirages.
yeah, it
Try
But
resharing
yeah,
there.
Nathan, it was from
weird.
Sky-free.
Yeah, so I can see
that's
to produce
weird.
sinking, and now I see Mark Reed with your logo there.
is that,
It's your
is it
logo.
showing? Is it
It's your
showing?
logo now. It
Is that
was
showing?
showing. Go back.
Okay,
Go back to
okay.
the screen. There.
There you go.
Keep it.
Okay,
You can see
right
the
there.
words.
Okay. Yeah. So sinking. Okay. So this is basically where there's this is over a 10-degree difference kind of thing. So the sinking will occur at a sort of 1 kilometer height, just 10. Like this is the height kind of thing. 10 degrees less than the surface temperature. Now, this is a 3-meter target that it's describing here. So the temperatures you would need, and the reason why sinking occurs, and this is from the San Diego University, by the way, this is the standard reference case for the atmosphere. Notice the size of it. This is the case for sinking. It's almost indistinguishable. The temperature change you would need to do this, you would need to have like one section like a furnace and the other section like almost at zero. There is no situation at which you could duplicate this. And do notice that, look, you can wave your arms all you want. It doesn't change
False.
reality.
That's why
And
I'm
the
gonna give it
case
to
is
you.
like, excuse me, Flatzoid, try
That's
to control your deluded rantings there. The reason why it happens is because the Earth has a curved surface. This is the thing. When we go to sinking, that's the reason it occurs. And this is from San Diego University School of Optics. So, you can sort of hand wave it all you want, but the reason it occurs is because the Earth is curved. So thanks for reinforcing our point.
If I can show a demonstration on a flat surface, given this, totally throwing your argument in the water, will you concede then?
All right, let's we'll do one
I'm sorry,
last
what was
one.
that?
We'll do one last screen share if that's what you're implying there, Flatzoid.
Yeah, I
And,
just want to quickly.
then we'll move
If
into our
you can
Q&A.
if you can hide 150 meters of tower on a flat surface, go for it.
Very easy.
Okay,
How?
150 meters of tower. Sure, go for it.
This way. This way. sound off. I just want to share my screen.
So I'm trying to find it. Thank
Yeah,
you,
I've
thank you,
got it
Flatzoid,
already.
because
Don't
I'm
worry,
not
I've got
able.
it.
I don't think it's in this video that I'm
I've
looking
already
through
got
here.
it.
That I know I
I
got.
don't think it's anywhere, Nathan. Sorry, mate.
Okay.
Well, there's it's
That's
been
definitely not.
demonstrated. Bottom of
I've got it.
disappearance and hiding objects on a flat surface
I've
has
got
been
it.
shown with several variables.
There we go. Your screen's
Yeah.
sharing now.
Yeah, I've got it. Okay. Let me just go back to where before. Okay, this is them showing. These are these objects. It's on a wooden floor. It's flat. And as soon as they're going to open the door to let the cold air run over the hotter floor, it's going to pull it down. Let's do it this way. Okay, there we go.
Good
I can't make
demonstration.
out anything on this video.
These objects, that's a little bread tag that holds the bread clasps closed. These are little like mannequins. See what happens. This is refraction. Now it gives it bottom up obstruction due to refraction. Most
Actually,
of
that
it is
thing
blocked.
is the exact same height as it was before. Why doesn't
Exactly,
it change
they
height?
always are.
No, this tower is lower. Did you actually watch my presentation? You didn't watch my presentation, did you?
Size. The tower's
You didn't.
angular
Look,
size
I'll
changes
share
in
my
the
screen and
distance.
show you the presentation because you weren't paying attention.
Mark,
Okay.
maybe you're not
Those
paying
tacks
attention.
could
Let's
be
stop
buildings
the screen
off
share.
in the distance.
Yeah.
Mark,
So the
first of
whole
all,
point, the whole point of my presentation is that you can mirror the tower over it. It actually is lowered while yours doesn't move at all, right? So
Yes.
this is the whole point. You've missed the point completely. So I'm going to have to go over it again.
I'm going to say again, shit shrinks.
And that's like if you take Flatzoid's demonstration with
Did
the
you just
temperature
say
variation,
she
and then you
shrinks?
also factor in angular size, distance, magnification.
What the
there are-
fuck do
there's-
shoestrings have to do with this?
Why are you talking over him, Leo?
There's
You
several
said
variables.
shoestrings.
Shit shrinks. You see the
Okay, sure,
angular
yeah,
size change of that,
Your mic is
Tower.
not good quality.
the angular size
I'm sorry,
change
Nathan.
of the tower, Mark, aka shit shrinks.
Whoops. Yeah, and if you go close to it, it gets, it
Do you
raises up
understand what
above that
angular
line.
size is, Mark? Do you understand
Yes.
what angular size is? So would the
Yes.
angular size change with distance?
Well, of course.
Great. And what happens with refraction? It magnifies it too, does it not?
Well, your example, it didn't move at all from the change of the
And
temperature.
wave dismissal
so
again.
that's not
Congratulations,
sinking.
guys. Actually showing demonstration, saying what he said was impossible. You said you need a furnace and something that's almost 0 degrees. That wasn't a furnace.
To cause sinking,
and it
yeah.
wasn't.
Yep,
We just
to
showed
cause
sinking
It's not sinking
without it being
then.
a furnace. Oh, then it's
Yes,
not sinking.
it's
what
an
you're
optical
showing isn't
effect.
sinking.
The,
It's
the
not
reason why
physically
we see
sinking.
only the tops of a building, or that sometimes like there's a video of windmills where they're incredibly large blades. That's because of optical effects. It can
But
be
no-
magnification to increase the
Okay.
blade sizes. It can be
Okay.
the
This is
temperature
what you're
variation.
missing. Notice that the floor doesn't rise up to cover it. All that happens is the bottom is distorted,
False.
right? So the floor doesn't actually rise
It
up
did.
when you change the temperature.
It did.
I will show it again. The floor
It
rises
pulls-
up to cover
Listen.
that like a
pulls
quarter
the-
of it, does it?
It pulls the back objects down, and it pulls the horizon in front of it up.
And
That's
you
how it
can
works.
see
Show it
that
again.
the
Show
bread
it
tie,
again.
the bread bag tie is completely disappeared from the temperature
Totally.
variation.
Show
And then
it
again,
again.
just
I
one
dare
of
you. I
several
double dare you.
variables.
Okay, I'll
I
try
mean,
to
not
do
that
it.
Mark didn't already show that the only way this would be possible for things like what he's shown pictures of would be if the temperature variations were far beyond what we would even remotely expect.
No,
But
So
yeah,
does it
hold
have
on,
a
hold
furnace
on.
there, Leo?
Leo, what he's saying, if it was sinking, if we were going to claim
Yeah.
that it was sinking causing what we are observing, then okay, a furnace and 0-degree temperatures, but we're claiming that it's variation in temperatures, that it's magnification, that there's refraction. There are several variables due to
Okay.
atmospheric conditions that cause the observation of what we see, but we can just taking one of those
can you
variables
show all
on a
of
flat surface,
show all of them
show-
at once?
Okay,
And I
I'll get
must
it to you.
note that you did not show that on 150 or sorry, a 500 meter tower. You showed it on
You
something where the
wanted-
refraction
you wanted
is just a
downscale.
tiny. Excuse me, I
It's
thought I was
scale.
talking. I mustn't be because you're talking now. I must have been mistaken. You're showing it on a tiny little thing, whereas you said you would show it on a 500-meter tower, but you haven't.
Well, what if that?
Yeah.
What if the water was say
Oh, what if?
4,000 meters,
Come on, man.
and then the building was 500 meters, and then what if the scale is in this demonstration? It's a 5 centimeter tall tack with a 40 centimeter distance in floor. It would be to scale then.
Can you guys see my screen?
Yeah, you're
Okay,
good.
so do it. Do that experiment.
Yeah. So let's see. What's the temperature there? About nine.
Look, we don't have to see the whole
9.4
thing.
degrees
Just show
centigrade.
what you
No,
showed
we're not,
before.
no, we don't need to show the whole thing. Just
Ugh.
keep your panties on.
Oh, the temperature's dropping.
Now, you see the tack there. You see these little ornament things. You can see it's got little perforation, whatever there. The horizon is behind it. Okay? This is on a wooden floor. Now, they're going to open the door to let the cold air come in. Now, this is just temperature inversion. Look how it pulls the horizon in front up and the things
Yeah,
in the,
and it's
the
not
distance
blocked.
down. Sorry, is that horizon not now higher there?
I only see
didn't
two
it go up.
objects.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
because
don't.
the rest is obstructed due to refraction. Congratulations. Demonstration on a flat surface. What he said is impossible.
You said
to
you
do.
would show it on a tower, and you haven't. You haven't shown that at all. So congratulations
This
for the
well,
fail.
hold on. So this is
Show it
taking
on
to
actual
scale.
objects.
This would be a
Well,
real life
refraction-
observation. We make an observation of towers in the natural world, and then we recreate to scale a using controlled variables of the atmosphere and show a recreation of that small scale on the small scale.
Look-
That is
look
what
at
the
that
four
camera
light
moving
experiment, a
around.
globe has never shown that. This is an example of the flat Earth showing on a flat
This
surface
is
what we
just
see in reality,
distortion.
but the globe cannot do that with the four lights.
This is just distortion. And look at the way that camera isn't even fixed. This is
It
terrible.
doesn't need to be fixed.
Like this could easily be the zoom of the camera. There could be a million things happening here. This is terrible. Look at the camera. Look at it wave around. He didn't even
Okay, you know what
fix
I'm
the
gonna say?
camera.
You know what I'm
Like,
gonna
talk
say to
about your undisciplined. Excuse me, I thought I was talking again. Why do you have to interrupt everything,
Because your hand
Flatzoid? You've got
wrist is
no
missing.
self-control. So just be quiet. This camera isn't even fixed. He's waving it around. The zoom's going everywhere. It is the poorest experiment. Like, it is terrible.
It's terrible.
Why you would think this is an actual... I thought I was talking again. I must be mistaken because someone keeps opening their mouth and interrupting me. Yeah, you can point at your... Wow, what a child.
Can you finish?
So this could easily be a number of factors, and you're basically just saying, hey, because we got a camera and waved it around on these things and opened a door, it's definitely what we say it is. This is an undisciplined experiment with all kinds of variables that haven't been controlled for, that you think proves something it clearly doesn't. And
Yeah.
you said you would
but
show
Mark-
me this on 150 meters, and you didn't. You
Okay.
failed.
But Mark,
Point one,
the independent
point one,
variable
point
doesn't
one.
depend
Okay,
on the
rebuttal.
dependent variable, which is
Rebuttal.
dependent with the depends
Rebuttal.
on the independent
Rebuttal.
variable of the
Zero
dependent
rebuttal.
Did you
variable.
see
So
that
you
camera
just-
wave
the
around?
thing is,
Mark,
Mark, you just-
Let's let Flatzoid
did-
speak, please,
but
everybody.
you don't understand statistics, Mark.
I don't
It's the
understand
independent
anything.
variable.
Let's
Okay.
let Flatzoid speak, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, point one. You made a claim that it's not demonstratable. We went and demonstrated it. You are simply conceding now it's an optical effect. You don't realize that, do you? Thirdly, no one claims science here, so I don't need to give a hypothesis for IV and DV, saying you guys don't actually know what science is. And you just hand waved the missing it. Where's your demonstrations for anything on your globe? Oh, wait, we don't get any.
Yeah. So the problem is that you're basically, you've taken this really shoddy camera footage. You see the distortion at the top. None of the distortion happens like that in real life. It is not analogous. It is not analogous to real life at all, because all of these distortions that you see don't actually occur on the examples that we give. It is simply finding, sort of nitpicking and finding these things that happen. It's like that black swan picture they came up with that was clearly distorted, and they said, hey, that proves it. But if you take it on any other day, it's actually obstructed. So it clearly is just a distortion of light. It's refraction. And they want to say, hey, that is causing the curvature of the Earth. So it doesn't, because it doesn't explain why nothing's distorted on the images that we show. But let's just skip over that, because that doesn't matter, right? So let's go to Eratosthenes and his experiment.
Sorry, we're still busy with the actual thing. Remember when my 11 frames that you brought up in the beginning? This is exactly that. You just conceded it's optical, not physical.
You did take those frames out, though. You were wrong on that. You did take those frames out, though.
What makes you think optics isn't? What makes you think it's optics isn't physics, even though it's physics?
What?
You won't give any of the calculations.
You said it's optical, not physical, but optics is physics.
Physical is a difference to what you're seeing in optical effect. Do you think refraction is a physical effect or an optical effect?
Optical effects are physical.
So you can go and physically touch refraction, move it with your hands.
Do you think that physical means I can touch it? That's what you think physical means?
Okay,
I can slap you, that means physical. Or am I optically?
Can you touch it?
For that.
Can you touch an
moderator,
electron?
Can we stop that kind of talk? Like, seriously, that's just rude, man. What are you doing?
What happened?
I can go and slap you. Come on.
Being rude this whole debate.
Yeah, you don't threaten to slap people. Come on, man. Have some action.
Oh,
wow.
I don't care.
Violence, y'all. We gotta really.
I don't care.
We're going to assume that was a metaphor. We're going to move on. We can go into our Q&A if we want, or if you guys have any other
the military
examples.
is that there are people that are in positions of power that are willing to use violence on us. We should never be violent towards one another.
Well,
Don't use metaphors and things like hitting people or killing. I'm gonna make a killing, or don't do that kind of stuff, because there are people that really do, and that's part of why this conversation is so important. Is because there are people who will hurt innocent people, and our communication is how we can get through to these people and hopefully get them to change or to know who they are. So this is.
I agree.
Please
don't.
I agree. I agree with that too. Trans rights or human rights.
Okay, I was just trying to analogize that he can feel it. That was the only reason. It wasn't actually physical.
I mean, you put a pencil in water, right? And the light hits it and refracts, right? So you've got the broken pencil effect. You're aware of that. So what part of that is non-physical?
The effect is optical. The pencil
what part of optics is non-physical? What part of optics is non-physical?
That particular thing with
optics
the glass of water.
Physical.
What in that is non-physical, right? That there's a glass, water, pencil, light. What's non-physical?
The effect.
Are you saying the magnification is not physical?
It's a physical effect.
It's
the
observed.
Physics are physical. What you observe on the effect is not physical.
Yeah, it is. You're observing the physical effects. That's literally how science works, buddy.
Literally move.
And here's the guy that's telling us we don't understand science, but he's saying that what you observed isn't physical.
It doesn't physically move the pencil.
No, nobody's saying that. That's not.
No one's
Flatzoid,
saying
what you're saying is that the pencil is not actually enlarged. It appears enlarged, but physically the pencil has not actually changed shape. So okay.
Yeah, but
it's
the
just a
effect is still a
clarification.
physical effect.
It did. It's still a
Yeah,
physical
magnification
effect.
is a physical thing, but the appearance is that it is
optical.
not. It's not actually the pencil isn't actually getting bigger. It just appears that way.
It's not that it gets bigger. That's not what's happening in the water. The pencil goes.
not.
Anyway.
The
I don't know
light
what talking about. It
changes
gets bigger.
speed in the
It
water.
goes.
Hey, speaking of pencils and wooden
Let's-
sticks, do you want to go to the Eratosthenes thing?
Let's
Yeah, I'd love
let's give Leo a chance to explain. He seemed to have a little insight on that. If you want to elaborate a little bit on that experiment or the example.
Well, I don't really know if I would call it a magnification. If you put like a pencil in water, it doesn't get bigger. It moves off center. Like it's not. It kind of goes whoop, and then it kind of whips over, and Obviously, nobody like you could use literally fucking preschool intuition to know that the pencil is not actually whooping as it goes into the water. That's not what happens. But the effect is still a physical effect because it is the result of physical things interacting with physical things in the physical world in physical ways. Like this is again, this is how physics works. And
Basic
when you
science.
actually
Never
understand
claimed-
physics.
Yeah, you guys are misrepresenting me. I never claimed there's no physical things to optics. Optics itself is just an effect
And the effect is physical, yeah.
based on physical effect.
Hold on.
You
Hold on
can't
one
have
Okay,
that
well, I
optical
think
without
we're just
physical
splitting
being there.
hairs now for someone to claim that it's not a physical effect.
No, you guys were
It's just-
misrepresenting what I said.
Hey, Mark, what can't be beat?
Is that pencil at the
No,
bottom?
no, no, no.
here wider?
That was a question
Let's-
for Mark.
Let us let
What-
Nathan.
Mark, what can't be beat?
We're gonna let Nathan do his
I don't know.
screen
What
share
can't be
here,
beat?
and then we're going to get to our Q&A. Okay, everybody.
Yeah, hundreds.
For
Well, this is just what, like, talking about the magnification thing. Like Leo, you had said that it's not actually wider, that it is off center, which we can see that it is off center here. But the bottom of the pencil does also appear wider to some degree than the part of the pencil that is not in the water.
That's fine. I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about the pencil being off center. That is not a magnification.
Oh,
the
my
fact
bad.
that
Okay,
it's slightly larger in the body. Yeah, that's a magnification. But the off center part, that's what I was referring to. That's not a part of the. That's not
Yeah.
magnification.
So the
Yeah,
magnification also may be because of the water and the glass and interaction between
Mhm.
it. So
All right, so everybody, we're going to move into our Q&A. We will do closing statements.
I have one more question.
All
One more
right.
question
All
for
right,
Mark.
before we
It's
move
really,
into our
really
Q&A.
quick
quick.
question.
That's good.
Okay.
All right, we'll do that.
Mark, what can't be beat?
I don't know, Leo. What can't be beat? I feel like this is a
You
one.
said it in your you said it in your intro. What can't be beat?
I don't know.
Think
Tell me,
about it.
please.
No, come on, think about it. What can't be beat?
All right, well, before we
A
get
moving
into
goalpost.
yeah, I suppose so. I was going to
A
say
dead horse.
A dead horse. All right.
dead
Yeah,
horse.
fair enough.
I was going to say, based on our conversation before we started this live stream, and I assure everybody that we were in some agreement before our live stream went on about gaming. We were
Council's
having
the
a
best
good
way to game, I
conversation.
think, is like where some of us
There-
were at.
Look.
we
I
had
didn't say
agreement
beat a
on
dead horse, I
gaming
said
was
flog a
good.
dead
Okay.
horse. So that's
Councils bring people to your place and then you game together. That's the best part about councils.
I've been sitting here playing Final Fantasy VII, the remake, and I would have said Sephiroth seems unbeatable because he just keeps on frickin' coming back.
The problem is you
Didn't
guys
Smash
make me
2.
feel old because I used to play like Counter-Strike all the time. Oh, Jesus,
All right,
Game's
so
still-
Counter-Strike's still going.
Got a lot of
Go
buddies
on.
that play that.
So
Yeah.
before we get into our gamer talk, which I'm sure we can have a conversation after our live stream, I'm going to do a little housekeeping. So Nathan, Flatzoid, Leo, Mark, any of you fellas want to take a bathroom break? If you want to go and get a drink of water, we got Q&A coming up. I know your conversation went a little bit
I
long.
actually could use the restroom.
Yeah. All right, you go for it, and I'm going to do some housekeeping. All right.
I might get another coffee.
Yep. Get your coffee, get your bathroom break, and I will hold
Good
down
morning,
the
Mark.
fort. Maybe I can hold down the fort. All right. So a couple of you in the live chat were asking, what am I drinking? I have what's called Firkenstein here right now, and I also had another thing that's called the Nun on the Run. Now, I am in Nova Scotia, so we are pretty lucrative with some of our our rules here. So yes, we are having a happy 420. Everything's good. Thanks everybody for coming in, and I will extend that. If anybody wants to send in a super chat for 420 to let me know that you are also celebrating tonight, that would be awesome. So that is my housekeeping a little bit for the evening. Beyond that, somebody else had
Can I
said
tack to that real quick?
Sure.
No, I'm sorry to interrupt your housekeeping. I'll help you clean if you want.
No, we're doing bathroom breaks right now. We're good.
Just like I want to, like with MLB and everything, they allow marijuana. I think it's that has helped a lot of people. No one has ever overdosed on that, but alcohol and cigarettes, I think they should all. Maybe that's a debate thing, but like either they should all be, illegal, or you should allow something that has helped many people. Just for, I don't know, personal, probably no reason to throw that out there, but
Hey, it's all cool
has
here.
helped several people.
It's all cool here in Canada. We're all having a good time as far as that goes. But yeah, I was gonna say my band. I don't usually have this stuff because it's like 7%, and the live chat was saying, "Oh, the moderator must be, out on one." I'm very experienced. As I said, I'm Nova Scotian. We are very good at holding our liquor and just about everything else. So you can send in super chats over 420. That's great. We're just waiting for Mark to come back, and then we're going to get right into it. So I ended up getting this actually as a free fill up. Which was nice. I have a band. I have a couple bands that I participate in, but the one that I've been doing lately is called Light and Shade. And not to be unnecessarily pluggy, but we do like a bunch of Led Zeppelin covers, and we played at a place, and they ended up giving me a bunch of free beer. So hey,
I have to say, so you were drinking.
I drink tangentially gay beer.
So you were drinking, and I see your name is James.
Well, that's all right. I was gonna say I'm gonna be 30 in a little bit here soon. So if anybody thinks I'm underage, I mean, yes, we have lower drinking ages here, but I'm nowhere near that.
Where's here?
I'm a Nova Scotian.
You're in Nova Scotia, eh?
Nova
Good old
Scotia,
Canada.
eh? I'm in Canada.
Oh yeah,
What
you
you
betcha.
Everybody,
What you know about that? Okay.
we are going to be doing our Q&A in a bit, but I did invite anybody who wants to put in a super chat for 420. We are, excited that there's a couple people in the super chat that has been saying, happy 420 and stuff like that. So I'm all for it. I had this before. It was cool. And we're still just waiting for Mark right now, everybody, before we get into our Q&A there. But no, that's one of the reasons why my my mic level stays so low, where I do a lot of Led Zeppelin covers and Judas Priest and stuff like that. Really high pitched screaming stuff. My preamp has to stay really low. So when I started with Modern Day Debate, I got blasted for being low mic Ryan because I was like, I better keep my mic gain low. Where I'm speaking right into the mic, where I'm used to screaming.
Pulling an NPR, huh?
Well,
all things considered.
Yeah, well, that's just it. Is that I'm so used to that. I'm so used to screaming right into the mic.
This tech stuff is very, very finesse. Like how close you are to the mic. It's a struggle for me to know like where to be and everything. It's difficult.
It's something certainly to figure out, isn't it?
I was going to say,
right
then there's the
next to them.
proximity effect. That's also a thing as well. I was thinking about getting an SM7B, but my 87 beta is covering me for my vocal performances and also for this show, which is good.
Coming through loud and clear.
Yes.
Yeah,
so Mark is back now. So I won't go into
Mark.
I won't go into all the guitars and the amps that everybody can't see that surround me and that my wife puts up with because she's awesome and lets me abuse this space the way I'd like to. So we're going to move into our Q&A. Glad to see you're back, Mark. Everybody's having a great time, I think, this evening as far as this conversation goes. And thank you so much to all of our speakers, Nathan, Flatzoid, Leo, and Mark, for coming out. We have everybody linked in the description. And also, if you check out that description, we have our link for DebateCon. If you put just as much as $1 into our crowdfund, you will be able to watch it live. And if you're in Fort Worth, Texas, James is getting extra seats because we're sold out currently. So check out that link and see if he managed to find a fold-out chair for you. So into our Q&A we go, everybody. So
aren't we first going to do the closing statements?
We'll do closing statements at the end just because we have a Q&A to go through, and I think there's going to be a lot of back and forth throughout the Q&A, and that could impact our closing statement. So
because we can't go on too long there.
Yeah,
Let's about an hour maybe.
Yeah. All right, we'll try to keep that in mind then. I got the clock here. So let's start out with IC Spin for $1.99. Thank you so much for your donation there. Why do stars spin opposite at the poles?
Simple. It's perception. If you stand in front of a road and a car drives right to left or east to left, and you go to the other side of the road and turn around, that same car driving the same direction will now look like it's going left to right in your direction.
Stars are always going from east to west. It just depends if you're
Yeah.
looking north or south to look towards the sun or not.
Yeah, but that east to west only works because once you look past the circumpolar stars, they're going in the west to east if that was a flat surface. The only reason they're going the other way is because it's past the pole. It's past the sort of globe model pole. So if you look at the top of the circumpolar stars, it is going right to left. But if you look at the bottom of the circumpolar stars, it's going left to right. So how can that be east and west if it's all just one plane?
Yeah, I mean, like Flatzoid and Nathan aren't wrong. It has to do with perspective, but that's perspective on a sphere. So I mean, like,
Correct.
you're not going to get that if you're not on
I
a sphere.
I
So
can show you this on the straight flat road. Exactly the same. Are the roads curved now?
What?
My explanation, you standing facing, car comes past this. Now you face the opposite, car comes past. To the observer, it's left to right and right to left, depends on your
Yeah,
direction.
but we're not talking about lateral
Doesn't matter
movement.
about the Earth's shape. It's got nothing to do
We're
with
not
Earth's
talking
shape.
about lateral movement. We're talking about circular rotation. That's the thing.
Yeah.
It's
Circular
how the
rotation is a
stars
field of view.
rotate.
Yeah.
Unless the car is rotating, your analogy doesn't work. Unless it's actually going round like this and you're watching it from sort of that round circular thing, that means that in your sort of, to your analogy, the car's going, if you look down one way, it's going right to left. And then if you look up the other way, it's going left to right, like a clock hand would, right? Because if you look at a clock and it's rotating, you don't say it's going left to right, it's rotating. If you look at the top half, it's going left to right. But if you look at the bottom half, it's going right to left. That's why your thing doesn't work.
It always works because you've got a field of view. If you understand how perception works in a field of view, it converges into the distance, and that's what gives the appearance of circle.
we understand how it works. It's just that we also understand that that's how it works on a sphere. Like, you're not going to
That's
get
how
this
it works
effect
on
if you're not on
any-
a sphere.
The surface
No.
has got nothing to do with how the stars are moving. This has been demonstrated. many
Well, the
times.
stars are physically moving, no, but how we
Yes, they are.
perceive the stars to move as a result of the rotation of the Earth is different versus counterclockwise and clockwise because the Earth is,
Okay.
How you would chart the
stars?
stars, you would have to know the shape of the Earth. And ancient navigators who were flat Earth cultures were navigating by the stars, by the sun, and coastlines as well. But they were navigating on a flat Earth.
And then
Got nothing to do with the circumpolar stars.
Well, it's
Yeah,
how the stars move is a secondary thing, and who knows? There could be. It's one of the, like, we're not claiming to know the gases of an atmosphere of an exoplanet a quadrillion miles away. It's
what does that have to do with
we
the
don't know
shape
how
of the Earth?
certain things move or motions.
has-
It could be a hyperdimensional. Call it pseudoscience, but it's who knows? It's the same as dark energy. Like it could be a movement that we don't know. It could be a four-dimensional movement, a true dimension, fourth dimension movement, a hyperdimensional.
That's definitely not
heavenly
what dark
luminary.
energy is.
That's
Well, dude,
I can't
While
weigh
you're
the
there,
stars
just
like
call
you
it
can't weigh
magic
dark
and
energy.
be done with it. If that's
Yeah.
going to be your explanation, you might as well just say magic and
That's why sticking to the ground is where the Earth being
if
empirical.
you're going to make crap up, just go hog wild.
Why are
You
you
know, like
talking
just
of him?
call it magic. And
I just wanted to say one really quick thing, and
96%
that's that
of the globe universe is dark, is
The value-
imaginary, made up because
I don't know
the
what
math is
globe
wrong.
universe means. The universe
Yeah,
isn't
I
a
don't-
globe. What the hell does that mean?
I don't.
Yeah, the
And
fact that
also
we
the
don't
other-
understand
heliocentric
most of the mass
cosmology.
energy density of the universe doesn't really mean
Can I
anything
ask
to
you
the
a
shape of the
question,
Earth.
Leo?
It's a Kelevin, I think, is what
Can I
that
ask
Sure,
you-
go ahead.
So you say the stars and planets don't move.
The stars and planets do move? Yes, of course they do.
Thank you.
Is
All
that
right.
supposed to like prove?
So don't
We-
Stars and planets move. Oh, the Earth is flat. I don't get it.
Yeah, the Earth doesn't
I
move
don't
and the sky
understand.
does.
Amen.
let's continue on with our super chat there, everybody. So, Laura, Te Aho White. Is that how you're supposed to say it? I don't know. I'm going to get reamed for that in super chat. Sorry, Aho White. 220. If the Earth has depth, then is it really flat?
The Earth is topographical. It's a plane. There are features that there are ups and downs, hills and valleys, mountains. Water at the surface is flat, is planar measurably, and there is a depth to the Earth. I believe the Kola super deep borehole in Russia is like 8 or 9 miles deep, deepest we've ever drilled. Beyond that would be, you know, a guess because we haven't actually seen it. You can hypothesize, try to send what you think is measuring this or that, but there is depth to the Earth. There's contour to the land. The water itself, though, at the surface, there's depth to an ocean, but the surface flat.
Yeah, it's based on a horizontal datum, but that horizontal datum has topography to it. Simple.
All right, let's continue on. Matthew Vicendas, for $2. How does your family feel about you being a flat earther? I think that's to each of you.
Okay. They don't really care.
It's
They
a bit
support me.
personal, so feel free
Yeah,
to say
my wife-
pass.
The nice thing is, because my wife doesn't actually care what the shape is, and she knows this is my passion, I enjoy talking about it. The problem comes when we have people that are actually bigots that have the problem. Other people, normal globe believers, don't have a problem. That's as simple as that.
My family and friends have been very rejective, something very important, but I've been ripped on very heavily, and I've heard a lot of things, and it's very, very difficult because the importance of this topic is immense for what the implications are for us being on a non-moving fixed center of creation Earth, and how special humanity is, and we all are. And it's not, I have yet to meet a flat earther who is like just shilling or whatever it is, and they don't really mean it, because I have a friend who still does not talk to me, and it hurts because I've known him for so long. I've been friends with him since I was 5, and he won't say, he won't say anything to me right now because he's so rejective to the idea, and it's a painful thing, but the truth is worth it, and will prevail. Humanity will know how special we all are, and people that we have to, because it wouldn't be good if we weren't. So
Yeah.
Well,
I'm sorry to hear that, Nathan. I
Yeah.
really am. Like, that's, you know, I'm really sorry to hear that it's cost you a lot.
Yeah.
I guess I'll
That's
just
not
sort
really
of proffer, what if you're wrong?
I will, if I was wrong, if I could see a picture of the globe from space, like NASA is supposed to be a trusted authority, and I was going to show the duplicated clouds, the different sizes of the Earth continents of blue marble images, and flat strips of data, admitting that it's Photoshop because it has to be. If there was a real picture, I would rather know truth than claim some fringe delusion and be wrong. Truth to me is more important, and it's what a lot of my friends are like, well, if you would just learn the Earth as a globe, and that's why they told me, go talk to people who want to get involved in the conversation, and go take it to school and do this. And that's what I'm doing. And it's because it's worth the conversation. I think is worth it for what the implications could really mean for us all. Like, I think I have a blast talking about this with y'all, and like, it's like just people are so special, and being around people, like, we're so social as far as like the creatures that humanity is. And I think that's how people thrive. And so that's why I'm so big on communication and really getting to the truth, understanding empirical things. What can we really know? What can we really measure? I know math is important, but is it math that does something in reality, or is it just math on paper? And so there are things like that I do want to, I sincerely want to know truth. And I really want people to be happy, pain-free, and I think something has
Want
to
to
be
know
done
about those things?
Yeah.
You can come to my channel. We can have a talk about them. I'd love to talk about things like mathematics, the indispensability of mathematics to science, because those are things that I read about.
Happily. I'd be happy to, Leo.
Yeah.
You
Just have a
guys
question,
are both,
Nathan.
I think you're both really nice. Like, I
Thank you.
think you're pleasant to chat with, and respectful. And I am sorry again, Mark, for interrupting you.
No,
earlier.
all good, mate. All good, all good.
I think there was a
Okay, so
little
yeah,
bit of
like, I just-
interruption
it's
beyond.
help cool people.
Yeah, I
That-
did my fair share, so totally.
I was gonna say as
My
I
apologies.
interrupt everybody, and just to our
Well,
live
you are
chat.
the moderator. I mean, that's sort of your job. kind
That's
of thing.
yeah. I was gonna say I was interrupting a little bit there throughout the chat, but I kept myself on mute. So when you guys watch this later, you'll be able to hear all your glorious interruptions without me going. All right. So
You did a good job.
everybody in the live chat, let's extend a little bit of love to Nathan. I'm so sorry to hear that you lost a friend over this. That's
In
tough.
time, it'll be worth it. I really believe.
That's always tough. So everybody just let everybody know and the live chat know that it's always worth to have the conversation and be able to look past differences. Because I think at the end of the day we can all play games together, and that's the main thing. So
Yeah, hang out, go play wall ball and shoot hoops and everything. Yeah.
absolutely.
Yes, that is correct. I can PK all of you in RuneScape equally.
Anybody
At
know
the
what's
same
Tom?
time.
Let's not bring up
Well,
RuneScape. That's a sensitive topic for me.
Very contentious for this channel.
Oh yeah, exactly. That's a little too spicy. All right, so we're gonna continue on. We have Dr. Kent Hovind. Oh man, how does he speak? How does Dr. Kent Hovind?
Oh, wow. You think the dogs came from mosquitoes.
$2. So Leo,
know that
what
we're-
curvature? I've almost got it.
I still want to see Aaron Ra's idea come to fruition and have Kent Hovind and Nathan Thompson debate the flat Earth.
Well, I would pay
Pence
for
will
That would
not
be
talk
great.
flat Earth at all.
That would be great, but let's respect our super chatter, Dr. Kent Hovind here, and we'll do a nice impression for him if we can. Leo, what curvature would we see over 15 feet? I can't do it. What curvature would we see over 15 feet?
Well, the problem there is that this presupposes the truth of all this evil materialist secularist science, and I'm just I'm just fucking around. Yeah, I don't know because I'm not gonna even act like I have any ability to perform general relativistic, or not general relativistic, but equations to figure out what the curvature of the Earth is over 15 feet. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Nothing turns on that.
It would be undetectable, basically, over that distance.
Yeah, it'd be
15
really
feet.
negligible.
Yeah.
Because at a mile, it's 0.666 feet. Or
Well, it
0.66.
depends on- Well, it depends on the height of the observer,
Well, what-
refractive index.
Just strictly
I gotta be
tangent
honest.
Earth,
Don't you
physical
think
Earth
it will
curve
make
would
a
be.
difference?
It would be like somebody saying to me, "Oh, you think rulers are accurate? Well, why don't you go measure an oxygen atom?"
Not if they
Like, what the
shrink.
fuck?
Well,
Like, why
don't
wouldn't
you-
you? Why
don't
wouldn't
you-
you do that? Like
Let's let
that's just
Flatzoid
dumb.
speak. He hasn't said
Don't you
anything in a
think
little bit.
don't you think it will make a difference though if you had to build a building on that stretch? Because the one
would.
brick will be at a different zenith to the other side of the brick on the building, so it will be separating.
No, it won't.
I don't think it would be enough to interfere with a building itself. That'd be. It'd be if
15
it's
feet.
8 inches at a mile and it's at 15 feet. That's what 15 over 5,280 is. So it'd be a really, really small number.
Okay.
Somebody's starting to get it.
I don't work with feet, so that's what I'm just saying.
Hey, metric system all the way. By the way, just saying. Should be-
Everybody rants and raves about the metric system, but I'm all about the SI system. And yes, there is a difference.
I'm in Canada, so I mean, you know how we feel about all that. Kilometers per hour, and
based on
the
tens.
freezing point is 0 because that just makes sense.
Tim Hortons instead of Dunkin' Donuts because that's the metric system for donuts. And coffee.
I mean, honestly, I prefer McDonald's coffee if I'm gonna pick a quick takeout.
Please tell me you're not being serious.
I'm so
All right,
sorry.
me and Ryan are debating. Is McDonald's coffee good?
Yeah. I'm sorry. On my way, it's just that there's some inconsistency in my area as far as that goes, and but when I'm making it at home,
Well, hey,
I'm pretty conservative when it comes to money. So when it comes to my home, I mean, I will buy Tim Hortons coffee and make it here. But whatever they're doing there, they're screwing it up. Anyways,
I've heard that Tim Hortons coffee is like McDonald's coffee. but you probably wouldn't like me saying that.
Well, if I want to get into the history of that, McDonald's actually bought the coffee that Tim Hortons had like 6 years ago, and Tim Hortons got a new coffee, and that messed Canadians right up.
I bet it did.
That has been our controversy. McDonald's has the original Tim Hortons coffee. That's where we must go to get our fix. Anyway.
Also, that's why you go to McDonald's, because they've got the real Canadian stuff.
Exactly. And, if I got to go to a morning jam and I need to wake up, I need that OG Tim Hortons coffee. So Tim Hortons has the patent for it, or whatever you want to call it, or the rights to it up here. They got the company distributing it. It's good stuff. It's like crack. Anyways, I'm going to stop before I get us demonetized. We're going to move on. We got $11 from Congo 44. Question for Flatzoid, and they've been accused of putting stuff in the coffee. I will say, even though I'm sure they haven't.
Scopolamine.
Yes.
Lidocaine.
So Congo 44, $11. Question for Flatzoid: why is it harder to carry a weight up a flight of stairs or an incline?
Because you dispense energy.
I'm sorry, I missed the question. There was kind of like a quick pause. Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. So question for Flatzoid: why is it harder to carry a weight up a flight of stairs or an incline? Please try better than saying something vague about energy. Sorry, there was
You
an error.
dispense energy. That's physics, how it works.
There's an activation
way to
energy.
explain.
There's an energy requirement to lift something. You have to get over the activation energy on an energy
Yeah, you're talking
curve.
about gravitational potential energy.
No,
That's what you're
first of all,
talking about.
Can you stop? It was for me. The thing is, you dispense energy. Just like if I pick this mouse up, I'm dispensing energy by picking it up. If I have to hold it long enough, my arm is going to get tired. Okay? When you walk upstairs, you're dispensing more energy because you're going up. Therefore, it gets harder the more you do it.
Why do you dispense energy when you
Dispensing
go
energy.
up versus down, though?
And to the contrary, if you take a beach ball and try to push it down in water, it will get harder the further down you go, because you're
That's-
Yeah, but
dispensing
why
more
is
energy
that?
to go down.
That's
Because
Why
the
is it?
pressure is greater lower down in the water.
Mm-hmm. The pressure as compared to
Pressure mediation. It's not
pressure as
gravity.
compared
We've been through this already. It's
to
density,
pressure as
Yeah.
compared to
not your ball beneath gravity.
buoyancy. And
Okay,
what
show me
term do you
Archimedes. I've got a
need?
question for you, Leo.
And what
I've
term
got
do
a
you
question for
need to
you.
determine
Leo.
buoyancy?
Leo,
The gravitational
Leo.
constant. That's
Leo.
correct.
Leo, since you're
Yeah.
so smart, Archimedes' principle came at least 1,000 years before gravity was proposed. How did ships work with Archimedes' principle?
I don't know what that has to do with anything that I
buoyancy.
said.
You just said buoyancy's got to do with gravity.
Yeah.
And that's rubbish.
No, it's not.
Buoyancy,
The
Archimedes'
gravitational
principle is
constant is
How do
literally a
you
part of
calculate
buoyancy.
buoyancy then? How do you
Buoyancy,
calculate
Archimedes'
buoyancy then?
Is Archimedes' principle buoyancy or not?
Well, how do you calculate
don't think
I'm
buoyancy
so.
talking to
then?
Leo. Is Archimedes' principle
Well,
buoyancy?
I mean, this is an open panel. You can't sort of
I'm
say, hey, you
asking
can't
Leo.
talk.
Is your name Leo, Mark? Leo?
It
You
could
don't need
be.
Mark to
I
wipe
mean, I
out
could
for you.
change it.
Is buoyancy Archimedes' principle, Leo?
I don't think it is specifically, no.
You just said it was because he pushed the ball down in the water.
Well,
No,
that's
I
not
don't.
fair.
I think Archimedes' principle relates to buoyancy. I mean, I could be wrong. I don't know shit about Archimedes' principle. I don't really care
Right, so
about
then you
Archimedes'
don't actually
principle.
have a right
So,
to talk on the subject.
well, I do
Congratulations.
know about buoyancy. I don't care about Archimedes. I don't care about what people were doing thousands of years ago. I just don't give a shit. I give a shit about how we do things now.
So don't say
And
gravity then.
the universal gravitational acceleration is present in the formula for buoyancy. So
It wasn't always
Yes.
there. That's
So-
the point.
How do you calculate buoyancy, Flatzoid?
I just take your acceleration and call it pressure.
So if the pressure changes,
Pressure
that
causes the
buoyancy
acceleration.
changes.
The pressure causes the acceleration.
The pressure causes acceleration. So it's not a constant, it's a variable, is it?
So it's a constant.
So
How is pressure a constant? Hang on a second. Sorry, Nathan.
Object
Hang on a second.
relative to
How
the
is
medium.
pressure a constant? Doesn't
Uh,
pressure change?
Relative to the medium. It changes relative to the medium.
And to piggyback on what Flatzoid is saying, like if you calculate the difference, if you have a solid object, say you have a mole, 6.022 times 10 to the, or 023 times 10 to the 22nd atoms in one small area, and say you have in this atmosphere, there's 100 molecules of air, and you make it a vacuum, and now it's down to 1 or 10 molecules of air. The difference is only 1 order of magnitude, but compared to the whole of Avogadro's number, it's a very small change. So that's why you can still keep the 9.8 acceleration, whether you're in an atmosphere or in a vacuum, and you get that same accepted average fall rate of 9.8 meters per second per second.
All right,
So the
we're
problem
gonna
with that
cut
and
off
the
there.
problem-
I'm so sorry, Mark.
Can I just say one thing quickly before we go?
If you can wrap it up in like 10 seconds, because we have a
Okay,
ton
yeah,
of
sure. So
super
the problem
chats.
there is if G is P and that means the pressure kind of thing, it means that the equation will not work for anything but the one you're actually comparing it to. Like, it won't work. It
All right.
just won't work.
To
So
be fair, that
it needs
question
to be a constant.
that question was for Flatzoid, so we'll let him close out. If Flatzoid, you got 15 seconds there to close that one out.
It's simple. Archimedes principle, aka buoyancy, came before gravity, so you don't need to worry about gravity. And I can change that gravitational acceleration to uniform force. It will give exactly the same outcome.
All right, thank you so much for wrapping that up succinctly. All right, so we'll continue on. The science of science. $5. Fun fact, the globe has 0 evidence based on the scientific method. All right, what do you fellas think about that, Leo and Mark?
Hydrostatic
Yeah.
equilibrium.
Yeah, it's got tons of evidence. I mean, even that experiment that I outlined that we, unfortunately didn't get to, and they didn't get to talk about. That's a scientific experiment. There's been tons of scientific experiments. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, we've literally gone and taken pictures of it. So
Yeah.
All right,
I'm sure
we'll
you guys
continue
know what
on then.
science is.
So, because some of these are going to be real conversation starters, so I'm going to just warn the live chat right now. It seems like we probably got about a half hour left to go. I think till one of our speakers
Yeah.
has to take off. But if we can't get through all the super chats, we will continue going. If that's if Flatzoid's got somewhere to be, Nathan, we might ask you to hold down the fort if it gets to go long. It just depends on how
You're
much.
cool with that, Flatzoid?
Sorry?
Yeah, if he's got to go, I can stay and
Yeah, sorry.
take care of field any questions. So
Yeah, I was gonna say we have a lot of questions here, so if
Good.
Flatzoid, if you have an obligation somewhere to be, definitely we don't want to hold on to you. But
No, it's just I'm running on generator now, so I hope the fuel holds. That's what I'm saying.
oh, okay.
There's
Well,
no power.
Okay, well, if you need to go refuel, you just let us know how you're doing as we're going along, okay? Everybody, let me know how you're doing, because I know, everybody consented to go longer than what we had originally talked. It's been a great conversation, but I want to make sure we're respecting everybody's time here. And be respectful in that live chat, too. I see you. I'm watching. All right, so let's continue on with the live chat. So, Congo 44 for $5.50. Thank you again. Flatzoid, you do realize the fact you're having a video chat over the internet debunks you, right?
How does that debunk me at all? Statement without backup. Congratulations.
ground cables. In that chart that I showed with the underwater sea cables, that's our communications network.
Yeah, I've
yeah,
got
that's not how Wi-Fi. That's not how Wi-Fi works, though.
I've got a
Balloons and
fiber
ground
line.
towers and cables.
Okay,
I've got a fiber line.
let's just give a second here. We're going to let Leo and Mark speak a little bit, just because I think the context of that conversation is coming from their position. So I'm going to let them explain, I think, what this super chatter might have meant, starting with you, Mark.
Yeah, well, I mean, the physics of light, because the back end all uses fiber optic cables, so the physics of light has to be a certain way in order to transfer information. However, there's millions of people on the globe on satellite internet, and that 100%, like Skylink, for instance, that uses satellites to transfer information. I've worked with them myself, so you know, coordinates and you know how we track these things. It's all. If you're out in the middle of Australia, there's no way you're getting mobile internet or fiber optic cables. There's no way, much less any kind of. You need satellite internet in the most remote places. So it depends on what Flatzoid's on. To be honest with you, it depends if he is using satellite internet or not. But you still need light to work in a certain way to get fiber optic connections from one country to another or through the backhaul.
Still don't understand how they could debunk flat Earth though.
Well, I mean, satellite internet kind of debunks it.
Right, Satelloons, congratulations. Okay, next.
Satelloons?
Yeah, what the fuck is
Project
a
Echo?
satellite?
Yeah.
I don't know what a satelloon is.
If you want to take a moment there,
Neither do
Flatzoid, and
I.
explain what that is, I think that might be
before satellites so-called existed. They've had ground-based technology that's never gone away, aka LORAN C, which they've decided they debanded, and now they got LORAN E. You got such things as weather balloons, which be a satelloon. You got things that are high-breast towers. It's very easy to go and relay something off a relay station, hence why you think you have satellites. Doesn't make it an actual satellite in space, because it's not the satellite that's a problem. It's claimed to where it is. That's the problem, because it violates natural law.
Yeah, balloons don't work.
Well, it is satellites.
They vary in position too fast with the wind and other factors. They just don't work in any sufficient way to provide that kind of connection, especially in the most remote places. You would have to have, an endless parade of balloons and constant adjustments to your satellite dish, which, from sort of assisting technicians calibrate satellite dishes would be completely and utterly unfeasible. I'd be, if I was back in my old job, I'd be ringing people every day saying, hey, the balloon's shifted, we've got to move your satellite. No, that's not what's happening. Really sorry.
Yeah, it's amazing how like US military
calm.
vessels, it's amazing how like US military vessels in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, 1,000 nautical miles away from many lands, somehow can still navigate.
They have GPS buoys in the ocean.
Yes, global positioning system.
Buoys.
That is correct.
Yeah,
Yes.
buoys on the ocean.
Which are not buoys on the ocean. They're satellites
It's a satellite.
14,500
and
miles
they do
above
send.
sea level.
NASA's the number1 consumer of helium, and they send like thousands of balloons a day up. So there's a lot of balloons being released.
Yeah, do you know what those balloons are for though?
A lot of them are for weather,
Yeah.
but they do send.
They're not
balloons up.
Sorry, Leo.
Yeah, and they're
All right.
not
Yeah,
for like
so
transmitting signals.
Don't have
receivers and relays.
That's not what they do.
Let's continue
what
on,
satellites-
fellas. We
They
got
actually use it for a cryogenic material, mostly, not for balloons. They use it for cooling.
all right. So yeah, we have a ton of questions. We're gonna keep pushing the conversation because I think everything's gonna come full circle. Everything you're talking about right now. So let's see. We got science of science. I think this is going to spark conversation all on its own. Definition: pseudoscience, a collection of beliefs or practices mistakenly regarded as being based on scientific method. Mark's nodding his head, so I'm going to hand it over to Mark to kind of comment on that first. His thoughts about the definition of pseudoscience.
Yeah.
Where I think that's what he's kind of defining here, and then we'll hand it over to you guys to explain why you don't, feel that way.
So science is basically a system of observation, questions, hypotheses, experiments, graduating to a theory, which is then peer reviewed by other people doing the same experiments, which is called replication. And then basically it graduates into a theory. So it's basically a system of being able to process things. Flat Earth is a pseudoscience because they don't actually go through this system. They basically do once-off experiments. They don't check their variables. They leave all things out of control. They don't actually do science, and that's why you'll see things pop up saying that Flat Earth is a pseudoscience. In fact, we'll probably get one down the bottom of this video basically saying that Flat Earth is a pseudoscience and has been acknowledged as such through all scientific fields. Now, sort of in order to be a scientific field, you do have to follow methodological naturalism, which is a specific process. And just because you say, hey, we don't have to follow that process, doesn't mean you get to say you're a science, you're a pseudoscience. Sorry.
Can I speak on this a little bit? Because I actually like do philosophy and metaphysics of science. And so, and this is something that a lot of people, probably including our and interlocutors tonight, mine and Mark's, that probably don't know, because flat earthers tend not to know anything about the philosophy of science, is that there's three, at least broadly, obviously there's some tangentially related views, but there's broadly three views in the philosophy of science with respect to what the demarcation problem is, how we distinguish science from pseudoscience, and what science really is. And there's the Popperian view from Karl Popper, and what's going to demarcate science from pseudoscience is going to be the principle of falsification. And science is going to be those things that can be meaningfully falsified. If there's some criterion of falsification that can be tested for via novel predictions that are contained in the model against reality, it's a scientific model. Then you have people like Thomas Kuhn. His is a little bit complicated because and at least in my opinion, I don't think it was very well laid out. I'm not going to try to parse it out here because it would probably take way too long. And then there's one that a lot of people aren't very familiar with, Imre Lakatos. And this is the person who I would side with respect to what science is. And he has what he calls research programs that have a hard core that is made up of consistently and methodically, empirically confirmed aspects of reality. Think like that the fact that my cell phone is made of atoms, that is not a thing. While we may improve our understanding of what atoms are and how they behave with respect to each other, it will never be false that going into the future that my phone is made of atoms. So you've got this hardcore, and then you've got these auxiliary hypotheses associated with that help to bolster aspects of the hardcore where that hardcore fails, and that you can have a substantiation of these auxiliary hypotheses and a continuous development of them. The research program is progressive. You can have research programs that are also degenerate, and that would sort of, in some sense, qualify what pseudoscience is. For somebody like Lakatos and somebody like myself, one of the big things, at least, that demarcates science from pseudoscience is going to be predictive capability. I am a predictivist, much like Lakatos would have been, where one of the most important aspects of a scientific theory is its ability to develop novel predictions. And the flat earth does not develop any novel predictions. And even if it did, all of them are completely false.
Can I say something really quickly?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, first of all, I wanted to point out, Leo, what you just did was showing not science, pseudoscience, because you gave an opinion on belief of science, philosophy, in other words. And I want to ask both of you.
Yeah, that's called metaphysics of science.
Do you know what scientific theory is, in your own words?
What a scientific theory is?
What scientific
You're asking me how I would characterize. You're asking me how I would characterize a scientific theory. Well, generally, I would characterize a scientific theory as. So I would say that like a scientific theory is a set of well substantiated, repeatedly tested and confirmed explanations for some observed phenomenon or set of phenomena. And that fits thoroughly within the Lakatosian view. So the Lakatosian view is a highly respected view in the philosophy and the metaphysics of science. So it's not pseudoscience, it's philosophy of science. There's a difference. Philosophy of science actually helps us to understand what that difference is. What is philosophy? Well, it just depends on who you ask. I don't think there's some like univocal understanding of what philosophy is. I don't think philosophy is monolithic. For me, philosophy is merely an analytic tool for understanding concepts at a deeper, more fundamental level, and that this ought to be used in ways that bolster our understanding of the reality around us and our place within it. But that's just me.
Okay, so you would understand, you would have a different philosophical view than I do.
Yeah.
So pseudoscience.
And then that would just be a discussion.
Science is philosophical. It's pseudoscience because it's belief.
Well, that's not true. Science has beliefs.
To be science,
Beliefs-
you know, like
Beliefs are, yeah,
Just
well, that's
says
true.
philosophy
But
of
beliefs are
science.
just stochastic attitudes toward propositions where one
Yeah.
either takes that they're true or false. It's just a belief is
Right.
just, so to say that you believe X is merely to say that you think X is true. To say that you disbelieve X is merely to say that you think X is false. So like beliefs don't have anything to do with how we understand what science or pseudoscience is. Now, there are certainly questions with respect to the epistemology of science, and I'd be more than willing to either go on your channel or have you on mine to talk with you about those.
That's
But I don't think they're really
fine.
relevant to the discussion we're having here.
So what's your definition of science then, Flatzoid?
It's a method. It
Yeah,
has
but
got
what do you
nothing-
mean by that?
There's
What
a lot
kind
of
of
making
method?
a cake is a method. It
Yeah,
doesn't
Just-
explain anything.
me picking up this beer and drinking it is a method.
It's just a method to work out the cause for an effect that you observed in nature.
Yeah, it's not a very well thought
It's
out
got
metaphysics.
nothing
That's all I
to
can
do
say.
with the
All right,
got nothing to
let's
do with the person's
let's
philosophy
move
or
on through our
beliefs in
super
the
chat
subject.
because we got a lot
Nothing.
going on.
Can
here.
I just?
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
I guess it was
Yeah,
kind of
okay.
covered.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think yeah, like I said, a lot
Was,
of
was
these,
that for everyone?
a lot of these super chats are going to come full circle. So I don't fret, Nathan. I think we're going to have lots of time to come full circle.
I'm just kidding. Okay. I agree with a lot of what everybody said here. So I just wanted,
This is why we extend the love to Nathan, because you know you're such a chill fella. You know, we could hang, buddy. So
we should. Why not?
All right, so
Let's do it.
Leo and Mark you know what? Science of science. We're just gonna keep that one quiet because it's a little bit of tacky. They say you don't understand the scientific method, but you know, that's towards Leo and Mark. We're gonna move on from there just because we've kind of talked a lot about what we thought about the scientific method just now. So I think that moved into that. So modern day debate what is underneath the flat Earth model?
But as floor.
If you take Bible cosmology, then you would say water's below.
It's turtles.
Water's
It's
above.
turtles all the way down.
Waters are-
You beat me to it.
It's
no
not
turtle.
something we can know scientifically. We haven't dug that far down. If we ever dig that far down and find out, we'll let you know. We've only gone 9 miles deep, though. With all of our modern, incredible technology and how smart we are.
We've gone deeper
9
with
miles.
seismic technology. We've gone much deeper, I believe, with seismic technology.
Correlations, not causations, correlations.
That doesn't have anything. That doesn't have anything to do with it. And yes, it does actually, because you don't have causation without correlation. Causation is a correlative function. That's
And
what
Causation will
is.
correlate. Yeah.
I will say, I do
Causation
believe
will
that there is a
correlate with
place.
All
I
forms
believe
of
there's a place
causation are
below the earth that's
correlations,
for
not
fallen
correlations
angels.
or
That's what
causes.
I'll say.
Have you guys noticed how you guys always talk over me when as soon as I open my mouth? P and S
Well, there
waves
might
are-
be a bit of a delay on my end. If there is, I apologize.
P and S waves are correlative. Okay, they don't actually give anything more than you begging the question. That's about it. And
Well, but that
based on the
seems to
flat Earth
disagree with
model-
your claim that they're
based on the
correlative.
Based on the flat Earth model, we don't really agree that you guys think is a space flying pizza in space and turtles under the backwater. That's just a push narrative that no flat earther believes. So
And
Yeah, but
to
you
anybody
still
who is
believe ridiculous.
considering this topic, like, is the earth flat, and you're genuinely open-minded to hearing it, something like that, the earth in space is a straw man. The earth accelerating upward, those are straw mans to try to take away from, you can walk around a circle in your room and circumnavigate. You can circumnavigate on a flat surface. You can do these things. So there are, for whatever reason, people have put traps up for people to, oh, that's foolish, and my cat would push it off the edge, or my roommate's cat in my case. But like, that's, cats are so cool.
Who
Like,
says
those
who
are
says
straw
that
men.
the earth who says that the earth accelerates upward? Because that is a straw man. That's
Flat
not what
Earth
science
Society.
says.
Yeah, that's the
That
Flat
is
Earth
society.
Society.
I
And that's what
think
you
what
guys
just
do.
Oh,
happened
I
there,
see what you were getting
before
at.
we
I
move
see
to
what
our
you were
next
getting at.
before we move to our
I
next
gotcha.
super chat, I think that needs to be our next debate: dog people versus cat people. I mean, I have a cat, and he's the silliest little thing in
yay
the world.
dogs. Yay dogs.
I
Yeah.
thought you meant
Both,
like
but
Flat
I
Earth
prefer
Society
pets.
versus who are you guys if not the Flat Earth Society? Like what's
Flat Earth
your
Society is a
division?
controlled
Of,
opposition.
Yeah, I think the Flat
Like,
Earth Society
what-
was set up with a guy like it was something like that. The head of the Flat Earth Society was not really a flat earther. And then there was like a guy who international something of Council of Flat Earthers or something was trying to reach out to him to talk about the flat Earth, and he like wouldn't, the Flat Earth Society guy wouldn't talk with him or wouldn't interact with him to try to help get publications out about the Earth being flat and everything. And then this guy who was, and I'm blanking on this other not Flat Earth Society, but this other group of flat earthers, they were trying to put the truth out there. And I think something happened to all the guy's stuff. Like all of his literature got burned and his writings and stuff. And that was, it was a guy separate from the Flat Earth Society. The Flat Earth Society is like, if you search, is the Earth flat, you'll get Flat Earth Society stuff. Just like if you search on YouTube, is the Earth flat, you'll get instant debunkings from certain channels that I won't name, but you won't get things that are for, only against, part of like that flat Earth box on the bottom of videos. It's to help to help flatten the curve.
No, it's just popularity. The algorithm just goes by popularity. That's it.
And the flat Earth was incredibly popular.
The YouTube algorithm is set specifically censoring things like flat Earth because they take it as misinformation based on consensus.
Yeah. So why don't you
That's a good thing.
Debate the Flat Earth Society people?
They don't talk. They don't want anything to do. People who promote actual flat Earth stuff, like things that are logical and can make sense and pass as viable explanations, they don't want anything to do with those people because they're like a controlled opposition to mislead people. They want to try to sound ridiculous and say like, okay, if the Earth is accelerating upwards, that is completely.
But don't all flat earthers sound ridiculous? I mean, they all say the Earth is flat. That's ridiculous
to me.
Wow, and we can say the same guy
that's fair in science.
And we can say the same thing, the guy that thinks the Earth is rising up to the apple.
Yeah, but I don't think that, and nobody in science does, because that's not what's happening. And this is like the fourth time I've explicated that. I don't have a religion. I don't have a religion. I don't worship any deities, so I don't have a religion. Because one of the central features of what defines a religion is the worship of a deity. I'm sorry, I was actually the one speaking. And general relativity doesn't tell you fuck all about a deity or how to worship one or how to worship anything. All it is a mathematical framework for describing a fundamental feature of the world that humans experience every day.
First of all, you claim to know general relativity, yet you throwing it in.
Actually, I specifically said I don't really know it.
Let's let Flatzoid close this out, and then we'll move on.
That's fine, but please don't misrepresent what I said.
You specifically said on the stream.
We won't talk about what
when you
our other debaters while we're answering your questions, if we can help that.
You specifically said on stream while you had your screen share that you are the one that knows general relativity. The rest of us don't know anything. Secondly, it is a deity because it's called heliocentrism. Helios, the sun god, center.
Helios, the sun.
The sun god. It's just the sun. It's just the sun. Nobody thinks it's a god. I don't think it's a god. What are you talking about? Like, you think that just because we call it, okay, hello, so just because it's called heliocentrism, the Helios just refers to the sun. It doesn't mean that we think it's a god, or nobody's worshipping it, Flatzoid. Nobody thinks has any kind of belief system that is based upon religious beliefs around this thing. That's why it's not a religion. Nobody worships it as some greater thing than ourselves. It's just a physical thing. Like that's sort of saying, hey, I like coffee, so I'm a coffee worshipper. It's ridiculous. It is the most ridiculous thing you can ever say. It is just simply a physical thing.
It's like saying that. Can I ask one question that would pertain to this? Do you guys believe the heliocentric model to be true?
Well, it is true. And yes, I also believe it to be true. And
let's leave it at that. Let's leave it at that.
It's not a religion.
I think that's. I would love to, but
that's not a religion. Go for
it. It just depends.
5 seconds.
Let's just refresh. How's everybody doing for time?
Can you just give Nathan 5 seconds quickly?
I was going to say, Flatzoid was the only one. You said that you were the only one that was potentially, working for time.
Doing good?
Because I said just in case for the diesel, maybe we can do another 15 minutes or so.
Okay. All right. We do have like 20 more chats to go through, so that's why I'm like,
Maybe we should speed through them then. Just do one side, I
we
guess.
we,
Yeah,
we
we
may
can-
do one-sided responses from here on out. I think
Yeah.
we've gotten through a lot of the nuance between your fellas' positions, but Nathan, if you can summarize, I can see your gears are turning there. If you can do like 30 seconds on your side, and then we're gonna hand it over to Leo to respond to what you're saying, just because we want to get everybody's voice in here. Okay.
To the religion thing and naturalism. With I'll be quicker than 30, I think. Anyway, I'm actually using my time to explain what I could be saying. I could have already finished what I had said. Anyway, I'm just okay. So I not that people worship the sun or anything, but for whatever the spiritual aspect to this whole lie of cosmology is, the planets are named after ancient pagan deities, and those are kind of still it was seen as a way of paying homage to them and putting the earth amongst it. So back then it was a thing of spiritual weight. And nowadays we just kind of see them as other planets like the earth in the heliocentric model.
Okay.
Yeah, the planets are named that because that's the culture that, those planets were discovered in hundreds, if not thousands of years ago. We just do it today because that's what they were called, and why would we change? Like, we know what they're called. That's what society broadly recognizes them as. Like, it doesn't have anything to do with religion today. General relativity isn't a religion. It's largely just math.
It's
really just math. And I wanted to clarify, I never said that I understood it. And while I understand this might be somewhat pretentious, I'm sorry, I still think it's just true. What I had said is that I specified the word probably understand general relativity better than everybody else in the stream, but I still don't really understand it. That's what I said.
You just proved you don't. Sorry, I have to put that out.
Okay. Well, we'll move on.
As the guy who doesn't know what pseudo-Riemannian manifolds are.
We'll try
You
not to
literally
be.
validated what I said there, mate. With
I was
space.
gonna say I live in Nova Scotia. We are queens of being the caddy, but we are gonna have to try to keep it to a minimum as far as the responding and trying to keep it juicy. But I do appreciate it, Flatzoid, and we appreciate everybody being here. Once again, this is our last chance to get seats to our DebateCon 2.0. So if you want to check out our description box there, we do have our link to get your tickets there, or if you want to donate to our crowdfund, you can watch it live. So let's continue on. Mark, $2 from Ember. It looks like a maple leaf. No, I like maple leaves. Hold on. That's not the full question. I had to embellish because, maple. Anyways, it's a Canadian thing. It looks like a maple leaf, therefore flat, question mark.
Right. It's the whole idea of looking at something and then assuming that because we see something, then it must be that thing. He's alluding to a previous debate. I think it was on evolution with T-Rock, and T-Rock sort of said, hey, this looks like a maple leaf. Yeah, but it's not a maple leaf. That's the thing. Like, you can't just assume what you see is automatically the truth. We have to have other scientific tests to evaluate whether what you're seeing is actually correct or not. And that's the whole point. Like, you can't just assume. So, anything to add, Leo, about maple leaves?
Yeah, I would say that it's like saying I see this mirage of water, therefore there is objectively, independently of my experience, water there, even though I'm like haven't had water in 19 hours and I'm in the middle of the desert. That's totally a thing that's really there, that water that I'm seeing, that's totally not a mirage.
All right.
Because human reason is never infallible. No, not once, not ever.
All right. Excellent. We're going to try to keep this, directed to our speakers. So, Theros Rex, $2. Thank you for your $2 donation. I'm not going to read your question. So sorry. Just a little bit insulting. So, Kango 44, $5.50.
I'd take it. I'm just saying.
Is it the one calling me a retard? Because yes, I have autism. I am a retard with an IQ of 156. So come at me, bro.
Well, let's not talk about all the camps that we're in, but I hear you there, Leo. I
don't know why
I grew up in a space as well, so it's fine. But we'll try to just keep ourselves monetized if we can there, and try to avoid any hot words there, if you don't mind. Question for Flatzoid from Congo 44, $5.50. Given your expertise in I can't say this word. Given your expertise in thermodynamics, my goodness, thermodynamics, please give us a detailed description of Maxwell's demon.
Maxwell demon is just simply in
Bad.
terms, it's Maxwell demon is simply just explaining terms like if you take two systems and you have a partition, and Maxwell demon is simply choosing which particle to go through to and separates them equally.
Oh, thank you so much for that. All right, so I'm going to try to read these a bit more succinctly. Yeah, and that's it's just a matter. I'm trying to scroll through and get the ones in order here because we have a ton of them, and we don't have a whole lot of time potentially for Flatzoid to be here, and we want to get through as many as we can. So, the Science of Science, $5. Leo, tell us 100% imagination about how the universe started. This is how science works. The scientific method is not needed. That's for you, Leo.
I'm not really sure what's being asked.
The question
The origins
was,
of
tell us 100% imagination about how the universe started. So,
I'm not sure what that means. Humans, well, number one, the question, how did the universe start, might not even be a meaningless question. That's the first thing. Number two, humans, even if it does have a start, which it almost certainly doesn't, wouldn't know anything about it. What we do know is that there was an inflationary period and then a period known as reheating. Most people would probably know that phase as the hot Big Bang phase.
Okay. All right. We'll continue on from there. So somebody, Therorex, had said, "Oh, sweet Satan." I feel like we are playing a Led Zeppelin track backwards because that's my jams, and they got in a lot of trouble for records going backwards and saying, "Oh, that's sweet Satan." So Therorex says, "Oh, sweet Satan, we're invoking the God word." So I think what they're trying to imply is when you guys were talking about the dome over the universe, there was a talk about the creator. So I think they're trying to say a commentary on you invoking the religious aspect to the flat earth argument. So if you want to make a comment on that, Flatzoid, I think that's for you.
Well, it can go both ways. It can be scientifically validated due to natural tendencies, or it can be shown supernatural because we know God is supernatural. He's above natural law, so he's not bound by nature because he created nature. I always love to do this with ontological primitives. You walk along the beach, you see a sandcastle. Did it form out of nature by itself, or did you have a creator forming that sandcastle?
And I think too, there is a supernatural component to this. If we are the center of creation, I don't think there's any flat earther who is saying that it's all still naturalistic about how we got here. I think that's one thing about the flat earth is that there is a creator. Who that creator is it some new age creator or the creator of the Bible? Two different things, but the only one that would benefit from lying about cosmology would be an enemy to this creator who wants to be like the creator. And you can lie to somebody and make money or whatever, control people without having to change the earth. So that is a spiritual lie. You have the 666s all over the globe cosmology, the tilt of the earth, the orbit around the sun, which is continuous falling around a fire source, kind of sounds like hell, like a bottomless pit. You have the 0.666 feet of curvature. Even NASA, they had sex written in the clouds backwards. In the first, if you look up the first image of Earth in 43 years, you will see sex written backwards. That goes to sex magic practicings with Aleister Crowley, who talked about the Baphomet, called himself the B666. All of this stuff. There's a huge occult tie-in to NASA, but this is a spiritual thing all the way through. This is a spiritual thing. Completely. They want to take away how special you are, that we have a loving creator, that someone was sent here to die for all of our sins and then defeat death. We are all special. We're all forgiven. We're all so loved. And people, our creator wants us all to be so happy.
All right.
Yep.
Thank you so much, Nathan, for
Okay.
that.
I just want to say
wanna
one
add-
thing. The
I-
tilt of
I want
the
to
tilt of
give.
the Earth is
Oh, we got
23.4
okay.
I'm gonna
degrees,
interrupt
not
here.
66.6.
I
That's
yeah, I was
all.
gonna say I'm gonna give 2 minutes over here to Leo and Mark, not because we've had a religious discussion, just because we've gone into more of a topic of how it ties into this religious discussion. So I want to give a minute to Leo and Mark to kind of expand on your guys' criticisms of this comment here. Not to interrupt you there, Leo, just because I want to let you know that I want to give you that time, and feel free to expand on that for up to a minute each on the other side.
Yeah,
Brilliant.
so the tilt of the Earth is 23.4 degrees north on its axis. It's not
Subtract that from 90.
66.
What do you get when you
It's not,
subtract it from 90?
it's not
Hold on. If
66
you
point.
take 90 and then
see
minus
what,
I'm
see
sorry,
what's
Nathan.
going on
Nathan,
right
we're gonna
now.
let him respond.
See
for
what's
that.
going
Sorry.
on right now is, well, if you do all this complex stuff, you can get this number. Oh, scary. What happens if you subtract, 4 from 600? From 670. Oh, you know what you get? You get 666. There's something
about
scary about 670 minus 4. It's literally the same thing. Like, this is just a bunch of where we're imputing a bunch of woolery, like, there's a lot of words I want to use to describe it that I'm not, out of respect for the channel, that's just being imputed here. Like, this is just kind of ridiculous. Cosmologists don't even believe that
Okay.
like Satan. I thought I had a minute. Cosmologists don't believe that Satan is real. They don't give a fuck about Satan. They don't care. What they care about is using the empirical methodologies that we have to understand how it is physical reality works. And physical reality doesn't work according to anything supernatural.
All right. Thank you so much, Leo, for being succinct with that. And Mark, for up to a minute there, for the religious commentary on the flat Earth, Mark.
Yeah, so sort of, Leah's right. You can find any number if you manipulate it enough with enough, numbers around it. You'll get to just about anything you want. You can multiply or subtract or add or whatever. Anyway, what I wanted to say to you, Nathan, is that there's nothing that says we aren't special. Like, according to mainstream science, every single atom in our body was forged in the heart of a dying star. So the whole idea is just because something is materialistic doesn't mean it isn't incredibly special. And as far as we know, we're the only life we know of in the entire universe that we've ever seen. So it is incredibly rare and should be valued. And none of that comes from a religion. It's all just, science. So I want to sort of explain to you where we look at things. We're basically on a Earth that is hurtling through the universe, and asteroids are coming close to us and things like that. Our environment may be in jeopardy. We're basically on a very, very precious thing, and it may take every single one of us to just survive in this universe. And we don't think anyone's coming to rescue us. It's on us. We've got to do it, and that's where we're coming from.
All right. Thank you so much for that commentary, everybody. Let's
I just
continue.
gotta say it's just symbolism. That's all.
Okay.
That's why it's 666 all the time.
All
Got
right.
to do with symbolism.
We'll let Flatzoid close that out there. The Science of Science, $5 again. Thank you so much for your donation. Leo, any evidence based on the scientific method for the reason why gas does not fill the infinite available volume of space? I bet not. They're being spicy. All right, Leo, it's coming at you.
It's funny because I've talked about it like 3 times already. I think it's called gravity. This is why gas, and I even gave an example. If you take a gas and you ionize it and you put it in the presence of a magnetic field, you can change its behavior. You can make it move in ways where it won't fill the space, because that's a complete misunderstanding of what space is and how gravity works, as I've outlined a number of times already.
May I say something?
Yeah, and the gravity is
10
causing
seconds,
a sort
sorry.
of pressure column to sort of have pressure around you, and that's why there's a pressure gradient going up, because basically everything's getting pushed down to the bottom,
Okay.
and that causes a higher pressure than at the top, which really isn't explained by anything without gravity. It's just sort of a load of excuses and things like that.
Okay, other side, we got 15 seconds.
Okay, simple. Gravity cannot be demonstrated to hold gas down indefinitely. If you have sulfur hexafluoride in a fish tank, it's still going to disperse into the available volume, which shows them they don't have no cooking clue what they're talking about. And because I know 15 seconds, I can't educate them on gas behavior.
Okay. All right.
Gravity
And
is
Leo,
also very,
I'm sorry, Nathan.
gravity.
We'll hit you
Do I
up.
get 15 or just for one side? Okay.
I'm sorry. We'll hit you up in the next question here, just because we're getting limited on time. I don't want Flatzoid to crash out if we can help it.
Sorry, man.
The
problem.
question
Go
was
ahead.
for Leo there, so we'll let him close out with 15 seconds in commentary there.
Yeah, what Flatzoid said just doesn't even matter because performing the experiment on the Earth in the Earth's gravity, where things will tend to equalize with respect to the perturbations provided by Earth's gravitational field, is different than looking at a whole ass planet with its own atmosphere, because this is all they can do, drastically misrepresent science with things that they don't understand because they don't understand what science is.
Okay. All right. And yeah, we'll close it there where that was for you. Congo 44 for $22. Question for the group. As a civilization, how did we get to the point where grown men on the internet are confused about gravity and saying things like its density and its vector based on pressure? Sad. Well, they're being a little bit extra, aren't they? Congo 44, you're being spicy tonight. So, as a civilization, how do we get to the point where grown men on the internet are confused about gravity? Let's talk about gravity, everybody.
Why would
Okay,
science not be able to have different explanations to try to describe a phenomena? You should always be open to how things could be interpreted, and you never know. If you look at one thing one way, you might get certain avenues of thought, and if you look at something another way, you might get other avenues of thought. Both can lead to innovation. It just depends on how you look at it, but you should always be open-minded to explanations, and then use tests and experiment, and then make your observations on the data, and see if anything gets falsified. If you're able to move things forward, or if things still stand, then you create another test to try to falsify those things.
Okay.
For my
am I
money,
allowed-
it's
am I allowed
religious
to-
belief.
Am I allowed
Oh,
to
sorry,
still
go ahead.
comment there? Yeah, it's very simple. First of all, there is no science for the globe. So if you took gravity, for instance, you can't find me a scientific hypothesis and experiment for gravity to begin with, starting from Newton till now. That's about pseudoscience and not science. That's density. The light is denser than the medium around it. Put it in a denser medium, it will float.
Okay, I see you over there,
Mechanism.
Leo, and don't break your stuff there, Leo.
I just dropped my phone, but that's because it's just dense.
No, you
Yes.
calm down. You don't want to
Congratulations.
have to spend extra money for that.
I think there's something dense around here.
I
I'm not
can't.
sure it's your phone.
We here at Modern Day Debate, we got so much going on with DebateCon 2.0. Everybody, check out the description. We can't afford to replace Leo's phone. I'm so sorry to say. That's just one of those things. So we'll continue on from there. Everybody in live chat, I'll let you know we're not closed to more super chats. I have not seen a single super chat for 420. I shouted it out. I used my little vape pen here, and it's like 90%. We get crazy stuff over here. Yeah, I don't know what you Americans are rocking over there, which is the majority of our audience, but as Canadians, we get absolutely mad stuff, and I've not seen a single super chat for 420. And not only that, but how lazy are you fellas? You know, there's still 379. Oh, it just went up. 379 of you fellas watching. And how much does it take? How much does it take to like move your thumb like this far down? Like, see my phone? It's like right like down in this section right here. You just use your thumb. Do you have arthritis or something? Like, hit the like button, everybody. Like, this is awesome. Everybody's having a great discussion, and you don't have to have arthritic thumbs about it. Hit the like button.
I'll bump.
Smash it like
Hold
that
on.
you wish you could have gotten with in high school. What?
And Flatzoid has a young one with us. Flatzoid, who do you have with us right now?
That's my son, Sean, Eli.
Oh, well,
Hello.
everybody welcome Eli. Oh, what a sweetheart. I have two young ones myself, and they are getting so big. My son is almost as tall as I am. It's absolutely crazy. He's turning 6 this year, and I'm 6'8", and you know, I was picking them up the other day, and maybe I should work out because this kid's getting heavy. All right.
Just before we continue, can I make a quick announcement? Just when I went to go and hit that like button, because that's what, you know, real people do.
Real people.
I went and I found there's an after show on Ember's channel. So could we grab a link for that?
Yeah, Ember,
for
put.
Oh,
Ember.
there's an after. Ember's gonna host an after show. Well, I'm sorry, but if you
Apparently
like
so.
these kinds of discussions and you don't show up to this after show, you're just fucking lame. Because Ember is like the greatest person ever.
Steady on.
I was gonna say,
Dang
once
it.
again, you can't see all of the guitar amps around me, so you're just gonna have to assume that I'm pretty lame because it's 12.
Well, no,
o'clock.
I'm just sorry. I'm like Vosh. I'm just abusive to chat. Like, if you don't show up, then you're just fucking lame. Like, get a fucking life. Like, what are you doing? If you're not, like, I get it if you're out touching grass, but I know you're not. Like, I'm not dumb. I know that's not what you're doing because you're here watching a fucking flat Earth debate. So you should show up to the after show.
Yes, everybody should show up to the after show and have some fun. But myself, I got to get to sleep because my kids got to get to school in the morning, and like
Well,
I
let's
said,
go.
we're heading towards
Where they're
1
being
o'clock here.
indoctrinated about how the Earth is round. And
Another
something,
misconception. Teachers mean
Satan.
well and are teaching what they think is honestly true. There's nothing wrong with that.
What is true?
It's coming from people very high up that are
What's
that have
demonstrably
passed this
true?
down.
Yeah,
Like
it's just
who?
common ball.
I'm sorry. I gotta know who's doing it.
If you
Tell me who it
Ultimately,
is.
ultimately, it's the devil. Ultimately, the father. of
Okay,
lies.
that answers my
Well,
question.
that's
There are-
scientific.
next super
yeah,
chat.
that's scientific.
Well, there
Yeah.
are.
Yeah.
I mean, you could get into like Lemaitre and these people. Georges Lemaitre, who made the Big Bang. He's a Jesuit.
George,
priest.
wait, I'm sorry. I know I'm
And you know, it's very
nitpicky about it, but his
disrespectful,
name
yeah.
is it's French. It's like George Saint Pierre. You don't pronounce the S. It's Georges Lemaitre.
Let's get to our
George Lemaitre. Anyway,
Yeah.
next super
My
chat.
French isn't that great.
Let's
Okay,
get to
so
our
I'm
next
just gonna
super
say
chat.
No,
here-
it's not. They use
Yeah,
like
just say-
95 letters in every word, but then only pronounce, or they use like 95 letters in a word, but then pronounce like 5 of them. The French are fucking stupid when it comes to language. Anyway,
Like
next.
and you
next.
can do like tarte, and it means something like it's like 28 different words. It's their language is difficult.
Okay, but
Oh,
can I-
come on,
can I-
English is pretty silly as
Yeah.
well. Let's face it.
It
you know.
is. It
I
really
before
is.
E,
English?
except after C, except when the sound is
Can we
A,
go to the next
except
question?
in these
Yes.
exceptions to that. Like, come on, that's
Yeah,
I think we should
I've
move to
had
the
the-
next.
yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna
Yeah,
say,
next-
I've had,
next picture. Let's
I've had
go, let's
that discussion too. You know, I'm angry, I'm frustrated, I'm grievanced. You know, I'm titillated.
Silent letters, no point.
Yeah, there's just
Oh
exactly.
my God! There's one more thing I really wanted to say. Literally 6 seconds. The
Alright.
sun is not made of fire; it's made of plasma. Anyway,
All right, let's
Yeah.
continue on. All right, so
Lithium
Congo
fusion.
44, $11. Advice for the flat Earth folks: maybe try to figure out what happens when the sun sets first before jumping into relativity. I'm gonna have to get my
That I actually
glasses.
showed a video that had the sun setting and keeping its apparent size, apparent shape, using lensing, so that the sun can set just fine with the atmospheric effects and perspective working together. You do get a sunset just fine. Those types of things are explainable, have been explained, have been demonstrated, seasons as well, and all that stuff. But that stuff is sky. I mean, but it's also explained.
And I mean, we've been showing actual demonstrations for this, yet we don't get any demonstrations for anything from the globe other than have belief because scale. Yeah.
All righty.
Math too.
Yeah, let's continue on there. So Congo 44 again, 550. So boats sailing away and planes flying over from an observer stay the same size, then cut off from the bottom. Question mark. Try harder. Ooh, they're getting juicy.
It's very simple. If you guys ever heard of parallax, you would understand when things are further away, they have less angular size change to things with closer. Plain
And
makes
also,
no
the
difference.
higher up things are in elevation, the less of a change there is in the angular size and shape of the object as well. So higher elevation, yeah. And then they're called airplanes, not air globes or air spheres or anything like that.
And it converges, yeah, to the horizon, convergence, perspective.
Straight and level is a pilot term, y'all. Straight and level.
All right. Well, let's continue on from there. Everybody in live chat, let's give some love to Flatzoid there for being a great parent and yeah, giving his kid a cuddle there. Everybody needs that every once in a while, especially when you're young. And that's tough when you're doing a live stream. So kudos to you, buddy. That's
Well, he woke up a bit early because it's now 20 past 5.
oh my. Well, you've got some breakfast making for
Shouts
you.
out to Flatzoid for doing this debate. 2 a.m. start time for him. Just saying, Mark, it's early for you too. Let's just acknowledge that's an early time to debate, y'all.
Yeah,
look,
father
that's early.
father energy 4,000. Just going for it, buddy. That's awesome. So Congo 44. Nope, I've already read that one. Kim Jong Ultra for €199. Where will flat Earth be in 20 years' time? So I think they're asking, and I'm going to direct this toward Flatzoid, where we just had that interaction there, and we need to be quick.
Okay,
Do you think that flat Earth is going to change what's happening right now as far as what's happening?
Well, we can't really tell the future, so we can't know. But we do know, based on what you've been seeing in the past, it's growing more and more and waking up more people. So it's very possible that in 20 years, there could be textbook changes. I mean, there's already textbook changes just based in the pseudoscientific community already. So who knows?
All right, excellent. We'll continue on from there. All right, no diss in that big father energy. Anybody in the live chat, by the way. So Eddie Dean, $5. Flatzoid, where there's plenty of evidence to support the globe Earth. There's also video evidence of you not being able to correctly subtract 40 from 90. We can skip that if you'd like.
No, they miss, because I have pronunciation, because I speak Afrikaans. Craig didn't actually listen to what I said. If you go back, you can listen. I said 30.
All right, excellent. All right, Alabaka, 5,500 CLP. Not sure what that currency is. I didn't get a chance to look it up. Nathan and Flatzoid, how far away does a 500-meter mountain have to be to appear half obstructed from a 50-meter elevation under steady atmospheric conditions, a clear horizon, and no extreme temperature variations? That's very specific.
You're gonna see what the conditions of the day determine what you see. If you have those conditions, you're gonna get, if you have the mountain, the conditions to see half a mountain, you're gonna see half a mountain. That's what it is. There's gonna be times where you can see more of the mountain on a clearer day.
Yeah, the fact that he brought up very specific conditions shows he knows it's optical and not physical.
But he said under clear conditions.
The fact that he brought up very specific conditions means he understands it's only optical and not physical.
It's the
Optics is
scrutinizing of
physics.
flat earthers as well. Like very technical to every variable. But it's what you, day by day, you can see different things. But the thing is that flat earthers can repeat these on flat surfaces as demonstrations, on a smaller scale to mimic what we see in the natural world.
I think it's interesting that flat earthers, people who always talk about dependent and independent variables, always run away from highly specified scenarios that would allow us to isolate the dependent variables from the independent variables. Isn't that
Not
funny,
science.
Mark?
Don't you think
That
it's
is
funny that
quite
you don't
humorous,
understand the
yeah.
difference between science and not science?
And Flatzoid did show the
Well, I
video of
provided
the
an explanation
winds
from
being
3
hidden by
different
temperature
perspectives in the
and variance.
philosophy of science. So
Sorry, Nathan, what did you say while you were rudely interrupted?
Flatzoid did say that, or show that you can hide tacks on a flat surface using an isolated variable of temperature and variance.
that's
Alright.
different than mountains.
Well, let's continue on there.
Object protruding from a flat surface.
All right, let's continue on. Not a single super chat for 420. Weak. Anyways, coming at you live chat. Sorry. So let's continue on. Yeah, I scrolled way far up because there hasn't been a super chat for 420, and that upsets me. Nova Scotian, like I said, we're all about that. It's been a great day. The science of science. This is for you, Leo. Leo, tell us 100% imagination about how the universe started.
You already asked me that one.
Oh, shoot. See, I'm scrolling. This is the problem.
We're actually a ways past that one.
That is a ways past that one. You see, this is the problem. It went right to the start. This is so long. Guys, stop. You know what? Send in your super chats because there's no 420 super chats, but also send them in because obviously I can't keep track of them because it's been a great day. Yeah, that last one wasn't overly awe-inspiring as far as like wording goes. Andrew Johnson, $2.99. Flance, why can't time be an IV? Mark, correct him.
Why can't time be an independent variable?
Okay, yep, you got it.
Isn't time is
What?
kind of like a parameter? Oh, is this from Mark? I'm sorry.
Sorry, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, because you can't actually change time. You can't change the sort of parameters of it. Time can change relative to other things, and we have documented that. But time can't be a independent variable.
Yeah, so that one was actually.
Hang on, I haven't finished.
I'm sorry,
If you're
Mark.
talking about if you're talking about time as in you can vary the amount of time, then you can do that. So, monitoring something for 5 minutes and monitoring something for an hour is a parameter that you can change, is the time it takes.
Okay.
So it can be used in that way.
So the intro was
As an
for
independent variable.
Flatzoid. I'm sorry. So they wanted you to respond to Flatzoid's opinion on this one. I see in the
and
live
he just agreed
chat.
with me, yeah. And he just agreed literally with what I said. So thank you, Mark. Yeah, I'm glad Mark understands. Yeah, because time doesn't cause anything. If you say time is an IV, it's pseudoscientific because you need an IV to be a cause, and you can have a duration of time which is a control, not an IV. So Mark, 100% validate. Thanks you.
Who said time caused anything?
That's what IV means. It's a cause.
Time is
time
a
caused?
duration.
No.
Like there's T0, T1, T2, and like in chemistry you have reaction rates that you run for times. So you have a starting amount, and then at T0 and then at T1 you have a new amount of product and reactant.
Yeah, but that's
And
arbitrary.
that's time is a duration. It's kind of a parameter to an experiment, not necessarily a
completely
variable.
arbitrary.
It's a control.
It's just the
It's
way
a
you measure
control.
Well, it depends. It depends. In like chemistry, yeah,
control.
but not in physics. And in physics, time
Chemistry is physics.
when measured between different frames of reference actually largely can be a dependent variable because the time that you measure for the frame of reference can depend on other things like the velocity of the frame of reference and things of that nature.
So
Yeah, time
this
can
is
be
a question I
dependent,
wanted to
can be
ask about
independent.
that. If you have a clock and it's 1 second is 1 second is 1 second for that clock, and then you take another
1
clock.
second per second.
Well, I'm just like it's 1 second and then another second and then another
Yeah,
second.
1
just equal
second
intervals.
per second. Yes.
Yeah, yes. And now if you have a clock that's moving near the speed of light, how does that clock know that it's moving and that everything else is stationary compared to it? Why wouldn't that clock be able to say that it is stationary and that everything else is moving? So that clock also keeps the 1 second per second.
Well, from the
Very-
framework of that second clock, everything else could be said to be moving. This
is
is an
1 second
equivalence
per
principle
second.
in special relativity. It would be like if I had a car moving past a post in the ground that's sitting next to the road at 100 kilometers an hour. Mathematically, there's no difference between saying the car moves past the post in one direction at 100 kilometers per hour or that the post moves past the car in the opposite direction at 100 miles per hour. Now, in the physical world, there's obviously going to be one of those is the actual state of affairs. Mathematically, they can be represented as exactly the same. So from some frame of reference, you will always measure. So like for me, I will always measure the passage of time in my own frame of reference to be 1 second per second. I can't measure it as anything different. However, if I go from my frame of reference and I say I Lorentz boost into one that's very close to the speed of light, I will then notice a difference between the passage of time between my frame of reference and the frame of reference that I'm boosting into as a result of the difference in the velocity.
Okay.
But
So
the time passing in both frames of reference are going to be 1 second per second. It's not going to change the way that time
Just a reference.
occurs in
Ticks.
each
Time
instance.
ticks at
It's
the
just
the
same.
next question here we have is actually for Leo.
Frame of
here.
reference, not between them.
So we'll let Leo wrap up a point here because I think this might tie into what he was saying. Yay, DN, for $20. Leo, Flatzoid seems to be stuck in 8th grade Earth Sciences. Can you give him and the audience a quick example of other ways we do modern science?
That'd be great.
Well, I mean, I could understand that philosophically, and I would say, like I outlined earlier, you've got Kuhnian perspectives, you've got Popperian perspectives, you've got Lakatosian perspectives. Would it be right to say there's Lewisian perspectives with science? Maybe not. I don't know. But in more of a scientific perspective, I mean, you've got classical mechanics, you've got statistical mechanics, you've got quantum mechanics, you've got relativity, you've got relativistic quantum mechanics, which leads into things like quantum field theory. You've got classical field theory. So there are a lot of things that extend beyond what you learn in 8th grade. And as Nathan just said, you've got theoretical physics, experimental physics, applied physics, medical physics. So there's physics is a very, very broad field, and the ideas contained within it can be utilized in a wide array of areas. And then there's also things like the philosophy of physics, like what I like to study.
Is theoretical physics
You're so
actual, or is it theoretical?
What do you mean? What do you mean by actual?
You said it's scientific, so that means you would be able to do actual science. Is theoretical physics in actual physics, or is it just theoretical?
Well, of course it's actual physics. Why would it be called
Please give me a
theoretical
scientific
physics if it wasn't a
hypothesis.
physics?
Give me a scientific
it's
hypothesis
more-
based in theoretical physics, please.
A scientific
more-
hypothesis based in theoretical physics, inflationary theory.
Doesn't
That's
theoretical
not
physics use things like frictionless ramps?
Mm-hmm.
All
It's
physics
sort of-
uses that. That you will do that in like in a first semester undergraduate 101 physics course. Because when you start physics, you don't perturb your equations. You largely derive exact solutions for highly idealized situations. It's not going to be until you start getting into Lagrangian mechanics, Hamiltonian mechanics, relativity, electromagnetism, statistical mechanics that you start getting into things like WKB approximation, I think is more specific to quantum mechanics, but perturbation theory and into these more advanced physical equations that much, much more accurately image the real world.
It's
Okay,
similar
then.
to using like ideal gas laws.
Yes, it's about
to get
building
concepts.
up the intuition. Yes, it's about
Okay.
building up the concepts. And
Okay.
then you start to add in all the extra information that makes the situation mirror the real world much more accurately. Because in a lot of those instances, we cannot provide, not even remotely close to exact solutions. We can only provide approximate solutions due to the level of dynamical variables that exist in these
So,
equations
then,
In
and the structure that
the real
exists
world.
between them.
so not science then. Congratulations.
All right.
Well,
let's
that is
continue
science,
on.
yes.
So Dr. Tapioca Weasel.
Tapioca Weasel!
Tapioca
Tapioca
Weasel.
Weasel.
Okay, I got it. All
What
right.
a guy.
Thank you so much. Now that I
Hell
have
of a
the reference, $5. Is there a flat Earth ray tracing simulation explaining the night sky for everyone every night? Also, Mark and Leo, after party anywhere. Happy holidays. Okay.
Ray tracing is simply based on light going backwards to the source. That's simply what ray tracing is. It's not going to show actual how we perceive things in reality. You can take as good as you can in a program to try and do perspective, but it can't take all variables into account when it comes to observations in the real world.
Who was that question for?
For me, as far as I know.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah, I think so.
You asked ray
As
tracing
far
to-
as like, is there a flat Earth ray tracing simulation explaining the night sky for everyone at night?
No,
You know,
no, that doesn't work on a flat Earth.
Oh, I thought I had to explain ray tracing. Okay.
I think everybody's gotten their.
Well,
part
yeah,
there.
but the flat Earth movement, any of the movements, have never presented sort of a ray tracing of the night sky and validated that to what we see in
Right.
reality.
Yeah,
That's the
because
problem.
the thing is, we do
So-
physical
Well,
demonstrations.
just Flatzoid, let me finish. So if you could present that ray traced model of the constellations and show how it actually occupies the space over this flat Earth, that would be great.
Yeah, but like I said, because we do physical demonstrations, if someone wants to make the claim to do that, then it's up to them. It's not my burden if they want it to happen. Now, the difference is, like we said, we make claims like one obstruction on flat surfaces, so we do the observation. You guys have not given any observation or science or anything other than believe us because of scale.
Well, we've done
I-
ray traced models that showed the constellations above the Earth, and flat Earth people haven't. That's the whole point. Like,
And
there
the
is
math
no
is
ray
based-
traced model.
Well,
And the ray tracing math is based on a horizontal on a 90-degree.
let's continue on from there.
Can I just clarify one thing? Literally 5 seconds, like literally 5 seconds.
Okay.
Dr. Tapioca Weeza has a PhD in experimental physics. I don't think Flatzoid, you need to explain ray tracing to him. So,
I thought that was the question. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know,
Explain it in simple terms.
on our end, I don't know if there is, some sort of translation in the funds here, but I still don't see any super chats for 420. So we're going to continue on. Shame on you, super chat.
Okay, if I do go dead, you know my power's gone off, guys. Just to let you know.
Okay. All right. So,
Surprised it's
frequency
still
PT, €5 for flat earthers. Do you realize that the atmosphere is a sphere of atoms?
Nope. As people like to say, gas has no inherent shape. It takes the shape of its container. So it
Yeah, I
can't
mean,
be
if we call
sphere-shaped.
molecules of gas spheres or something like that based on their, electrical cloud, that's one thing. But yeah, the atmo plane or atmo is the, it's planar, and the planes fly through it, and the sea level and the bubble levels to determine straight. It all that, if you want to go semantical, it's gonna go to the Earth being flat. That's where all their word trickery is for the deceivers at the very top. If y'all are serious about it, there's a spiritual component to it, and that's the wordiness that they use is in that stuff.
Yeah, and notice how they ignore that to have gas taking a shape of its container, you require containment.
Yeah, gas is a fluid and it fills the shape of its container. If the container is large, it would fill that like the void of space. If gravity can hold the density of our air down at the surface, it should always do that if it's always what it's doing. And if you put air in a vacuum, it would spread throughout the vacuum. If you put it in a box and then open the box, it would spread throughout the vacuum, which means that gravity at our surface can't hold the air molecules of our air's density in a vacuum. So it would rip away
wait,
the
I have a
top layer.
question. What is the air in this cup doing right now?
Bouncing all over the place in all directions.
Yeah, just like the air in Earth's atmosphere. Seems like they're at equilibrium. What's the
Do you
problem?
Do you understand air
Put a vacuum
has
above it.
elastic collisions?
Yeah, but
no-
that would be changing that would be changing a pressure. That would be creating a pressure differential, right?
Gas behavior.
There's a vacuum above the Earth.
Yeah, but there's also gravity on the Earth.
Gravity doesn't work at a molecular level. It's
Yeah,
electromagnetic.
it does.
Molecules of gas are, if I can move my hand here and there's no correlation, it doesn't go up in a chain. Gravity, the molecules of air are too disconnected for gravity. I
No,
think
they're
it was-
not.
It was the guy from
Electromagnetism is
MIT
just stronger than gravity, particularly at that level. But molecules
Okay.
still feel gravity because molecules have mass.
Okay, can
Yeah, so if
explain
you
to
get
me
a
how
gas with a
general
higher
relativity-
mass, like sulfur hydroxide or something, it
Hexafluoride.
will go down and sort of, be a pressured system down lower because it's got more mass. That's the whole idea of gravity.
Dalton's
Yeah, we've
law, guys.
observed like gas clouds literally lensing light with their gravity. Like,
Well,
yes,
we
this
can
is a
show
thing
that-
happens.
Vacuums are a weak vacuum, weaker than the void of darkness space, is able to pull apart our air molecules if we had them in a box in a vacuum. So that means the stronger
I
vacuum
don't know
would
what
do
that
the same.
means.
You know,
If you
No,
had a
it wouldn't.
box of air that was contained and around it was a vacuum, like if we made a barrier, sucked all the air out, and in the middle of that barrier was another box that had air, and then you open the lid, it's not going to stay held down by gravity, which is what the claim is that it's doing right now, is holding our air down.
Well,
It
I
should
think
hold that
that's-
air down, but the vacuum would suck it out.
Well,
So
it
the
is
that's
holding
a
the air
false
down.
analogy because you would need a box with the same mass as Earth. And so that's
Exactly.
why
the,
that
the
wouldn't
Earth
work
is
in your
beneath the
example.
box.
So
It's
if
that
you
mass,
Yeah,
you're
get-
using the mass.
yeah,
of
but
the
it
Earth.
wouldn't be there to be a correct analogy to the Earth, right? Because you wouldn't
under
have
the
an
box.
Earth in the no,
The
but
Earth's
you wouldn't have
gravity
an
is still
Earth in the
applied.
center of the box. You wouldn't have an Earth in the center of the box, which
the
is your
mass-
box of gravity, and then another Earth flatzoid, and then another Earth underneath it. Like you're just talking about one thing with nothing else around it. So the only way that would work
the
and
box
be
would be on Earth.
analogous is please, the only way that would work and be analogous is if you had a box the size of the Earth, because it needs the mass of the Earth to have that gravitational effect.
All right,
Okay,
we're going to
so
move
if you
on
take a fish tank,
because
I
we
just
got a
wanna-
lot of super chats
I
left
just
to
want to do one
go.
statement quickly. Just one statement.
All right, we
If you
got
have
10
a fish
seconds for you,
tank-
bud.
If you have the fish tank and you stick it on the ground, that's the mass of the Earth. Thank you very much.
All right, sorry for that. I don't want
No
to cut
idea
you
what
off,
that
guys,
means.
just because we do have a lot of super chats here, and I know we don't want to. We got 4 guests here tonight, so I mean we don't want to be inconsiderate towards anybody's time here. There's a lot of people here, so we're going to continue on and try to get through these as quickly as we could. So 20 seconds for each of our speakers. We're going to answer this question. We're going to start with Nathan up here, and we're going to continue over. So what observation would falsify your worldview? Nathan, 20 seconds.
A picture of the Earth from NASA that is legitimate, or I should say this. How about a video put on the side of a rocket, pointed down at the ground? You can watch someone walk up, put it on there, and then take off into space, go to the moon, do something where you can see a full picture, no questions asked, no cuts, no edits, no none of that. Just show a video going to see the full Earth.
All right.
Send a rocket out, send probes out, crash
20
it into
seconds.
wherever, whatever deity.
And Leo, 20 seconds. What would falsify your worldview? Are you
I think you muted, Leo.
You're muted, buddy. 20
You're
seconds.
muted on the program layouts now.
Okay, I see.
Yep.
So like everything that Nathan just said has like pretty much been done. But like going up and like
show me.
taking a picture of the flat Earth, which nobody's ever done, going to the edge of it that nobody's ever done because the evil government is protecting the edge, all to push a conspiracy that the Earth is flat because I guess everybody thinks it's funny. Like I don't know. And that's where this all falls apart, is that everybody wants people to believe the Earth is flat because it's going to be a really funny joke in 100 years. Like what's the motivation? So yeah, go to the fucking edge
20
and take a
seconds there.
picture and come back and send it to me.
All right. And Flatzoid, 20 seconds. What would falsify your worldview?
It's easy. Just demonstrate with actual demonstration. You can have gravity holding gas pressure down without the necessity of antecedent of containment.
All right.
Because they
Earth.
violate, in other words, show me the violation of second law of thermodynamics with demonstration.
Okay. And Mark, 20
The
seconds.
sun.
What would falsify your worldview? Mark, 20 seconds. You're on.
Yeah, go with Leo. Just take a photo of the flat Earth. In fact, if you can show me the shadow of the eclipse on the moon during a lunar eclipse that is flat, then that's fine. Any of these kind of very simple experiments that have been demonstrated under controlled conditions and then sort of published so everybody can do them and find out they're exactly the same, because that's what flat Earth doesn't do. If you could do any of these things, come up with a model that actually explains things, that makes testable predictions about what we will find when we observe stuff in reality, which flat earthers absolutely refuse to do. And I think the reason why, Leo, is it's religious. It's not a joke. It's just religion.
All right. We'll move on. Next super chat. Squid Super Hunk. Super Hunk.
That's what might have cut out.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, sorry. What did you say there, Nathan?
Well, that's why it looks like his screen froze. He might have ran out of juice.
Let's see here.
That's a great screen capture, though. I got to grab that.
He's pointing right over.
No,
Leo.
it's a don't. do that.
No, I won't get the kid. I'll just get him because that's
Oh,
hilarious.
there's why. It's just a
Well-
frozen screen.
We'll wait. He
It's also
might.
funny.
He might also come back.
Look,
in a
I
little
got to
bit.
do thumbnails and stuff these days. I got to take
Exactly.
that and get.
There we go.
Thumbnail's got to be hot, spicy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it looks like
got to
his,
track those clicks.
his has run out.
Mhm.
So I better put my microphone back in its seating place here. I like holding it. See, it reminds me of playing music live. All right, let me get myself sorted out here. So let me ask the next question here, and we'll continue on. Squid Super Hunk, $10. Mark for King of Australia. Yeah.
Sure,
No?
I'll take the throne. Sure, why not?
All right, we
Let's
need
go.
something a little more juicy so I can get these screens.
You're a
set
nice
up.
guy. I'd vote for you.
I-
Thank you. I don't think kings get voted for, but cheers. Yeah, thank you.
We need
It's democracy.
we need a
If
girthier.
votes were legit, it would be.
We are a democracy. We also are a constitutional monarchy, so technically the king is King Charles of England. So there's that.
All right, excellent.
Is that a
Oy.
truly a democracy?
Can I get the screen set up in good time after
I'm not a fan of the Seville.
our?
He was popular in the kingdom. Not a decent fellow. But that gets into some stuff. I don't know.
Yeah,
Oh,
Trust me, I
we
know like flat earth is a big thing about conspiracy, but like I really want to believe everybody is good and would never do anything bad to others. Like I just want to, I really, and I like, how would I ever know? Y'all three and Flatzoid, everyone's being respectful and nice. Like, how would you ever know people out there would ever, be so nefarious?
All right, well let's continue on there and try to get something of some more juice so I can get our. Let me just put up our screen share now while I get our screen set up. So what we got here? Yes, I'm James now. That's right, everybody. James is here all of a sudden in the house in the spirit of Ryan. That's right.
Jeez, James, you really stopped that workout routine fast, didn't you?
I you know what?
I'm
Whoa.
sorry, man, but he is jacked and
He is jacked, and I
You're gonna
am
have to-
not.
yeah.
That is true. I am
neither am I,
incredibly
that's all
skinny. But if you've ever heard me singing, I don't know if James can sing the way I do.
okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's. We'll have to talk about that. Maybe sometime
You
I'll make it down to Texas.
Close it out
and-
with a tune.
Yeah, I was gonna say we'll have to pull out a tune sometime. Yeah, I'm big on making music and making noise. I've been pretty fortunate with my neighbors lately here as I've made a transition to building a house, which is a lot of nonsense. Anyways, so let's continue on here.
You a fan of classical music at all?
If you mean like Mr. Crowley by Ozzy Osbourne is classical. No,
Classical rock. Okay.
I was gonna say
Something like Johann Nepomuk Hummel or.
No, I was gonna say I do I played Asturias Leendo when I was in high school, which is a classical piece along with Turkish March on the piano. But once I started making it was actually my old music teacher that reached out to me because he heard a copy of me singing rock and roll by Led Zeppelin. He was like, "Oh, that really it gets my goat." So we started making music together, and that's why he wanted to make the group call it Light and Shade, because I guess it was a mockery on a Led Zeppelin album because of the Zeppelin being a shade over the crops or something. I tried to get him to do it a call out at Alive, but let's continue on before I get into too much of my my rockness, because that's a lot of fun that I have on the side. So genus Geminis, $2. Why the shape have to do with human specialness for you, Nathan? There, I would say.
So not that you can't think that it's special to, be from the crucible of stars and then be this slime that crawled out and went through the frog or fish and amphibian, reptile, mammal, rat, shrew to monkey to us. That could be special to you, but to someone else, they could say, yeah, chemicals are chemicals. If it's a chemical from a star or a chemical from a bottle of water, it's just chemicals. Things become more subjective. But if we are the center of creation, then someone put us here. A creator took the time to make us. So we have an inherent purpose, whatever that may be, but there is purpose. There's reason for us to be here. It's not an accident by natural byproduct of time and collisions of molecules, which is abiogenesis is a very far off topic, very far from being anywhere near feasible. But there is a specialness to being made, to being in an enclosed environment, and everything has an inherent specialness. The center of creation versus being a speck that goes around a speck that goes around a speck, and one of millions of trillions of galaxies. And maybe there's other universes, parallel universes. So there's, the multiverse. Now there's even more. We're literally like a nothing in an infinite scale of everything. And these are, not to say that's a way of looking at it, but not saying that people do, but there are spiritual implications to this that cause. I mean, there are a lot of people right now that are very sad, that are on a lot of mental health medications and everything. Suicide rates are really high, anxiety, depression, and all that, and that stuff is all a tragedy. No one should ever feel that low. And if you ever do feel like that, please reach out to somebody. I'll give you my contact information if you ever do, because no one ever should. We are all special. And if I learned the earth was a globe, I'd still think people are special. And I completely agree. I think we all agree here. Like, we need to treat one another right and not be, violent, harmful, and putting people down. We need to be uplifting and respectful to people. Keeping it cordial. And I think that, you can look at it either way, but there is a lot of inherent specialness to us being made by a creator who loves us very, very, very much, knows us, loves us to a measure we can't even begin to, we get a very small fraction of understanding of what, the creator's love really is, Yah's love. So that's my belief.
All right, let's continue on from there. And I think I've got everything sorted out here. And everybody, give a huge shout out to Flatzoid for coming out tonight. His internet, I think, has crashed out. So, yeah, I don't know if he's going to be able to make it back, but I'm going to keep an eye out on my phone here to make sure if we can get him back in, we will. Let's see. Eddie Dean for $2. Nathan, God, prove that exists. Prove that God exists, then the flat Earth. So they want you to prove that God exists.
I cannot prove God exists. I will never make a claim. I don't believe I ever have. I will never claim that I can say God exists for sure. God is supernatural science, which science doesn't prove things, but science can only determine natural. And then there's math and stuff, which, numbers and everything, you could just say patterns are patterns, and you can find a pattern in any number sequence over time. But I will never say that you can prove God. God must be taken on faith. There's a very important reason for that. How can you claim to love God who you cannot see if you cannot show that love to your fellow man who you can see? I believe God must be taken on faith. I would actually rebuke someone who says or contest them if someone says they can prove God, because I think it is important that we take God on faith, because then you develop your morals and the way that you treat one another from that. And you have to show it to your fellow man to really claim to love the creator.
All right. Well, we'll continue on from there, and maybe that's something that you might want to have a discussion about in the future, as far as that being a different topic. I can see that Leo is nodding his head there, so maybe that's something he's interested in as well. And everybody's been super pleasant tonight. Live chat, thank you guys for being so wonderful. Let's see. Oh, man, I gotta get my glasses out because I can barely see this. Blow up this font here.
Was there a question there too about proving the flat Earth? Because I would just say, like, the four lights experiment and shows water's planar, whatever topography land has is another thing, and then the lack of motion is from like mechanical gyros, which our military says would show motion, and than the MMX, Michelson-Morley as well, I think, can be interpreted as null motion experiment. So if that, I don't know if I thought I was going to hear that prove God and then the flat earth, but anyway, sorry about that.
No, that's all right. I got my font blown up now, so we're gonna
Okay.
move on to the next super chat. Hill Hugger, $2. How do you explain night? We'll start there.
Yeah, actually,
It's the second
so
part.
this I can actually show now, I think here, if I can share my screen.
We can, but we're gonna try to keep this to 1 minute, okay?
Yep, I think I got it queued up here. So this is night and day here. This is a light outside of a glass dome. You can see that you get these lighting effects and how it even stops, just over the North Pole. So you get this kind of view effect, and then the edges as well this is showing all of the lighting effect. You get this here, this bright light, and this is just someone holding a light, but this is a very mock demonstration, but I'm sure someone with the infinite intelligence of a creator would be able to set it up so that we get the lighting that we do. But this is, you can see this is a half lit earth right here with a light outside of the firmament. So
the problem is you'd still see the light from the dark side. Like if you were down on that dark side, you'd still see the light. It just wouldn't be illuminating you as much.
The light is not reaching there because for whatever optical bending that the glass that the dome is doing, it's preventing the light from reaching that. That's why it's dark.
So the sun's outside of the dome.
Yeah, I believe. Yeah, on the other side of, if it's in the glass or outside of it, in the water above the glass, which is believed, haven't been there to test it. Could be, who knows what's up there. But it would be on the other side of the glass, would be, because we haven't gone up there and like see, oh, look, the sun's right here. So yeah, it would be on the other side.
Then you can't explain the Eratosthenes experiment at all, because there's only two solutions to it: a massive and distant sun and a small local sun.
Well, it would be out. How big and far away the sun is, I don't know. But there are effects that happen with the firmament and with the interaction with the atmosphere and stuff as well. So,
okay.
All right. Let's continue on from there. Let me just get.
And that I think this is kind of important too for trying to understand this topic. It is kind of something to science claims to know so much, the distance of the sun and the size of it and what's going on in the core of the sun, but we don't really know our own Earth kind of core situation. So like there is kind of there's a lot of I don't knows in the flat Earth. That's a thing. There's a lot of frontiers. We'll learn more and more as time goes on. But I maybe there are even some things that we can't know. Like if we couldn't get past the firmament, we couldn't know for certain what's past it. So I think there are things like that. So.
All right.
But couldn't you see past it?
Yeah, you can make an observation.
So why can't we fly to the firmament and look past it?
Well, you can see past it right now from the ground. Can go up in the air
Yeah.
and see past it too, because you see what's the stars and everything.
But then if we went up in the air, we could also learn what it's made of, which is something we apparently don't know. I'm just curious why no human's ever gone up there to figure out what it is. Or maybe it's that they have and they actually just went into space.
Or maybe they've gone up there and maybe some military projects have hit it. I've heard claims about like Fishbowl or something, where they were blowing up something like nukes and bombs in the atmosphere or something. But if you could, Leo, you did say we have a video. If you can show me uncut video from the side of a rocket going into space and showing the globe, please, because that's an observation of reality.
Well,
a video camera showing the globe. That is, I don't say that's fake. I can like the thing on the that I was gonna show on the 1 second, like this here, this is why there is people that say that it's fake. I might have deleted that tab with Oh no, here. So like this is why people say NASA fake stuff. There are several instances of globes having duplicate cloud formations. And then you have, like, I think this is it here. You have different colors to the Earth, which, okay, it's just portraying different data, but you have literally the different sizes of the continent, of the shape of America. Like if you look at this here, the coastline of America goes from here to here. Whereas so this is maybe what, half of a hemisphere, and yet here it goes from here to here. So it's almost, you know, all the way across. So the shape changes size. And then why you get this is people discrediting NASA is because you have, this is Robert Simmons, a NASA employee. He shows that there's gaps from flat strips of data. It has to be Photoshop. And then he talks about how they put it together in a computer program. That is where people are part of, there's so much more, but this is just a brief snippet of how people are, you know, getting this. NASA fakes it. It's all Photoshop and CGI. So if you can show a legitimate, flat earthers have been looking, if you can show a video on a rocket going to space. It's in the chat.
Yeah, they got videos on the ISS of the Earth. I'm pretty sure there's a consistent live feed on the ISS that's consistently streaming to YouTube.
But it's basically an external camera to the rocket and one.
And the funny thing is, there have been storms observed on the ISS camera that correspond to exact weather patterns predicted by local like news stations and all sorts of stuff. And you can see the storms on the ISS. In fact, there is data from the ISS that I believe is used by meteorologists. Wonder why they're using that data if like the Earth is flat and the ISS doesn't really exist.
So there are like satellites that will show weather data, but even on like the Himawari, it's a delay, and on the ISS they can go blank on their live feeds for, you know, a certain amount of time. There are technical issues.
Less than a second.
There's a delay. Well, with live feeds too. They're like the ISS is that there are. The claim about the ISS, like what's up there, they could have some sort of drone, but then they can, there is stuff too.
People
with,
are on it. With like there's humans living on wires, it. We've seen videos of them in space on the ISS floating.
You can see that there are people that on wires with harnesses on the ISS.
You can't see that they're on wires.
You can.
No, you can't, because they're not on wires. They're just in a zero gravity or a very close to zero gravity environment.
It's here. If you. This here is this is.
So is all the water and the food and everything else that they put in the videos all on wires too? They can
Photoshop things in things, but this
is also it's all Photoshop. So anytime there's ever any video of anything from space, it's automatically Photoshopped, right?
Well, this guy.
It's not just that you're wrong. It's that everything from space is automatic.
No, well, okay. Yeah, there was a guy drinking coffee, for example, and you could see that the coffee, he had it in a pouch.
Oh, is that just me?
Oh
no!
Oh no! So. Nope, there he is. Nope, he's back. I see him. Yep, you're here.
Did y'all see that snippet I just showed of the guy on the ISS? He was having a wire pull, but there's a thing of coffee where you can see like the coffee glitches out to the side in this bag that he's drinking out of. And there's like things with balls appearing and everything there, and you know, stuffed animals and whatnot. I think a frog, like things phase in and out, and they can Photoshop or you know, video edit whatever into these videos about this stuff using green screens. There's a video you can see of a green screen or of a guy who's supposed to be on the ISS, and then he's right in front of a blue screen as well.
And so what's the motivation?
To help keep control of the people. It's not, people will say it's about money.
How does the shape of the Earth keep control of the people?
It takes away who we are and how we were made. And
how?
Why we're
how
here.
does it do that?
Because you go from being naturalistic, here by natural processes, strictly, you know, chimp, and now suddenly you're made in the image of a creator who says that we are special.
But most Christians and Muslims and Jews and what have you believe the Earth is round. So I don't think this is true.
The second
You
part of
can,
that
but there
question.
wouldn't be as many atheists as there are.
The second part of that question was, what are the stars?
I believe points of light. I don't know if they are angels or not. But like, and then the wandering stars would be angels that rebelled. That's a spiritual thing. But as far as physically what they are, we observe light, we observe twinkling, and that is that like I can look at a star and it'll be every color that there is, red, blue, green, yellow, orange, and all that. And then you know, it's supposed to be like a sun. It's supposed to be a ball of gas that has a color, and we get by the time the light gets here, it's all these different colors. If our sun is a star and the stars, some stars twinkle, not all stars, some are a consistent color. Why doesn't our star twinkle? If our sky spreads light to
close.
blue, so why do some stars twinkle and some others
Because
don't?
they're very, very far away, and perturbations in the atmosphere will distort the light coming from them because it's very weak because they're light years away.
But
You don't have that with the sun. It's
stars
less
do
than
twinkle
100 million miles away.
Yeah, light gets here in 8 minutes. But why do some stars twinkle like mad? Some might go one or two colors, some are one color. And then
Well,
the
stars
sun,
don't twinkle different colors. That's not a thing that happens.
I can see it with my eye right now. I can see stars.
Well,
change
that's
color
funny
with my
because
eyes.
like astronomers don't ever map that. That's never been a thing that any astronomer ever in the thousands of years that humans have been doing astronomy has ever been known about, that stars just
Might be
magically
the
change
light
colors in the
reflecting off
sky.
a satellite. Might be the light reflecting off a satellite. That's
These are
possible.
stars. They're stars. Like I can look
Okay.
at Sirius. I have a video.
I can't
of
tell
Sirius
the
that
difference at
twinkles.
a glance. You know, I'm not that good on cosmology and astronomy, to be honest with you, to be able to tell.
Well, it's
what
like
it's-
Sirius. You can
it
tell
was
Sirius
obviously
'cause it's-
moving.
Let's
Yeah,
continue
well, I
on.
mean,
So,
like
so just quickly, I just played the video of a camera strapped to the side of a rocket going all the way into space, and
it didn't go into
curvatures.
yep. It
Yeah,
went up and then it started going
It did.
horizontal. It didn't go to where you could see the full Earth, but rockets do go up and do the parabolic kind of Disney arc. But they go up and over, and that is something that's all that we get. We will not see one go far enough away to where you can see legitimate
Yeah, we
full
will.
globe.
See, it's just moving the goalposts.
Dear Moon is supposed to happen in 2023, and now they're 25 years later or 10 years later.
Just a sec. I want to respond to that. Like, we don't just toss rockets out into the space, because the distance you'd have to go away from the Earth is significant. So we wouldn't just toss a rocket out there because there's a bunch of people that don't believe that the Earth is round. 2025, I believe they're planning to go back to the moon. You'll probably get that footage then.
I hope.
But well, yeah, I'd imagine.
Well,
so.
Mark
They'll
just
probably,
showed
like,
it, so, I
continuously
mean-
filled. Well, there was the Earth's curve there. It was definitely a globe. That is not a flat Earth. Like, it is definitely a globe in that picture. You want the full Earth. We're not going to send a rocket hurtling out to space just because of what you want. I'm really sorry, but we only have limited resources, and that is not something we're going to do. 2025 wouldn't go to the moon. They'll probably
Elon
strap
sent a car
camera to
out
the
there.
side of it.
Let's let
That's
let
only a
Nathan
car.
let's
We're
let
talking about a
Nathan finish
rocket.
off there, Mark. And then
Well, a
we're gonna
camera's a
continue.
lot more affordable than a car. And like you could send something out there and not, I mean, it would be good data to have a camera on the moon that has a live feed of a full Earth. Then you don't have to do these stitchings and composites and everything, and use cloud data and blue marble data sets and everything to use that to make the Himawari data. There and you, I mean, I could have told you could show me a video of a rocket going up and then going across. It doesn't go out. It won't go up to, even if you showed me it going out and across and then building up speed and gaining momentum and then going, I don't know why you'd have to do that. Why you can't just generate enough force to escape and
They do.
overtake gravity. But well,
They do.
rockets don't go straight up. They go over.
Of course not, because the Earth is rotating and they
Yes.
move off of it. Yes, that's what happens because this is
Because
how
in order
physics
You
works.
travel a longer distance
In
to
order
go
to
around the Earth
conserve-
several times.
Yeah, so
and
in
to go
order to
up instead of going
conserve
straight up.
fuel, because they won't have the delta V to be able to propel themselves to wherever they're going if they don't use gravity to assist them.
If,
That's a
just
waste of
because
fuel.
your velocity is
and
not
just
at
the other
escape.
thing I wanted to say, that the Elon Musk car, it didn't go to where you could see the entire Earth, so that point is entirely moot.
Okay.
All right, let's continue on, fellas. Kim Jong Ultra for €499. comments and says, Nathan sounds like Tom Hanks if you close your eyes. Please, can you say Wilson, Wilson, I'm sorry. Do you do impersonations at all, Nathan? I'm pretty big on
Not good
impersonations.
ones. I don't know if I'm a fan of Tom Hanks.
That's all right.
So
We'll
I
continue
don't
on
know.
then.
Well, I've seen Wilson though. I mean, and I like volleyball. But like, you know, Wilson would be a cool fella to play volleyball with. Literally, you'd literally play volleyball with Wilson. So
Volleyballs are flat. Hashtag teach the controversy.
Oh my God.
empirically, they're not.
Let's continue on.
Same with the Earth.
We only got a few more super
not
chats
to that
left there,
one.
boys, and now no, I said boys. Oh, everybody's gonna know I'm descended from Newfoundlanders. Hashtag Newfies. I
Boys.
guess,
Goofies.
right? Yeah, that's right. That's right. But I'm in Nova Scotia. You know what they say about Newfies that end up in Cape Breton or Nova Scotia. They're Newfies that didn't make it to Ontario. Anyways,
We found this new land. What should we call it? Newfoundland.
yeah. Yeah, well, you know what? It's better than an area close to me called Conquerall Mills, because this area conquers all. Yeah, weird settlement people saying stuff. All right, so a Yadian, $10. Mark, can you explain to me why that pressure thing is so dumb?
Can you explain to me why that pressure? Because you're talking about pressure being put into the equation for buoyancy.
I think so.
Right, because if you then go to a vacuum chamber where the pressure equals 0, then things should float, because the gravitational acceleration in that equation is what gives you the downwards force. So if you put that to 0, you will have literally no downwards acceleration at all. Things should float in the air, and we put things in vacuum chambers and they don't. It's dumb.
All right, let's continue on. Matthew Vicendez, thank you again for your donation, $10. Thank you, Nathan, for heart answer. Lovely answer. You should do a long series of videos with a flat earth debunker. You are good and open. Will make the perfect partner to help people reach understanding. Take up Leo's offer.
I was going to reach out to Leo. I guess I could do it now, Leo. They're putting me on the spot. Leo, I'd be happy to talk with you about like natural philosophy and science and ideas and everything. I mean, I'd be delighted to be on your channel. Just talk. I mean, on your channel, talking private. Same with you, Mark. You guys are very legitimate in my opinion. So I would be honestly really happy to like Leo. I think you would be a really fun guy to get into some convo with. So like I just hear the way you speak.
My email is on my channel.
Yeah,
in the about section.
Everybody's linked in the
my
description.
email's on mine. I actually prefer theological conversation, so I'd love to have a theological conversation with you. Actually,
yeah, I mean,
that's sort of
honestly, we're still trying to get something figured out for tomorrow evening, just because we want to have something before we do debate con. So we can always talk. But this is getting pretty late. So
well, it needn't be a debate. It can just be a friendly discussion. That's fine. You don't have to.
Yeah.
Even I consider these discussions like the conversation I think is important. So it's discussion to me. It's like not a win thing. It's a advancement of humanity thing for me, I guess. I don't know, off the cuff. So
all right, well, before we get too much into that, just because that's just an off the cuff kind of thought, just because that is something that we are talking about.
I'll reach out to both of you.
Yeah, I was gonna say, hit me up with an email in the morning, and maybe we'll discuss something. Mark, let's see here. No, we'll continue on from there. Laura Te Aho White says for $5 to Leo and Mark. I'm not very smart. I'm not very smart. Well,
Smarter than you know.
Yeah, you know, you might be discounting yourself a little bit there, but all right. I'm not very smart. What subjects should I learn to improve my understanding of, to improve my understanding of how the globe Earth works? Some of these are worded.
Literally
interestingly.
anything in modern like physics or geology.
Yeah, just take a science class, physics, basic physics class.
Astronomy will show you about cosmology too.
All right. Well, you heard it here first there, Laura.
Cosmology is great, but it's hard.
So Earth is
I loved
life.
astronomy. It's such a fun class.
Yeah, we'll continue on there. So, Leo, we're gonna pass this one over to you just because I haven't heard from you in a little bit. Earth is life. $5. There was a solar eclipse in Australia yesterday. Oh, maybe this is in Mark's wheelhouse. But we'll talk to you first about that, Leo. There was a solar eclipse in Australia yesterday, which was also captured by a Hawaii 8. Is there an explanation for this on flat Earth? So we'll pass it to Leo first there, then Nathan to you, and then to you, Mark, okay?
I'm not qualified to answer. I'm not a flat earther. I don't know how flat earth explains anything at all ever.
Okay, no commentary on the phenomena or
I don't follow solar eclipse. I don't care about eclipses. I'm a cosmologist, not an astronomer.
Okay. All right.
No, I'm not actually a cosmologist. I'm just a theoretical physicist, by which I mean I theoretically could have been a physicist.
Okay, we'll put it over to you, Nathan.
Even though you do physics.
We're going.
See,
we're going.
actual physics.
We're going the opposite
true of
order of
everybody, Leo.
context here, just because of how our speakers have spoken. So we'll hand it over to you, there, Nathan.
So the solar eclipse would be the moon going in front of the sun, and blocking it out. The sun, moon, and stars are for signs, symbols, times, knowing when we are. The Gregorian calendar, which is a Roman Vatican thing that we all currently use today, despite them just being some, desert dwelling religious people, their calendar and everything, we don't really know when it is. So it's kind of harder now to tell where we are, I guess. But yeah, it's kind of it's a clock. And so you have different eclipses. To answer like the shadow thing with Mark, it's if you assume a shadow, that's one thing. Flat Earth explanation would be that the moon is its own light source. It goes through charging and discharging periods, and every once in a while there is a color to it, which, like the Chaldeans created the Saros cycle, which is used to predict lunar eclipses. They're a flat Earth culture. They use the cyclic nature of the sky, that the cycles that the sky has, and the sky has been the same for a long time. I mean, that Polaris for 500 years, that's actually one thing that Leo had brought up too, the precession of the Earth, the wobble. It's a 26,000 year cycle, but we've been stuck at Polaris for 500 years, and we're only supposedly getting just now in 100 years, we'll be in the climax of pointing at Polaris. So that's 500 years that it's been at Polaris, because it was named at least 500 years ago. They're even further back, but there should be 7 degrees of this 360-degree cycle that passed in 500 years, and we're still pointed at degree zero. It's been like that for 500 years minimum.
Well, we're not pointed at degree zero. It has changed slightly, but it doesn't change very much at all.
We're on our way to Polaris. And so does it like just jump Thuban right to Polaris, right to Vega?
No.
It's supposed to be a gradual wobble, but it's on its way to Polaris. It's taken 500 years. It's been the pole star for 500, and it's still only just now in 100 years going to be getting to its peak of closest point to alignment.
That's
with
what happens when you're dealing with very slow processes that deal with things that are very, very far away.
But the wobble in the sky would gradually go from Thuban to Polaris point and then continue past.
Do you have a pet?
No.
This is gonna sound very off
topic. My roommates do. So I live with a dog and a cat.
So you live with a dog. How long have you lived with them, the animals?
For 1.5 years. My roommate's awesome.
Okay.
Shouts out
Have you ever had a pet from a young age that you watched grow up in your life at all?
Yep. I used to, yeah.
Okay. Did you, on a daily basis, notice differences? Or did you have to really think about the differences that you saw when they were growing?
Yeah, over time, you notice differences and changes in the animal.
Yeah, but only when you really think about it. Because you see them every day, you don't really notice the changes until it's been like 6 months and you sit there and think about it and be like, huh, you've gotten a lot bigger, Daisy. Right?
Yeah.
All right. So
So,
everybody.
so don't you think it's the same with like distant stuff? We're not going to see a star that far away, given how slow that you just said that it takes 26,000 years for the precession to sweep out a full 360 degrees. You're telling me that we would be able to optically detect 7 degrees over 500 years? I just don't buy it.
Oh yeah, from where it was to now, yes, you absolutely would. You
I
would
don't
be,
think so.
If you have a 360-degree circle in the sky, 7 degrees out of that, we claim to
Is
be
not
able
a
to tell
lot.
when something changes 0.000x degrees.
Yeah, with
in the sky.
technology. I'm talking
So,
optically,
and
like with
even-
our eyes.
Yeah,
could
we would see
that
it. There are
difference? I don't think
ancient
so.
structures, even the Georgia Guidestones, which got torn down, which want to, keep a human population of under 500 million. That had a point that pointed at Polaris, and there should be a change in these things over time, but there is not. There is no
There is.
change.
Okay.
I think
So
the
we're-
problem,
everybody,
I think the problem, can I just say one thing before we end? I think the
Well,
problem
we-
is
we-
that just because Polaris is known as the North Star doesn't mean that it's been in the same place for all 500 years.
Okay.
Right? Just because it was a bit further away from the
It's
the
still
north
getting
Okay.
close to it.
So we'll
Yeah.
close on that point there, in the sense that we will allow you guys each up to 2 minutes on each side to provide some closing statements. So a minute for Leo and Mark each, and then 2 minutes from Nathan. We'll let Leo and Mark go first. So Leo, 1 minute for your closing there.
So the Earth is round. I think this is pretty well settled. Every time somebody shows how it's round, it's always, well, there's the conspiracy because rich people like wasting their money on making people think the Earth is flat. Like you can't believe those pictures that have been taken by God knows how many different like people who have been up in space over how many. You're like, you can no. You can't trust those. That's all evil NASA CGI or something like that. I'm totally not coming up with excuses to deny the fact that what I believe is very, very easily demonstrably wrong. That's not, I promise that's not what this is. That's not what's happening. It's not, it's just that like NASA is evil. Like you just got to believe me, bro. NASA is evil and they're trying to trick you because like people like money, and tricking people into thinking the Earth is flat makes people lots of money apparently, or something
All
like
right.
that. Anyway, yeah.
All right, excellent. Over to you, Mark.
Okay, so the question you've got to ask yourself is where you are. Where are you? And what we've managed to figure out over painstaking scientific research, the same science that gives you everything we use every day, all these discoveries, all these things that we use, the communications that we're talking on, we find out that we are on a spinning ball hurtling through space in the most hostile environment you can possibly imagine. Now, that we aren't making that up. We aren't trying to scare people, but we have to deal with that and actually do something. We've got to prepare ourselves to survive in this environment. And that might take everybody coming together, but sort of denying that and saying, hey, that's not what's happening, we're all being taken care of, is not going to help us survive if sort of an asteroid hurtles towards us, or if we destroy our environment, or if any of these things happen. It's time to wake up and realize that we need to band together, because we are not sort of being carried by any divine creator, any kind of thing. The belief that it's flat is a religious belief. I've seen it so many times. That is basically it. But the proof is overwhelming. Every time I provide sort of something, it's like the camera on a rocket. It's something else. Like it has to go a certain distance. As time goes on, more and more of this evidence is going to come up, and I can only hope that we actually look at things instead of making up wild conspiracies, realize that just because somebody lies about one thing doesn't mean they're lying about everything ever that they ever mentioned.
Mark, shake your left hand more.
All right, well, let's kick it over to Nathan for a 2-minute closing there.
Thanks for interrupting my ending.
I'm sorry. Okay, it did it. Your camera, it looks like it adjusts automatically, and when you raised your right hand, it moved more to. I was just trying to get it to recenter. I'm sorry.
Nathan, you got 2 minutes there to close out these arguments here.
Okay, so I want to thank MDD very much, Modern Day Debate, for having everybody here. Mark, Leo, Flatzoid, I think everybody, I think we were respectful. We did well, covered a lot. And so I really want to thank you. It's really meaningful to be here and be able to talk about this stuff.
All 350 of you are still watching. I don't know.
Well, it's okay. Even one person. And so I do think that there is, as far as like I mentioned in my opener, like talking about the Earth, we showed a lot of claims, Flatzoid did and everything. I could have called the rocket that it would have gone up and then arced over instead of going straight up to show the whole Earth. I predicted that it wouldn't show the whole Earth, and it didn't. I also think that there is a conspiracy. I know it sucks, but people are willing to hurt people. There are military documents. Operation Sea Spray. The U.S. military sprayed San Francisco with a bacteria without asking people. People will kill one another for things, let alone for money. NASA is not even about the money. They get what, $70 million, $60 million a day. They can make it rain, but they don't put out the fires in our own country. And so why worry about stuff that's up in space when we got to take care of the Earth here, which I think we all do. We have to take care of each other, the environment, because there are people that are willing to pollute things, poison us, put things, yellow 7 in food is toxic and cancerous. So now they change a methyl group on a molecule, and now it's yellow 8, and now they sell it again, and it's cancerous, just like all the other ones. So there are people who are willing to hurt us. That's why banding together is so important. I think we showed empirically things about the ground that are flat. We gave demonstrations, and I tried to answer most of what I could in the openers. But we do make a lot of claims like about not knowing the sun. So like the sticks is it's harder to say because we don't know the size, the distance, or nothing like that. But we can show that water is planar level over its surface. The ground, let's see the surface. And we do need to work together. We need to communicate. We need to cooperate because there are some nefarious and wicked people out there. And this stuff is really all spiritual. The globe is 23.4 from 90. So if you take 90, 23.4 from being straight up, this remaining degree 66.6. This stuff is all, that's a trademark number of the devil. I'm pretty sure most everybody knows that. And this stuff has all been in the works for a long time. They reverse engineer this stuff to show the globe, to get the globe, but the Earth, we don't feel it moving, we don't measure it moving. And so I think that hopefully, if I'm happy to talk more about any of this, but I really want to thank you guys for the conversation, the questions. Hopefully we could get people to at least think. I think conversation is stimulating. Science is supposed to be. We're supposed to be able to ask questions, show things, prove things. Should have no problem with people questioning and then just say, okay, here's the data, here's the natural observation in the world. But that 4 lights experiment, lots of people Globers can't. They don't want to try to recreate it using natural conditions on a known curved surface. But yeah, really thank you, Mark, thank you, Leo. I think Flatzoid did a really good job as well, and thank you, Ryan, for moderating, and MDD for having us all here. It's really been a really fun time talking with y'all. So
awesome. I agree, everybody. Well, thank you so much for Nathan for being here. Flatzoid, when you get your power back on or whatever happened there. Thank you so much for being here, Flatzoid. Leo, it's a pleasure meeting you. This has been a great time. Mark Reid, once again, great to see you. Maybe I'll see you again here shortly. Who knows what's going to happen tomorrow, everybody? I'm trying to get something.
Yeah, it was a pleasure. I just got to say, it was a pleasure meeting you too. I was ashamed to find out that you're married.
Oh, well, I'm so sorry. I mean, I can't.
Congratulations, by the way, on being a dad, Ryan. That's what's up.
yeah, I was going to say they're getting pretty big, actually, but that's been a long time coming. But I'm sorry as well, Leo. two beautiful people like
Life
us.
happens, you know.
Two beautiful people like us, we would take over the world. Who knows what could happen? Anyways.
Oh God, that would be so deadly, you know.
Anyways, but no, everybody, that's great. Appreciate everybody for coming out. Leo, Mark, Reid, Nathan, everybody. Once again, if you want to donate to the crowdfund and support our DebateCon 2.0, that's awesome. I see you all there in the live chat, Surgeon General. Yes, good night to you as well. I need to get some rest. Speaking of the wife, I have a steak out there that's waiting for me. So I best get to that. She also made some apple pie. So everybody who's able to make it to Fort Worth in Texas, we still have some tickets available. As you heard, James is flipping out the fold-out chairs. Anything we can do to get more people in there.
Chairs.
So
I call them the church chairs.
Yeah, if anybody is excited about doing a debate tomorrow, definitely hit me up, Mark, Leo, Nathan, because we're trying to find something for tomorrow. To get something going as far as a debate. So we'll talk a little bit after this and get out of here. All right, take care, everybody. We're doing what we can to bring you some content before DebateCon 2.0. But in the meantime, woohoo! Take care, everyone.
Hashtag transhumans are humans.
Y'all.
Hashtag trans rights are humans' rights.
Creator loves you.
Everybody's
Much love, everybody.
Everybody's getting their tags out there. Love y'all. Take care. Everybody to know here. So coffee wise, Tim Hortons, Starbucks, McDonald's, like just live chat
They're
can
all
hear
bad.
us. They're all bad.
We don't have Starbucks.
They're all bad.
Yeah, and McDonald's is terrible.
What about
Starbucks,
Make your own coffee.
Starbucks
I
Starbucks
do,
did one of
but
the
I
biggest
will.
failures in corporate history by coming to Australia without researching that we already had coffee culture over here, imported from a lot of Italian and Greek immigrants. So
Yeah, they also
kinda
like
say, "Hey,
they also like to bust unions, and that's just really shitty. So
yeah,
my union is just
So-
about to strike.
we have a lot of sort of families that have been running coffee shops for generations over here, sort of Greek and Italian immigrants and stuff, and they make amazing coffee. I would never go
coffee.
to Starbucks or something over. There's no way. But mind you, Starbucks was the best coffee I had in Japan. It's really hard to find a good coffee in Japan.
yeah, that's
They're a
because
tea
they're used to
drinking
making tea. Yeah, they don't know
Yeah.
shit
I
about coffee.
love tea.
It's
I'm a
like
tea
going to
lover.
Britain. It's like going to England and thinking you're gonna get a good cup of coffee. That's gonna taste like somebody took donkey shit and brewed it in a cup and served it to you.
Yeah.
Because like, have you seen the videos where like they're obviously they're parody videos, but the person like tries to make the thing like the food or whatever, and they just like are literally like just throwing like just being really fucking lazy about it. That's when you tell a
Spinning
British
pizza dough.
person you want coffee, that they piss in it, they shit in it, they spit in it, they like microwave your water to heat it up. Like they will just fuck with you bad because you decided to pick coffee over tea.
We may
Because
have
that's
to.
how the English are.
We're gonna have to
Yeah.
cut. We're gonna have to
My
cut
wife's
that.
family is English, so thanks for that, Leo. Cheers.
Oh my goodness. Well, I mean, as
But
far
that's
as-
okay. Hey,
She got
so
you on the top
debate-wise,
on the tea train.
No, I don't have tea.